Good morning. House resumes. I recognize the honorable member for St. Christopher number 4. Sorry. For St. Christopher number 4, the Honorable Lindsay Grant.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and a pleasant good morning. Madam Deputy Speaker, before I begin my address in earnest, I just want to clarify and clear up something which there was a big song and dance about yesterday, and I was been getting some calls from some pensioners, just to let the pensioners out there who are listening understand that they are part of the double salary and they are not excluded, because there seems to be some difficulty outside as to whether or not they are. And so just for those listening, to say that they are within the mix of those who will be entitled to the double salary. I rise, Madam Speaker, on this glorious Thursday morning to lend my support to the budget as was presented on Tuesday, the 14th December 2021 by the Minister of Finance and Prime Minister. And as I rise to my feet, Madam Deputy Speaker, I'm reminded of the words of one of reggae's most notable sons, Bob Marley, who penned the words and who said, "Who Jah bless, no man curse. Thank God we've passed the words." You see, my address this morning, Madam Speaker, is not by chance. It's by design. Because I'm certain that when you rolled in your car this morning and you viewed the beautiful landscape and seascape of St. Kitts and Nevis, your eyes would have been fixed on more than five ships in the Bastille roadstead. 5 ships. The naysayers were speaking loudly for the last 18 months. I can't hear them now because the ships are rolling in. And so we have to thank God for that. Madam Speaker, the past 21 months have shown the resilience of the citizens and the residents of St. Kitts and Nevis during this ongoing pandemic. And during these last few months, through our sheer determination, our focus, and careful navigation of the processes for rebuilding the tourism sector, we have managed to strategically plan and execute the reopening of the islands to over visitors and cruise ship passengers. But according to Buju Banton, it has not been an easy road. It has not been an easy road. Nor one well-traveled either. And I dare say, not even a road traveled before. Mr. Speaker, this is new territory for us, Madam Speaker. And so over the last few months, guided by the science, guided by the technical support of the health institutions and the health experts and the professional advice and expertise of other well-intentioned professionals, we incrementally reduced and adjusted travel restrictions and other protocols as our vaccination rate increased and other related factors improved. And so as of 23rd November, we relaxed the protocols, allowing both cruise ship passengers and stopover visitors to enjoy the sights and attractions at the very same time. I'm now happy to report that our all-of-society approach, our phased approach to managing this pandemic is delivering even more ease of movement for persons arriving in the Federation. And so, Madam Speaker, effective the 11th of December 2021, the fence at Port Zante came down. It was a fence, however, erected in the best interest of the people of St. Kitts and Nevis for their safety and the visitors alike also. But we have now seen it fit to remove that. Our fully vaccinated cruise passengers arriving at Port Zante, Charlestown or South Friars Bay are now allowed to fully integrate and move freely in the Federation right after arriving in port. Similarly, fully vaccinated international travelers, nationals and locals arriving by air into the Federation no longer have to test upon arrival, no longer have to quarantine for 24 hours, and they no longer have to take a PCR test within 24 hours of their arrival in the Federation. They are now free to land and to go, move about and to integrate into our society as they plan or as they desire. And so to date, this Federation is still accepting visitors who are fully vaccinated only. All travelers must submit a COVID-19 RT-PCR test negative 72 hours before they board and enter into St. Kitts and Nevis. And so fully vaccinated travelers will be required to also submit a copy of their official vaccination record card, including the dates when doses were administered. And so, Madam Speaker, I advise all persons traveling abroad and traveling into St. Kitts and Nevis during this season to please to visit our website, which is www.stkittstourism.kn/travel-requirements, so that all of the material required for travel can be at their fingertips. We simply cannot afford to become complacent, Madam Speaker, or squander the gains made to date in this recovery process. We must always remember that we are still in the midst of a worldwide pandemic. Beyond our borders, the COVID-19 is still raging, still rampant, infecting many people. We have the Delta, we have the Omicron, which is out right now. All are proof that COVID-19 is not ready to relent or to go away anytime soon. And so, Madam Speaker, as we continue to carefully manage the recovery process, we must balance our optimism with vigilance and practical and responsible action so that we can really capitalize on the recovery process in the global and local tourism sectors. Madam Speaker, successful vaccination distribution programs paired with reduced travel restrictions for vaccinated travelers are contributing to the gradual normalization of travel. A recent article published in the leading market research analyst Euromonitor International contends that the economic outlook for North America and Europe has been upgraded for 2022. So pent-up demand and economic recovery will also fuel the recovery fire. In fact, according to that very same article, and according to the United Nations World Tourism Organization, the UNWTO, 60% of countries expect a rebound of international tourism in 2022. And so as destinations continue to access and ease restrictions, consumers are indeed beginning to travel more frequently and booking more trips. The Caribbean Tourism Organization, the CTO, revealed in October just gone, that Caribbean tourism destinations outperformed the rest of the world in the first half of 2021. But, Madam Speaker, make no mistake. Travelers are also being very selective. Travelers are also being very discerning in their choices, prioritizing their health and safety and quality of experiences in the destinations that they shortlist. So in a nutshell, we have to ensure that we keep our protocols in place, because persons who are now traveling are looking for safe destinations to travel. Madam Speaker, the phased normalization of travel is precisely what we have been working towards and seen with success in the Federation. From the closing of our borders on March the 25th of 2020 to the creation of strategic initiatives to prepare the industry for phased reopening that began on October the 31st, 2020, we have seen an increase in travel for both stayover visitors and for cruise passengers. And so, Mr. Speaker, optimism balanced with vigilance in reopening the destination increases our chances that our citizens can continue to enjoy relaxed protocols, and our impressive management of the pandemic can continue to spur traveler confidence, whether they be by cruise or stayover, to the benefit of the tourism sector and our economy as a whole. Madam Speaker, the pandemic cannot be seen as just a time of crisis or just a time of constraint. It is also a watershed moment for us, a catalyst for much needed change, much needed innovation, much needed transformation in the tourism sector, expediting reforms which we want to expedite for many moons, driving innovation, collaboration, and cooperation for cohesive, safe, and sustainable recovery in the tourism sector. So in a nutshell, we have to tweak our industry. Whatever we wanted to do prior to COVID, and we were constrained by whatever means, we have the opportunity now to reflect and change in these changing times. And so to this end, the Ministry of Tourism and the St. Kitts Tourism Authority, we have spared no effort to ensure that our human capacity development agenda keeps pace with the rapidly evolving and dynamic industry. We have engaged internal staff and external stakeholder businesses in a number of virtual and face-to-face meetings, training sessions designed to provide practical insights into the future of the work in this sector and the skill sets and techniques necessary for successfully transitioning to this new norm that is defining the industry. I will highlight, Madam Speaker, just a few of these initiatives implemented over the past year and a half or so. Our strategic approach to managing the recovery process is premised on the fact that measurable, sustainable recovery and growth in the sector can only be realized through the consistent practice of inclusion, cooperation, and collaboration among all public and private sector partners. In 2019, the Ministry of Tourism and the St. Kitts Tourism Authority, we partnered with the Ministry of Health to create the St. Kitts and Nevis COVID-19 health and safety protocols. By July of 2020, the Traveler Proof Certification Program was launched, offering training to all tourism-related entities and businesses in the public and the private sectors on minimum safety standards for reopening the industry. In the era of COVID, integrating a health and safety component into the usual customer service and destination knowledge training is a sure way to support a resilient and a sustainable tourism sector and to sharpen our appeal and our competitive edge. I am proud to say, Madam Speaker, that to date 5,641 persons in the Federation have received travel-approved training at no cost to them. We bore the brunt of that cost. During the period July 2020 to August 2021, a total of 3,557 operators were trained in St. Kitts and 1,714 in Nevis. For the period September to November 2021, we have trained an additional 370 individuals in St. Kitts. Among them, we trained hoteliers, taxi drivers, we trained tour companies, we trained Port Zante merchants, we trained the restaurant owners, beach bars, water sport operators, and craft vendors. Our reach into the sector further included service providers with really non-traditional skills such as the hay braiders, Alarok vendors, the primate petting vendors, all of whom enhanced the scope of our visitors' experience. Spa attendants, entertainers, wedding planners, all of those were trained, travel agents and more. Indeed, all continued to be welcome into the training programs being implemented and to periodically be briefed and updated on new restrictions, and whatever other specializations. The highest number of trained individuals are among St. Kitts hotels and accommodations. That sector, we trained 881. The St. Kitts bars and restaurant sector, we trained 841. Our taxi operators, 421. Our teams at Scasper and the airport integral, 403. Madam Speaker, there are 4 hotels on the travel approved list, including the Marriott, St. Kitts Beach Club, the Park Hyatt St. Kitts, Royal St. Kitts Hotel, Timothy Beach, and currently both Timothy Beach and Wally Beach are open for the winter season, which we are confident will result in additional travelers to the destination. We have, Madam Speaker, an ever-increasing number of sites and attractions and excursions that have been travel approved. I mean, among them, Brimstone Hill, the Fairview and Great House, Palms, Court Gardens, Port Zante, including the vendors from Amina Craft Market. We speak about Black Rocks, the Scenic Railway, Vibes Beach Bar, Reggae Beach, Spice Mill, all have been trained, all. And we have no doubt that the list will grow exponentially into the new year. We can never underestimate the critical importance of top quality customer service and the high safety and hygiene standards to a vibrant and successful hospitality and tourism sector. Madam Speaker, the St. Kitts Tourism Authority further, we took the initiative to partner with the Ministry of Health to lead the vaccination campaign in this sector. We led it with them. 15 vaccination awareness sessions we held with specific stakeholder groups, with a total of 752 persons across the full scope of the sector attending. 4 compelling videos encouraging vaccinations were also produced by us, by our Home Office PR team. Today, we can proudly boast that 80.9% thereabout of the target population has had at least 1 dose, and just around 74% of the target population is now fully vaccinated as of December 14, 2021. Currently, that translates to the highest rate of vaccination in both the CARICOM region and the OECS, Madam Speaker. And you know that the higher the vaccination rate among our people, the better and the more easily we can integrate into our society. The more our guests can move freely to explore the destination, patronize our bars, the restaurants, entertainment centers, really going beyond the bubble excursions that we have today. And so with God's help, we have come a mighty long way with God's help. Madam Speaker, and we trust him for his continued benevolence and grace on this road to recovery. Madam Speaker, it is very well known that the micro, small and medium enterprises, the MSMEs, the MSE sector, is one of the major engines of growth that drive and support vibrant and sustainable economies. Ironically, these businesses are also among the most vulnerable and susceptible to shocks and crises, such as the global pandemic. And so over the last 18 months, the vast majority of our local businesses have struggled to stay afloat, despite the fact that government's intervention through stimulus packages and incentives and their own attempts to creatively rebrand and diversify their goods and services. It's been a tough 18 months, Madam Speaker. And understanding their plight and wanting to do all in our power to help them survive, to help them weather the storm during these turbulent times. My ministry, the Ministry of Tourism, we undertook to be the lead federal institution to lead the United Nations Development Program, the UNDP, future tourism project titled Rethinking Tourism and MSMEs in times of COVID-19. This has been jointly funded by the University of the West Indies and the Frankfurt School of Finance and Management. It's been an 18-month-long regional project officially launched in March of 2021. It really prioritizes women-headed MSMEs with special focus on areas such as technical support, retooling, access to market within tourism value chain, and grant funding and financial assistance for the economic recovery of the MSE sector impacted by the global pandemic. Madam Speaker, this program actually complements core projects already implemented by the ministry to meet the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, the SDGs, that promote gender equality and poverty reduction and support the growth and expansion of sustainable cities and sustainable communities. It certainly fulfills the advances of our mandate of inclusion, of collaboration, of functional cooperation to realize the long-term recovery of this industry which so many of us depend on. And so, Madam Speaker, my team, we managed to sign up over 100 persons for the program, but eventually only 46 made it through to the second round. And this is due to several factors which we gleaned when we began the process. Factors that we probably in here take for granted. Lack of internet, and these are small businesses. Lack of computers, as well as lack of know-how and respect for the technology. And so although we began with 100, 54 fell along the wayside. And in contacting prospective participants, the ministry, we discovered that many of the entrepreneurs do not even have email addresses. You wouldn't believe it. They lack the material resources and the skill sets required to participate and to compete successfully in e-commerce business environment. And so this, Madam Speaker, really is unacceptable in today's environment, very much unacceptable. And we have to address this as a matter of urgency as we innovate and we equip ourselves to successfully navigate the COVID-19 environment. In the short to medium term, Madam Speaker, my ministry will certainly continue to facilitate programs that spur innovation and bridge the digital divide in the MSME community. We trust that the necessary financial and technical support and other resources will be made available to achieve this imperative of digital transformation in the sector, so that entrepreneurs and patrons alike can enjoy the safety and convenience of providing and accessing an increased array of goods and services online. In fact, Madam Speaker, on Tuesday I was very pleased to hear the Honorable Prime Minister in his opening address make several references to the digital economy and the government's determination to ensure that going forward, ICT will play a critical role in supporting our diversification efforts and post-COVID-19 recovery strategy. This is excellent news, Madam Speaker, because the 21 MSEs, 16 from St. Kitts and 5 from Nevis, who eventually graduated from the UNDP's Future Tourism Program, are now the recipients of a minimum of $4,000 US and a maximum of $6,500 US to retool and improve their business operations. They got that money. They have that money. Obviously, they have to use it for the purposes that have been prescribed. And so we want to shout up and big up the 21 individuals who will shortly receive that funding. And this, Madam Speaker, is really a major achievement, as they now have the finances to join the relentless march on technology. By digitalizing their operations and their tourism services, they can launch their own websites, they can expand their reach and their customer base, offer multiple digital payment options, have greater access to tourism value chains, and become really more sustainable and competitive generally, thus increasing their chances of survival in this very competitive global economy. I wish publicly to thank and to commend the entire team of officers who worked on this project for a job well done, for ensuring that in this period of challenge and recovery, our MSMEs community, they were afforded access to this high level of technical training and financial support. Indeed, very timely and practical interventions to help these vulnerable businesses stay afloat and to thrive. Similarly, Madam Speaker, the Ministry of Tourism is extremely proud that through our agency, the Federation is one of 5 countries, selected to participate in the country-specific consultations for the UNDP Future Tourism Project. The areas of focus include, but not limited to, a thorough analysis of the current situation through focus group sessions and surveys with government representatives, documentation on policy, strategy and tourism statistics, and exploration of the opportunities that could have a catalytic impact on the tourism sector. 6 documents will be produced, 5 country-specific documents and reports, as well as a general sub-regional report. All will focus on 1, the digital transformation of the MSMEs, 2, diversification of the tourism product offering, 3, marketing, stakeholder engagement, including local and regional coordination, and 4, monitoring of key performances indicators related to sustainable and inclusive tourism. Madam Speaker, this is precisely the kind of empirical evidence and data that we need to guide, that we need to inform the way forward in this sector. Informed decisions making has so far enabled a safe, balanced reopening of our borders and the tourism industry, has protected the well-being of our citizens and of our residents, and is inspiring travelers' confidence, as evidenced by the return of our airline and cruise partners, a feat I will expand on later in my presentation. This is key to maintaining a stable economy and to returning into the phenomenal progress and exceptional growth that the sector was delivering just prior to the pandemic. So we welcome, Madam Speaker, the UNDP Future Tourism Project, which is designed to strengthen the public and private sectors, including the informal MSME sector, to make these sectors more effective, more efficient, and more responsive to the global challenges, and better able to cope and to survive the dislocation associated with the COVID-19 pandemic and future crises. The overall goal, Madam Speaker, is to enable a stronger, a safer, a more resilient OECS sub-region, making it more sustainable and competitive, and better able to withstand shocks, whatever form that they may take. And St. Kitts and Nevis is part of this initiative, thanks to the foresight and instrumentality of the Ministry of Tourism. I want at this point to recognize and commend the Sustainable Development Council, the SDC, for the work they have been doing over the past 8 years in sensitizing our communities and our residents, especially our young people, about the critical role they can and must play as stewards and protectors of the environment, a natural resource on which our sustainable tourism product relies in very large measure. And so, Madam Speaker, in its relatively short lifespan, the SDC has the distinct honor of having won the Sustainable Destination Stewardship Award in 2019 from the globally recognized and reputable World Travel and Tourism Council. They have been implementing, continue to energize our stakeholders and citizens to become advocates for our biodiversity, our environment, our culture, our heritage, and of course, our traditions and our norms. All building blocks for top quality, authentic tourism product and services. The SDC has now launched its second resident satisfaction survey to hear directly from residents and citizens of their perception of the industry and how it impacts their lives and our economy. And this is critically important information, Madam Speaker, as tourism is one of the most people-sensitive and intensive industries. To be truly sustainable, our people's voices and their ideas must help us guide and shape the way forward in the industry, so we continue to receive their support as we carefully craft a sector to which current and future generations can contribute and from which we can all truly benefit. Madam Speaker, I want to turn my attention to the Eco Park. And Madam Speaker, my ministry continues to advance tourism as a catalyst for entrepreneurship and infrastructural development, and we are confident that we possess the resources to achieve these very objectives. With over 250 inventoried sites of historical interest and importance, St. Kitts is the envy of so many other destinations. It means that we have catalogued our historical sites and we found 250 of them. Some countries don't even have 5. We have 250, and we need to preserve those and enhance them for posterity. And one of the major areas of focus in the medium term will be an earmarking of 3 to 5 of these sites as community-based tourism development projects. And so through public and private sector partnerships, we can leverage our tangible and our intangible culture and heritage to add to our menu of authentic and memorable experiences for both locals and visitors alike. The Ministry of Tourism strongly encourages and promotes the CBT development to diversify and to differentiate, what we have to offer. Madam Speaker, this is critically important for creating and sustaining decent work and protecting livelihoods for more of our citizens and of our residents. Our innovative upgrades to black rocks, for example, the brightly colored Chapel House style vendor booths, the widened staircases to the beach below, the perimeter fencing, the three-tiered viewing deck, testify to the tremendous value that can be added to similar sites and attractions in the communities around the island. I'm certain, Madam Speaker, if you had the chance to visit Black Rocks recently, you would see the change, the enhancement that have been put in. As a matter of fact, I see people only taking pictures now for weddings. It's like a focus area. That's it's a point of interest, and I'm really heartened by the work that we would have done there to transform Black Rocks into something as great as it is today. And we have more work to do. We continue to make sure we maintain it. I wonder if we get a little money to maintain it this year. I don't know. But I think we got $100,000 this year, But we continue, because I could pause here, because part of the problem in our society is that we build big buildings. We build beautiful edifices, but we don't maintain them. We build, but we don't maintain. So in the next 7 years we come back, we want a new pavilion. Because we stay there, we mash it up, we let it run down. Rather than putting on a little paint, yeah? You need a little power wash. So that instead of coming back in 7 years to say you want a new building, you come back in 17 or 20 years because you would have kept it well maintained. This is something that angers me in the society. I don't like it, because at the end of the day, the money being spent is taxpayers' money. It's your money, our money, everybody's money. And to my mind, sometimes you feel like you're throwing, good money after bad. And it irks me. It's not scripted, but I'm talking about it because I'm feeling it. Too many times, the communities feel that the government is just there to throw away money. And I think we need some educating of the society and individuals within it to make them understand that things don't come easily like that. It's hard-earned money of everybody in this room and beyond to be able to, achieve what we have achieved in St. Kitts and Nevis. And so, Madam Speaker, I take this opportunity, therefore, as we rebuild and recover, to invite private sector investment in initiatives such as, the Black Rocks and our heritage sites, because they are ours for posterity. I want to, Madam Speaker, speak to something that is very, very pleasing, because just recently we helped a group, and this is the basis of community involvement in tourism, a group in the West Farm, Boys and Palmetto region, with whom we have been collaborating with over the last 2 to 3 years to maintain our Rails to Trails program. They presented a project, and I must say they've been awarded a grant of some $164,393 EC dollars from the European Union through the OECS, and they must be applauded for that. So this grant will enable them to enhance the Rails to Trails program and really show people what the community-based tourism is all about. And so from the inception, my team in the ministry has provided the necessary technical assistance and support to that group, from the application process through to the project proposal formulation and its submission. In fact, the proposal has come in for high praise from the OECS selection committee for its very careful attention to detail. The inclusion of a business component was described as highly commendable. And so, Madam Speaker, this community-based initiative actually aligns with several of the United Nations SGs, specifically number 11, sustainable cities and communities, Number 15, life on land. And number 17, partnership for goals, planned for implementation earlier in the new year. And so this project will undoubtedly have many spin-offs and benefits for that immediate surrounding community. So I want to really say kudos to that group in the West Farm, Boyd's area, because one of our next projects that we want to implement is that we envision the construction of a replica Kalinago village in Bloody Point area to show what happened in that area several hundred years ago, with the petroglyphs going up into the hills. So we want to, we want to make sure we enhance that and keep that. Those petroglyphs have been there for the last 5,000 years, I'm advised, and we need to preserve them. The Eco Park, Madam Speaker, was actually selected. We have a B. I should say the Eco Park has been selected as a host site, Madam Speaker, for the St. Kitts, for the South Biodiversity GEF Apiculture Beekeeping Federal Project. It aims to do the following: facilitate the establishment and development of 2 apiaries, one in St. Kitts and the other in Nevis; facilitate the participation of beekeepers and small apiculturists in all training organized under this project, and to engage in the redistribution of complete hives to beekeeping clusters aimed at supporting food and livelihood security for members. There are other countries that are participating in this very project: Dominica, Grenada, St. Lucia, St. Vincent and the Grenadines, Trinidad and Tobago, and Samoa. It's an 18-month project, Madam Speaker. We will train the staff at the Eco Park as well as other interested persons in aspects of beekeeping. A regional expert beekeeper has already met with the potential participants and has visited the site to earmark space for the establishing of at least 10 starter colonies, which are expected to increase to 20 to 40 for splitting and redistribution to other beekeeping clusters around the island. Online training, Madam Speaker, has also begun. And Madam Speaker, our curated beekeeping industry augurs well for agriculture production with food security and for supporting livelihoods for our residents and our citizens. As local honey is a much sought after commodity, and beeswax is also used in many preparations in the emerging local health and wellness industry. And the Eco Park was actually selected because of its emphasis on environmental sustainability and biodiversity conservation, but the facility also holds tremendous potential for a more decentralized hospitality and tourism sector with expansion into more rural communities. Likewise, Madam Speaker, there is much room for networking and for synergies between the Eco Park and the recently commissioned nearby Ramada Inn and the Kittishan Hill and the Belmont Park development. And let's not forget, Madam Speaker, that the scenic railway, which carries a tremendous amount of passengers every year, puts off their passengers about 100 yards down the road. And so we need now to re-engage them, because we've already engaged them, but we need to re-engage them to see what kind of synergy we can develop between the Ministry of Tourism and the Eco Park to make sure that we can formulate something that the persons who come off the train can also enter the Eco Park, of course, pay a little something so we can have money to run the facility. But I think that is something that we need more to look at. Madam Speaker, I want to now touch on the coastal erosion mitigation project at Frigate Bay. Now, we all know that our beaches, Madam Speaker, are a significant aspect of our appeal as a tourist destination. Their protection and conservation are therefore as imperative for the industry to remain appealing and competitive. The coastal erosion project at Frigate Bay is a clear and tangible evidence of the government's pro-people, pro-planet, pro-prosperity agenda and testament to my ministry's commitment to environmentally sound, sustainable development best practices. We started that project in 2020, September. It's about 90% complete on the seaside. And already it's realizing its objective of returning the iconic Frigate Bay Beach to its once pristine condition, affording locals and visitors alike a memorable and enjoyable beach experience. I don't know if you have visited Frigate Bay recently, Madam Speaker, but it's like night and day now. You have a very much widened beach, where before you go into the sea and you know there were some stones on it, all that's been covered, more sand has come in. It's fantastic. And I think I want to say kudos to those who have been instrumental in getting that beach back where it's at. We're not finished yet. We still have the boardwalk to put in. We still have the landscaping to do. And so there are some finer touches, Madam Speaker, that we will put in. But to date, what we have done, we have put in 2 submerged breakwaters. We have put in 3 submerged groins of different lengths, all designed essentially to trap the sand and maximize sand loss. The marine life, I'm advised, has already begun to populate the man-made structures to the delight of the avid snorkelers. We have put in buoys. We have put in 10 of them, I think, yes. We installed 10 3,000-pound concrete moorings to ensure their stability, especially in the rough seas. So all that we have done over the period, Madam Speaker. And, you know, this transformation, Madam Speaker, is nothing short of remarkable. Remarkable. Because if you knew what the beach then was, having been seriously eroded, and you see what it is now, you would understand that a lot has gone into that beach work. And, Madam Speaker, I know we have all seen the pictures on social media of our locals and our guests enjoying the beaches, really looking absolutely fantastic. I mean, in fact, I've had the vendors over there, the beach vendors calling me, you know, thanking the government for the wonderful job we would have done to get back Frigate Bay Beach to where it's at. And we still have more work to do on land side. A lot more work to do. And I believe over the next I would say next 9 to 12 months, we are going to produce a Frigate Bay never seen before. And I think it is kudos to those. And the important thing, you know, Madam Speaker, is that all these work have been done by local. By local. Yeah. I decided I am going to bet my money on local people. The marine engineers, local. 2 young people from, I think, Date better from. 2 young brothers. Marine engineers. Thank you, member. We have, think it's Marine Works. I think that's Reggie Francis. Then we have Rock and Dirt. What is his name? Is Hazel. That's that? And you know how much blows I take for that, Madam Speaker? Man, then they even start a group called Protect the Beaches of St. Kitts. Because they mashed up the beach of Frigate Bay. Because it was in the state of being fixed. You can't get the benefit of something unless you take the burden of other things. They start to argue, they put up a whole, what you call it? They start to sign petition. I can't hear them now. They're taking selfies now. What, they think we don't hear crazy? No. We knew what we were doing. And while they're arguing, it's local people doing it. I wouldn't tell you who put up the beach thing, because they might say, I'm disfavoring a particular group, but I'm not. I'm just trying to tell you that this government is careful in its planning. We don't do things willy-nilly. And so I'm glad they're taking the pictures. I'm going to take mine too. Madam Speaker, I want to turn to the air and cruise arrivals. Madam Speaker, the tourism business normally is a highly competitive one, but it has become even more competitive now. as destinations seek to reboot and take advantage of the resurgence of travel. Right now, there's a lot of pent-up demand for travel. People have not traveled for the last 18 months. They want to go somewhere. They want to get away. You know, that they feel like that they're trapped for the last 18 months and they want to go to places. The difference now is they don't just want to go places. They want to go to a place where they know it's safe, it's clean, it is not much crime, and so there is where we come in now. Because kudos to the people of St. Kitts Nevis who have gone out there and who have taken the vaccination. Because it gives us now the ability that when people are looking for places to travel, this is St. Kitts, 80.9% fully vaccinated are going. That's what's happening in the industry now. St. Kitts, very much uncrowded, are going. The places that run over with people and so people are very careful now. They don't want to go in these vast crowded areas. So now we have to use that opportunity to our advantage. Our ports are the gateways to our tourism product, and as such we have to be equipped to consistently provide the support. I mean, it is just the other day, the SCASPA has been rolling out a number of capital projects, a number of them. I mean, we don't have the money like we used to have, but if you're in the game, you have to find the money to be in the game. And so just the other day, what we had to do, we put in 5 additional screening booths the other day. Because what? The demand, a lot of people coming in now. And so we have to get ready for that. We've made a number of adjustments at the airport. I mean, I can't deny it. SCASPA suffered some tremendous financial losses. I can't deny that. But the core of SCASPA's business is goods and services. And people coming through. So if nobody was coming on cruises for the last 18 months, where SCASPA get money from? If people weren't coming on the airport for the last 18 months, where they going to collect money from passenger revenue? So obviously we got a hit. And so I want to thank the government for coming to our rescue. But what I can tell the government, come 2023-24, we should be looking good. And we're going to be looking good. Why? You see the cruise ships rolling in. They're rolling in. And they're not rolling in by magic, you know. They're not rolling in by chance. They're rolling in by dint of hard work by my team at the Ministerial Tourism and the Sectoral Tourism Budgetary. That's how they're there. They just jump out the sky and reach there. And I know a lot of people are talking about, we say we can't hold 4 ships. Well, I go down there today now and count. Go down there now and count and tell me how much you see down there. And tell me where to park up. And that is the work of the teams at Tourism and SKTA. You see, because while some of you are sleeping on a Sunday, my team is down there working. Sometimes at midnight on a Sunday. And while some of you in your bed at morning time, my team is already down there at 5 o'clock in the morning working. 24/7 we work to ensure that we deliver for St. Kitts and Nevis. That is what we do. We work. So I want to thank the Cabinet for giving me the little support over the last couple of months when it was challenging and was difficult. Because we made sure that the 300 plus workers at SCASPA were paid during the pandemic. Not one of them lost their job. We reduced some pep there. For the management team, because the management team is leading, they must take the brunt of the burden when they lead too. So I chopped their salary. 10, maybe I should have did 20%. Only take off 10. But I'm happy to say they have performed and produced, and now we can benefit from the fruits of their labor. That is what will happen. So I want to say kudos to the chairman, Damien Hobson, and the entire SCASPA team for keeping the faith in very trying circumstances. You know what? The 10%? Not yet. Gotta wait a little bit. Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker, you see, I like when people make noise and talk, but a lot of times people talk, they don't talk from an informed position. You know, you hear them making the most noise on these calling programs. The up and down on the, what you call them thing there? Facebook? Oh, Facebook, sorry. You know? Something they write under some pseudonym. Anything I write under my name. If you're writing under them fake name, what you're writing under? That means you ain't worth your salt. Come out. Put your name to what you write. So somebody can challenge the name person. But a lot of them hide. You know, like cloak and dagger. They're hiding. Madam Speaker, we started a process while the pandemic to make sure that although the pandemic was at its highest, we had to be out there in our main source markets of North America, Canada, Europe, basically telling people we're getting ready to be back in the game again. Because it's important. You can't just shut down the industry, even though it appears as though nothing is happening. You have to be out there engaging people, engaging them to make sure that they're ready for us. And so we did that. And so we launched a number of initiatives and programs. We had a winter escape program with the US for to drive stovers, you know, for the last quarter. That's this quarter here, and into 2022. We partnered with the Park Hyatt, we partnered with the Marriott to make, and the Four Seasons, to make sure they had some programs in place to drive customer demand. And during the pandemic, consumers began to rely a lot on travel professionals. They moved away from this web-based situation where they're booking, you know, travel and that sort of thing. People went back to the traditional people. And so we had to put a little more money into that traditional area. The St. Kitts Tourism Authority, we implemented a campaign to keep our valued partners informed about all the details of our travel protocols. This we had to do to make sure that, you know, people were, St. Kitts, the brand St. Kitts was in the forefront. And so further, while in-person consumer trade shows are slow to restart, we reached out to over 2,600 consumers and 700 travel agents and travel and adventures, you know, in Atlanta, to make sure that St. Kitts and Nevis will still continue to be in the forefront. Those we did while in the difficult periods that we had. I'm pleased to say that following the opening of our borders on October the 31st, 2020, we have steadily increased flights to our destination. And so as of November the 2nd, 2021, travelers can fly daily from Miami to St. Kitts on American Airlines. Beginning December the 18th, American Airlines will fly twice daily from Miami to St. Kitts on Saturday and on Sunday. They will also provide weekly flights from Charlotte and New York. Delta will fly weekly on Saturdays from Atlanta, and United's weekly direct flight from Newark begins December the 18th. So we have traffic. We have a lot of traffic coming through. But I pause here. I pause here on this because you will recognize if you went to the airport and you haven't traveled, the planes parking all the way down by, almost down by the Cayenne jet. Some of you realize that? not up in front of the departure lounge. That is concerning. And I've spoken to the chairman. We need to find some money. So I'm speaking to my cabinet colleagues. We need to find money because we need to fix in front of the departure lounge. It costs a little change, several millions of dollars. But let me tell you, I walk out there to that plane this Saturday in the heat of the 3 o'clock sun. I nearly walk a mile and I nearly faint. And I kind of fit. So can you imagine a 70 or 80-year-old walking out there? That is not the kind of experience that St. Kitts and Nevis would want to leave on the minds of the passengers when that's the last thing they're remembering about St. Kitts. We don't want that. So cabinet colleagues, when I bring the submissions for the little change, I need your support to be able to fix that one way so we can have better travel, please. Madam Speaker, we put a lot of effort into our US source markets and Canada, and we've kept the brand St. Kitts front and center of our main source markets. We have redoubled our efforts in the Canadian market. We've employed a new PR firm in Canada, in the US. So we're doing things to make sure that our brand awareness campaigns work. We've started on October the 3rd, British Airways resumed, as you know, twice weekly service to St. Kitts, Thursday and Sunday. For those of you who know, it used to be Saturday, it's now Sunday. It may change back, all about that, but we are ensuring that British Airways sticks to its plan in coming to St. Kitts and Nevis. Madam Speaker, I want to turn my attention to cruise. I gave you the remarkable success we've been having with Stovers. Could be better, we tried. But I don't want to turn my attention to cruise. You see, when we started this in October, we got 8 calls in October. 8. I was being maligned, cursed out. How the last 18 months, my team at both the Ministry of Tourism and the Tourism Authority, we sat down and we did nothing. And so, only 8 calls. And then in November, when the calls start hitting them, 32 calls in November. I have a good friend in Challengers who works in the tourism industry. I went by her bar to have a little beverage the other day, and she said, Lord grant, man, I can't even get a day rest. You bring ship on Sunday and all. I said, but that's what you say you wanted. So people argue, you know, because the ship's rolling in. And they ain't seen nothing yet. I just warming up for them. Because in November we had 32. In December we had due 56 calls. 56 calls. 18 days, 18 of those days in December, we can have at least 2 ships. 9 of those days in December, we're going to have 3 ships. 3. And today, Thursday, the 16th of December, you think I talking in this house by chance? I talking by design. Because I want to bang my mouth. I wanted to bang my mouth about the 6 ships down there. 6. But anyway, 6 is 5 now. And I will explain that. We expected 6 today. We only have 5. Why? Because when Caribbean Princess was scheduled to arrive this morning, the wind out there was 35 knots an hour. And the captain decided that wind was too strong to come into port. So they aborted. So the says, don't I said I said 6 ships and only 5. I gave you the reason. Yes, it was supposed to be 6. It is 5. And I gave you the reason why we have 5. But whether it's 5 or 6, that's a load of ship. Whether it's 5 or 6, that's a load of ship. As a matter of fact, for the week alone, 21 ships going to be in the harbor for this week alone. 21. 21. 21. We may have to do something about the tug. Again, I call my cabinet colleagues. I might come forward for a little money for a tug, I don't know. Because the captain said, had there been a tug, we might have been able to make it in. But I guess he has tried to be cautious to make sure that he protects the ship. It's a bonanza we have down there. A bonanza. 5 ships in this environment. And we need a round of applause again. 5 ships in this environment. We had 6 inaugural calls since we started the industry in November. 6. 6 inaugural calls. 6 first-time of ship come to St. Kitts. 6 of them. The Viking Orion, Celebrity Apex, the Aida Polo, Enchanted Princess, Seaborn Ovation, MSS View. 6. And we're expecting 3 more before December the 31st, 2021, making it 9 new calls into St. Kitts. But tired work. Tired work. And so, Madam Speaker, we feel blessed to be reaping the harvest. Clear evidence that our cruise line partners continue to repose the trust and the confidence in the destination's ability to deliver top quality tourism products and memorable guest experience. And that is why they follow their hearts time and time back to St. Kitts, because we deliver. We deliver. But we don't deliver for just us. We deliver for the Arab, the hay braiders, our artisans, street vendors, taxi, tour operators, merchants. All of them benefit from this tourism industry. And I want to say to you, if you think 2021 is bright, let me tell you about the first 3 months in 2022. In January, 77 calls in January. 77 calls in January. February, 62 calls. March, 62 calls. So between January and March of 2022, we are going to bring 201 calls into Port Zante. 201. And so, my team, I have to commend them. Throughout the pandemic, I, along with senior officials of the Ministry of Tourism and the St. Kitts Tourism Authority, we have been in direct contact with the cruise line every week. Every week without fail for the last 18 months, I've been on the calls. Making sure that what you see today had to happen. And this is by no magic. This is by hard work that what we have today we are seeing. And so my team and I, we took a leading role in the regional task force to develop the protocol. So we sit down around the Caribbean with the protocols them. It's my team led that. Give my permanent secretary Carly Henry Morton and my CEO a round of applause because they do that. And this, Mr. Speaker, is the full crux of the matter. Because really, the accolades that they gave me yesterday while I was in here sitting down, saying, what did I say? I'm tourism minister the year? I ain't know. I just doing my work. But they said I'm tourism minister here, but guess what? Tourism minister here, that means nothing to me really. Because I want to put it in its proper perspective. The accolades yesterday. It is because of the fantastic work of the Ministry of Tourism led by Carleen Henry Morton and her team. It is because of the fantastic work of the St. Kitts Tourism Authority led by Raquel Brown and her team. That is why they give me it. It's not for me. It is for us and the entire Federation of St. Kitts and Nevis. All it says is that we punch above our weight. And so, whatever accolades are bestowed on me, I share with the entire team, because it is through their hard work, their commitment, dedication, perseverance, why we got that commendation and award. You see, we have been rallying together, working through the challenges and the frustrations together, supporting and standing in solidarity together, all the ups, all the downs together. And so the article in the Caribbean Journal or whatever is really a confirmation that our all of society approach worked, and that we had all hands on deck working for the betterment of St. Kitts and Nevis. I have a lot of other accolades here. What we got? I am going to skip that. I want to end now. I want to end on the note, Madam Speaker, that the world-renowned St. Kitts Music Festival is set for a comeback. It's set for a comeback. Save the date. Friday, the 24th June, and Saturday, the 25th June, 2022, for 2 nights of spectacular music and fun at the Kim Collins Athletic Stadium. Early in the new year, the updated list of performers will be provided so that patrons can begin planning to join the festivities. Madam Speaker, to survive, we must adapt and evolve as we learn to live with the virus. And so over the next few months, we will fine-tune bold, innovative, efficient frameworks for hosting a safe, enjoyable, and memorable event. Madam Speaker, it has been a very challenging year for tourism in St. Kitts and Nevis, as it has been all over the world. Very challenging. Sometimes don't even get no sleep. No sleep. However, with the help and the participation of stakeholders in the tourism industry, citizens and residents of the Federation, I am pleased to say we are continuing to meet these challenges through strategic planning, close collaboration, and a willingness to adapt and evolve as conditions require us to do. We have worked together to maintain the St. Kitts and Nevis brand as one of the most recognized and sought after in the Caribbean region, which has shown through the increase in flights arriving on island, as well as cruise calls in port. And we are confident in this continued growth in 2022. And so as I bring my presentation to a close, it would be remiss of me if I did not acknowledge the excellent work and contribution of the CEO of this SKT, Ms. Raquel Brown, who demits the office in 15 days. She has steered the institution with distinction for the past 8 years, through some of the most turbulent times we've seen in St. Kitts and Nevis. But she always rose to the occasion to deliver strategic, innovative solutions when they were most needed. And so, Madam Speaker, the Ministry of Tourism, Transport and Ports is exceedingly proud of the resilience of our people and the government in the face of the COVID-19 global pandemic. We look forward to the year ahead with optimism and determination. Our comprehensive strategy, willingness to adapt and evolve, persevering spirit will ensure that our tourism product remains outstanding and continues to inspire visitors to come to our shores. As we pivot and recover, we are confident that measures that our government and people are implementing today will put our tourism industry on the right trajectory for robust recovery, measurable socio-economic growth, and improved livelihoods for our citizens over the short to medium term. And so I end where I began, lending my support to this bill for its safe passage through this honorable house. May it please you.
Thank you, Honorable Member for St. Christopher number 4. I recognize the Honorable Member for St. Christopher number 1, the Honorable Jeffrey Hanley.
A gift, prophetic move. Madam Speaker, it's on. I rise to make my contribution to the bill shortly entitled the Appropriation Act 2221. As representatives of the people of St. Kitts and Nevis, we have come to transact serious business. As such, I believe that our presence here is more than an exercise of rinse and repeat. Rather, we have come to evaluate the national needs and to equip the public service with the resources that are needed to advance the social agenda of this country and to bring about economic growth and development. This budget before us should have emanated out of careful evaluation of concerns of the people, of our business community, and our public service professionals, so that the government of St. Kitts and Nevis is able to deliver on the hopes and aspiration of its people. No matter how much or how long, Madam Speaker, one man would have taken to blow his own trumpet on the merits of the budget that we would have prepared, the numbers before us will tell the true tale of how relevant this budget is to the people of this country. In my brief presentation, I propose to examine the budget from 3 perspectives. Firstly, I will examine the budget as a working instrument for the needs of all citizens and residents of this country, whether they live on the island of St. Kitts or on the island of Nevis, whether they live in our towns or in rural communities, whether they are young or old, whether they are male or female, or whether they support red, yellow, green, or blue, or for any other forgettable color. Secondly, I want to examine this budget before us and outline the areas of priority for the people which are missing, which needed to be included in this budget and which need to be included in further budget presentations, Madam Speaker. Lastly, my presentation will focus on the work that budgets often do miss and how in constituency number 1, works continues to be done to assist in community outreach where the substantial sums we speak about in these hallowed halls do not often reach. Madam Speaker, I first make an examination of this budget as a working and workable document. Subheading, break the habit of overspend. Madam Speaker, the Minister of Finance has presented a fiscal package that anticipates that the total revenue to be collected in fiscal year 2022 will be $923.6 million. The corresponding projected total expenditure is $952.2 million. As such, our budget projects a deficit of $20 $28.6 million. I want to begin by saying that the mover of this bill was ultra silent on this fact on Tuesday in his presentation. The honorable mover never once told us that he has brought to us a second deficit budget for the second year in a row. A further review of the last 3 years for which the government has presented both a proposed budget and its actual spend, those being the years 2018, 2019, and 2020. We see that the government has shamelessly exceeded its projected expenditure. In 2018, Madam Speaker, the government budgeted $706.1 million. But according to the auditor's report, the total spent in that year was $922 million, or $215.9 million in excess of the proposed expenditure. In 2019, the government budgeted $772.9 million, but once again, according to the auditor's report, the total spent in that year was $937 million, or $164.1 million in excess of the sums approved. In 2020, I'm referring to past budgets, Honorable. You weren't listening from 2018 right up to now. The government budgeted $848.9 million, but once again, according to the auditor's report, for that total spent in that year was $790 million, or $58.9 million less than was budgeted. While I commend the government, with help of COVID-19, for putting on the brake on excessive spending in 2020, the total overspend of the budgets by this government in these 3 years, Madam Speaker, is $321.1 million, or an average overspend of $107 million per year. I repeat, Madam Speaker, the average overspend of the projected budgets in 2018 to 2020 was $107 million per year. There is no need, Madam Speaker, to bring yet another budget to this honorable House with song and dance when there is no clear desire and capacity to be disciplined enough to abide by the provisions of the budget. Madam Speaker, it makes no sense to present yet another budget and then go and exceed its spending allowances to any degree of excess, much less than by $107 million, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I implore the government in the name of fiscal responsibility to end this streak of poor planning and irresponsible implementation and begin by being disciplined and accountable in all that it does. Madam Speaker, in my presentation for this budget session, I took the time to review budget estimates that were prepared by the government from 2016 to 2022. The performance of the government when it comes to working in the limits of the budget was not the only telling sign that there is little accountability in the budget planning and implementation processes. The people should be aware that ministries cut and paste and rinse and reuse budget data from years gone by and resubmit them as current information in these simply tick documents. Madam Speaker, I am willing to read from my outdated copy of Volume 2 of the estimates for 2021. And it's here just in case the honorable member from 5 might be interested. As reference, I am ready and able to read into the records of this House the 9 objectives that were made in the year 2021, the expected results, and the performance indicators that were used to justify the expenditure of the various departments and units in the Ministry of Justice and Legal Affairs. Mr. Speaker, 8 of those 9 objectives for 2021 were cut and paste and now form the 8 rinse and recycled objectives for that ministry. The Ministry of Justice and Legal Affairs for 2022, Madam Speaker. Some may say that those objectives, that they are worth repeating. So let's examine them, Madam Speaker. One objective promised, and I quote, to improve the turnaround time for drafting legislation. The work program for this ministry in 2021 stated that if successful, it would have reduced the average time to 1 month between requests for drafts and provision of a draft bill. This timeline was not achieved by this ministry in 2021, Madam Speaker. But now the identical objective comes again before us as a reason to commit scarce money. Madam Speaker, I turn to the Registrar's Office, which is also in the Ministry of Justice and Legal Affairs. The Registrar's Office committed in 2021 that the priority will be given to efforts to process and register all documents in a timely manner, and that an average of 1 week would be needed to process and register a legal document. Had the registrar been able to accomplish this objective in 2021, Madam Speaker, why is it being presented once again, word for word, comma for comma, in this year's budget estimate as a priority objective? This is not good by any measure, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, while the government ponders that dilemma, we are asked to increase the appropriation of that ministry, the cut and paste Ministry of Justice and Legal Affairs, from $9.8 million to $12.3 million. The cut and paste ministry now gets $2.5 million more in appropriation after having brought no change of goals, no completed or added objectives, no expected results, and no performance indicators
point of order, please.
year over year as shown in these estimates.
Madam Speaker, I rise on a point of order, please. Madam Speaker, I think it is misleading for the member for number 1 is to be saying that the particular ministry didn't achieve any of the objectives that it would have stated in the budget for 2021. It is unfair to say, for example, that because the particular ministry, that is Justice and Legal Affairs, had an objective to reduce the number of days, and it is repeated for 2021, for 2022, that there was absolutely no achievement. Perhaps it is, Madam Speaker, that the 21 days were not achieved, but it doesn't mean that in terms of reducing the number of days, that some level of achievement wasn't met, Madam Speaker. So the member should be careful in terms of what it is he is saying. If it is that he wants to say the specific information isn't there for him to make the measurement in terms of where the ministry was, where the ministry got to in the year 2021, and compare it with what the ministry stated objective was for 2021, then that is totally different. But it is totally unfair to say that the ministry hasn't met any of the objectives, and now the ministry is being given an additional $2.9 million.
Madam Speaker, I continue. It is not just the Ministry of Justice and Legal Affairs. There are other ministries that are just as guilty of this act of taking shortcuts to fill a publication that has well over 500 pages, Madam Speaker. Across the gamut, this government desires to spend an additional $952 million in 2022, not to undertake new and timely initiatives. The aim of this $910 billion financial package, in my view, is to redo the unfinished tasks that the government nakedly failed to accomplish in 2021, although the work had been budgeted for, Madam Speaker, to the tune of $867.9 million, and which possibly had been overspent. Madam Speaker, it is clear that the taxpayers are being asked to fund more and more spending by this government to do less and less. On the people's behalf, I say if this administration does not know what it means to work in the interest of the people, they should all pack up their bags, step aside, Madam Speaker, and definitely it is time for labor again. Madam Speaker, the Registrar Office has chosen to discontinue one of its 2021 objectives, which said that the unit of government intended to implement a land registry program which would decrease the country's rank in doing business in property matters. Strangely enough, Madam Speaker, while this objective was neither cut and paste in this year's budget, there is a capital expenditure item of $1.8 million which has been earmarked for a land registry integrated system. Therefore, Madam Speaker, in 2022, we will be committing to spend $1.8 million in this budget on a line item that has no objectives, no expected outcomes, and no performance indicators. We will just be spending, Madam Speaker, and what happens, happens. But at the same time, there are people in my constituency from Frigate Bay, Friars Bay, Bird Rock, Potato Bay, Newtown, Taylors, Ponds Pasture, Ponds Extension, New Pond site, who are still waiting to know when their documents will be processed in the court. When will their matters stop sitting on a desk, Madam Speaker, and be there begging and begging and begging to be signed in a week or less? Lawyers are also complaining. Madam Speaker, this budget needs to put its priorities on effectively expediting the process in the court, at Inland Revenue, at Customs, at the hospital, and all places of government services for the benefit of the people. When our people can own property without impediment, it lifts their worth and their social status, Madam Speaker. When the people can access government services without barriers, there is ease of doing business in St. Kitts and Nevis. We need to see all that in this budget. We need monies to improve systems, to hire and train more staff, and better furnish and maintain offices, and eliminate workplace hazards such as mold. We need these initiatives outlined in the budget to be clear and purposeful. Madam Speaker, I am sorry to say that this budget does not work because it is prone to be inadequate from my view. It is riddled with that high overspending habits of the government, as has been shown in recent history. The budget is not workable because it is no more than recycled wine in a new bottle. The budget does not work well for the people of this country when in many parts, Madam Speaker, it is not guided by clearly outlined objectives and performance indicators that can be used to hold this government accountable. Just using big numbers alone and dressing up with words, Madam Speaker, will not work. I now turn my attention to address some of the glaring misplaced priorities that plague this draft 2022 appropriation bill. Madam Speaker, this draft bill seeks to wrongly place its provisional priorities. In a number of cases, the budget holds resources that are not in the primary interest of key productive sectors of our economy and society. At the end of the day, the money will be spent, but sadly, it will be spent by the wrong persons and the wrong objectives and entirely for wrong reasons. Madam Speaker, I move on to a section that caught my attention, and I would raise some matters. In my view, Madam Speaker, everything does not begin and end in the office of the Prime Minister. The office of the Prime Minister has become a behemoth in this government, Madam Speaker. This office of the Prime Minister has now become a major budget heading. The allocations for the office of the Prime Minister, separate from the Ministry of Finance and apart from the Ministry of National Security, Madam Speaker, is well over $100 million. 10 million of spending on the peace program is being put in the office of the Prime Minister. Is the Pay for Peace not a youth empowerment or social development or national security type of initiative? What objective does it serve in the office of the Prime Minister? Who is that, or who, matter of fact, Madam Speaker, in the office of the Prime Minister has the competent training in counseling that is needed to reach the minds and not just the pockets of those, Madam Speaker, who are being targeted? Why is it all this
Madam Speaker, again I stand on a point of order. The peace program admittedly is under the office of the Prime Minister, and the budget adequately reflects that. However, in respect of the peace program, Madam Speaker, there are several persons who work on the peace program. You have counselors who are trained working as part of the program. Because it is under the office of the Prime Minister, it does not mean that the resources which he is referring to haven't been used to retain the appropriately qualified persons to assist with the program. You have police officers, etc., councillors, etc., Madam Speaker, who are working with the peace program. Therefore, for the member opposite to suggest that no trained councillors are working with the peace program is incorrect, Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker, I did not say that they are not trained. I asked the question, and the Honourable Deputy brought some clarity to what I asked. I am here to ask on behalf of the people that I am representing. Madam Speaker, in December of 2020, we discovered that the global expenditure for the peace program would be $31 million. But 1 year later, it has climbed to $44.6 million. I am out of place to ask question in this honorable house, Madam Speaker. Without the necessary staff to guide the program, the Office of the Prime Minister continues to administer this public good with no effort at an end in sight, Madam Speaker. No strategic efforts are being made at building entrepreneurship and business development program within the PEFA Peace, Madam Speaker. The monies are just hoarded, in my view, as allocations in the office and spent at leisure and pleasure with no reason. Madam Speaker, over $70 million is to be allocated in the Citizenship by Investment Unit in this 2022 budget. This unit and the Investment Promotion Agency continue to be held as the chattel of the one who is the Prime Minister. One would think that the Citizenship by Investment would be better placed in the purview of professionals in the Ministry of National Security or those in the Ministry of National Trade. No, the unit gets a significant increase of $30 million in its budgetary allocation, while nestled under the control, again, of the Office of the Prime Minister.
Should it have been there on the Douglas too?
The Office of the Prime Minister continues to manage the outlays for the Hurricane Relief Fund. Between 2018 and 2020, that office spent $53.6 million and has budgeted an additional $6 million cumulatively for 2021 and 2022. Does NEMA no longer exist? Does NEMA not have significantly more manpower to assess storms, damage, and pay our hurricane relief where needed? Why do these huge outlays of funds seems to begin and end in the OPM? And when will hurricane relief for storms that last came in 2017 come to an end?
Mr. Speaker, I stand again on a point of order. I am educating him and the public.
Come on.
And you know better. You know better, but you could correct him too. You know better. Because the hurricane relief program that he is referring to, Mr. Speaker, is a particular component of the Citizenship by Investment program. It was a particular carve-out to allow persons to obtain citizenship by investment at a particular price, because at that particular point in time, we had been hit by a hurricane. In an effort to help the country to recover, a particular carve-out was made to allow persons to invest in citizenship by investment to help the country to recover. So that this actually has nothing to do with NEMA itself. It is a program under the Citizenship by Investment. For example, at this point in time, you have special carve-out so that if persons want to invest specifically in education, and those funds will be allocated for educational purposes while they are able to obtain citizenship. It is the very same thing which was done under the former administration when you had a change in the program that resulted in persons not investing necessarily in property in order to become citizens. Because when the program began, that initially how it was, you had to invest in real estate, and then you had SIDF, which came out of the former administration. And so this is a component of the SIDF program, and the member for number 6 knows that. I could understand that the member for number 1 might not be as knowledgeable But,
He is knowledgeable.
but you should have to educate him about these particular matters. And he, yes, but he will not be allowed to mislead the House or to mislead the public, because this has nothing to do with the management of hurricanes or any national disasters, Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker, a program like that would be better placed under NEMA, Madam Speaker. When hundreds of millions of dollars are earmarked to be spent by one office, there are more appropriate ministries that are available to administer the public goods. From the look of things, something seems rotten in the state other than Denmark, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the national budget is not just a spending bill. It's also a government investment instrument. The monies that are being appropriated for fiscal year 2022 are to be spent in key areas of the economy that has struggled with the downturn caused by COVID. There is need for considerate government which will give the right focus on the optimum use of resources that can produce great returns. Madam Speaker, the Minister of Finance has shown that he understands the principle of investment and the return on investment. However, this budget also shows that he is willing to commit more of our national financial resources in areas where he desires to reap, Madam Speaker, great rewards. Look closely and see, Madam Speaker, that the budget for the Citizenship by Investment Unit is going to be raised from $40 million from in 2021 to $73.8 million in 2022. The figures are there. That jump represents a whopping 82.5% increase, which cannot be matched by any other ministry, department, or unit. This increase says to us that the government chooses to put more investment dollars in external systems of the CBI because the minister expects great reap, Madam Speaker. However, the budget is not as generous in investing in other productive sectors of the economy. And you heard Minister Grant earlier this morning begging and pleading for more money. While the Citizenship by Investment Unit gets $38.8 million extra in 2022, agriculture gets an increase of only $4.6 million to increase yield and make us near self-sufficient, Madam Speaker. Health gets an increase of approximately $7.7 million to improve 3 hospitals and 10 health centers, to attract the best medical staff, provide much needed medication, and to jumpstart our comprehensive national health insurance program. Youth empowerment, sports and culture the ministry gets a pitiful increase of $1.4 million. Education gets an increase of 1.6, and we heard yesterday it was the largest, which in my view, and the minister would agree with me, is still insufficient to comprehensively move our primary, secondary and tertiary schools and our curriculum development unit into the technological age and to equip our students and teachers to better function in 2022 and beyond, should they have to resort again and again to online learning, Madam Speaker. Small business, manufacturing, commerce, and the Bureau of Standards gets only $5.8 8.36 million more to strengthen our business sector and for us to explore external market access opportunities for our local businesses to grow in leaps and bounds. And the Ministry of Cooperatives and Environment get an increase of only 160,000, I almost say 160 million, honorable member, to encourage meaningful change in the local productive sector to prepare our country to honor our short-term and long-term climate change commitments. I make no mention of the tourism sector, which must suffer a reduction in its budget to market the destination. These 6 ministries that I spoke about, these 6 ministries I have chosen to highlight, and their respective departments should be considered as key components of national growth, productivity, and development over the next year, Madam Speaker. Yet, together, the 6 of them, they are getting only $21 million of increased budgetary support in 2022 over 2021, while the Citizenship by Investment Unit in the Office of the OPM alone gets an increase of 33.8 million or 82.5%, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the ministries representing the local productive sectors are going to be sent out next year to empower youth and businesses, improve food productivity, and provide quality education and health care with less increased budgetary support than is committed to wine and dine with international fat cats, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, an honest assessment of this type of priority spending says that the government of St. Kitts and Nevis places little value on its local engines of growth. The people are also recognize that their government intends to continue to widen the share of non-tax revenue, as was alluded by the leader of the opposition yesterday, as a contributor to our annual budget. Our government has no desire to strengthen local productivity with the view that our national budget is to be met by local tax revenue from contributions in a robust and ready economy. It appears that we are prepared to continue to seek after increased revenues in the CBI program that outperforms the needed sector for local growth and leave us greatly vulnerable to external shocks, Madam Speaker. What here we have been presented with is a budget that contains total projected expenditure of $952 million, a total revenue of $923.6 million. Yes, that's a projected budget deficit of $28.6 million. That deficit would have been significantly greater, Madam Speaker, were it not for our heavy dependency on non-tax revenue that is generated outside the economy. Madam Speaker, the budget anticipates receipt of $400 million in CBI-related non-tax activities in 2022. Yes, I said it right. Without $400 million in passport souls like black pudding on Saturday that they once used to say, Madam Speaker, this budget would be in a major deficit, and very little is being done to strengthen local productive sectors to sustainably fill that gap, Madam Speaker. Yet, the government comes in this honorable house year after year and again this year to admit that it had been woefully ineffective in keeping the national economy going and growing, and so like every other year, the budget depends heavily on external non-tax measures, and that are beyond our control, Madam Speaker, to cover more than 40% of projected expenditure. This is risky business, Madam Speaker, very risky. I'm talking about the dependency. Madam Speaker, in 2022, the government will continue to pay scant regard to preserving the National Archives. The budget before us shows that preserving the government's record is not a priority of this government. There is no effort to fund a much needed expansion of the government archives. At the same time, the stated objectives of the National Archives is to put mechanisms in place for no more than 5 solitary government departments to implement systems wherein they will forward their records to the National Archives, Madam Speaker. The National Archive is due to be appropriated a staggering $280,000 to commit to preserve our history for generations to come. All this happens while the OPM gets the luxury of burning through $110 million, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, in 2022, the Office of the Prime Minister has also presented no clearly stated objectives that will guide that our work on assessing returning nationals reintegrate in the society. It is interesting to note, Madam Speaker, that the Regional Integration and Diaspora Unit will get more money in the budget cycle, although there are no clearly stated objectives and performance indicators to measure its performance. While the focus of reaching out to our own citizens who are abroad and bringing them home to live and work in this country will no longer, it seems, to be a priority for this government in 2022. This government would have less than 1 month ago, Madam Speaker, come to this very same honourable House to make sure that it had made the resettlement of the foreign digital residency its legislative priority. The foreign digital resident will be better provided for under the amendment made in the Immigration Act in 2021 than a returning national would in the provision of this 2022 budget. More money will be put in the Regional Integration and Diaspora Unit in order to hold more budgetary resources in the OPM. Sadly, this added allocation is not made to get more done. It shows that it will cost more to do less in 2022. Madam Speaker, the Department of Youth and Empowerment will get a total of $887,000 in 2022. Or an increase of just 8,000, Madam Speaker. Yes, Madam Speaker, young people will get an additional $8,000 for priority spending in 2022. This money is expected to deliver on the objectives of empowering higher risk youth through the SHINE program, developing and operating a youth media program, expanding the reach of the Youth Ambassador Corps, expanding the Youth Volunteer Corps, and assisting youth groups with the implementation of social interventions at community level in the next 12 months. Yes, Madam Speaker, $8,000 extra in the budget is expected to deliver all that in the interest of our young people. It is clear that youth development and youth empowerment are not priorities of the minister who is responsible for youth empowerment and this government. For while the Minister of Finance could only spare an additional $8,000 for youth empowerment, Madam Speaker, you see it in the estimate. The pay for peace moved from $31 million last year to $44.6 million this year. At the same time, the staff at the youth department are better trained and better equipped to empower our young people, but they cannot be empowered with more than $1 million to deliver and deliver well for the young people, Madam Speaker. Does the Youth Empowerment Minister not feel that all youth have been insulted by this budget? If this budget, Madam Speaker, is to be effective, the $10 million that has been allocated to the pepper piece in the OPM last year was moved from the Ministry of National Security and into the OPM so that it may become a slush fund. Shouldn't it be moved to a more fitting ministry and put it in the Ministry of Youth Empowerment? Let us invest in our youth and strengthen. The slush fund was their word, I just brought it back. And strengthen the development potential. Madam Speaker, I want briefly to draw your attention to the latest development on the second cruise pier, which I addressed in my presentation on the budget 1 year ago. Then I spoke to the issues confronting the government with the second pier. When my presentation met fire of the members opposite, Madam Speaker. This year, on December 10th, at a recently held press conference, the member of St. Christopher Fuani just walked in, admitted to those very same issues that prevent mega vessels from berthing at the second pier. The very pier that the member for Nevis 9 last year asked me if the pier spoiled. If the pier spoiled, sorry. If the pier spoiled, sorry. The government through the Port Authority is now admitting that $5 million of work now need to be done to make the second pier adequate. This work to be done includes dredging the seabed to accommodate vessels. The member and Minister of Tourism was bold enough to say at a recent press conference, and I quote, "We will do the work and then it appears as though it will be a legal issue to recover our funds, but we cannot wait." Yes, member for number 9, the pier was indeed spoiled and will now cost $5.4 million in scarce resources to fix the issues that plague that pier.
A point of order. Point of order, Madam Speaker. I don't want the member for number 1 to mislead the general public. I have been very forthright. Unlike some of the members opposite when they were on this side of the aisle, I was very forthright in indicating to the public exactly the nature of the issues with regard to the second pier. If you drive down there right now and go to Port Zante, you will recognize that there are 4 ships on the 4 boats at Port Zante, which means that every single berthing area at Port Zante is occupied by a ship. The new pier, Pier 2, has 2 ships on it, as the same thing with Pier 1.
think they have done their peer planning.
Thank you very much, but we all know that the peer spoil. And that peer, Madam Speaker, is proof that we can be haunted with additional expenses when the budget and its implementation lack the right priorities. Madam Speaker, I now move to social development. A presentation on the national budget would be incomplete without close consideration on the proposed work of the Ministry of Social Development and Gender Affairs. Too many of our elderly and vulnerable can fall through the cracks in 2022, where the vital ministry fails to be effective in its delivery of public services. This ministry commits to develop a senior abuse policy by the close of December 2022. While I do not ask for a rush policy, I ask for more urgent and adequacy in delivering this policy. The alacrity. The on-time delivery of this guideline can ensure better care of the elderly and the prolonged life. I ask the ministry not to delay this initiative by a whole year. Madam Speaker, while asking for a more urgent intervention on the development of social abuse policy, I want to note that abuse of seniors does not only come from overwhelmed family members and care providers. Such abuse can be enabled in an environment where there is a lack of clear provisions for the care of the elderly. It was only recently, Madam Speaker, I had the honor of assisting one of the 399 registered elderly residents in my constituency who are 75 years and older to get some medication. I went personally, Madam Speaker, to fill the prescription for this 94-year-old elder. A prescription that was prescribed by a government doctor. 2 of the medication needed were not available at our local dispensaries, and I had to visit a pharmacy to get them. The 2 medications came up to $195, Madam Speaker. I asked myself quietly, how would we in a progressive country expect that a 94-year-old who is on limited means will be able to pay $195 for medications that were prescribed by a government doctor at its institution? Madam Speaker, I would quickly admit that there will be occasions when the dispensaries in our community health system, for one reason or another, may not have in stock the medication or medications that the attending doctor would have prescribed. But surely, with good management and effective coordination and communication in the health system, our doctors would know what it is available at our dispensaries. Madam Speaker, improved coordination is needed in the public health system in this country, and the budget needs to make this a priority. It allows doctors to advise their patient up front that the needed medication are not available in the dispensaries and prevent the patient or his or her caregivers from going on a wild goose chase from dispensary to dispensary in search of essential medication. To have an elderly or patient go on a fruitless hunt for medication in the public health system is not right, Madam Speaker. In fact, it is uncaring and demonstrate calls.
No compassion.
Exactly. No compassion and a disregard for human life. I ask that, added to clear and effective communications, Madam Speaker, there is need that the new senior abuse policy leads to the provision of full coverage of medications that are not available at government dispensaries for the elderly through the Department of Social Development, or that there is partial coverage for payment for medication on a government-operated health insurance program for our seniors. As part of the elderly abuse policy, I also ask that the ministries of Education, Health, and Social Development are made to collaborate on creating certified training opportunities at the CFBC so that many of our nationals can become certified home care providers so that our elderly can receive the type of care that is needed, Madam Speaker. If the government does not ensure that the right systems are in place to take care of our elderly, our negligence and our undue delay are akin to abuse. Let us be reminded that a caring government needs to ensure that its elderly abuse policy, that there is a robust system of social protection. Madam Speaker.
I rise on a point of order. Madam Deputy Speaker, I have been out for a while, and I happened to listen to the Honourable Member while I was travelling to get something done. And it was clear to me then that the Honourable Member was reading a speech. And since I've come, I've been listening, and I thought I should draw the member's attention to section 39(7), which reads, a member shall not read his speech. I'm reading the rules. A member shall not read his or her speech, but he or she may read extracts from books or papers in support of his or her argument and may refresh his or her memory by reference to notes. And so while I recognize that the member is young, I am drawing your attention to section 39(7).
Madam Speaker, thank you very much, and I continue because it is clear that the Minister is not looking at me. I'm making reference to the notes that I have here, and everybody have their way of presenting. Thank you, and I move on. I want to take this opportunity. Mr. Speaker, I implore the Minister of Social Development and member for St. Christopher 8 to get moving on this policy without unwarranted delay. I don't want him to stay as long to deliver the senior abuse policy as he has stayed with the National Health Insurance Program that continues to languish for the lack of initiatives and commitment. Neither do I want him to say, like the member for number 7, that these vulnerable among us must pray and fast. Madam Speaker, the Ministry of Social Development is also seeking by December 2022 to transfer the government food voucher program to a cash transfer program. Nothing is wrong. Been done before. This ministry plans to enter into agreement with service providers and then migrate to the new system. I want to take this opportunity to encourage the government to consult with the men and women who benefit and can benefit from this program before making changes and causing the social services to become more onerous. Put simply, Madam Speaker, let us speak to the people, let us consult. Please do not wait until government and the big business have had an agreement to then come to the people and tell them what are the changes they will have to endure in order to receive assistance. just consult. It is time that the government recognizes services recipients as stakeholders who should be consulted and respected as well. Just a word of caution, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I must here add that the government of St. Kitts and Nevis has now failed for 7 successive budget sessions to roll out the national health program which has been promised to the people. Among other benefits, such as a national health insurance is needed to protect the vulnerable from having to pay expensive out-of-pocket medical bills, and the pensioners. Yet, we have another budget before us that borders closely to $1 billion of expenditure that contains none of the promised health insurance provisions. That is because our health seems not to be a priority in this budget. Absent government initiatives like a national health insurance program drives the elderly and vulnerable into personal bankruptcy when they have to cover substantial health costs. The alternative is the people delay purchasing essential medication, thus causing the Madam Speaker further medical complications. And you know it best because you are a medical doctor. This budget does not promote healthy living. What it promotes is more VAT-free funeral expenses for people, but no thanks to team unity. The government knows that high out-of-pocket expenditure for health care is a problem in this country. The admission by the government is found in its 2018 Green Paper on Universal Health Care. Yet 4 years later, this much-needed initiative is absent from the budget. The minister left, but I was about to ask him to wake up, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, it is sad for me to say that in some key areas of its work in the social development outlined in the budget, the Ministry of Social Development is guilty of also submitting cut and paste when it comes to their presentation and their objectives. In the area of child protection, work seems to be a bit stagnant. In 2022 aims are the 2021 aims that have been rehearsed, repeated, and recycled, Madam Speaker. This act of regurgitation means that the objective of training 40% of officers in social work was not met in 2021 and will now be repeated in 2022. The objective of implementing fully functional diversion programs in 2 school zones, which is the same of 2021, shows the ministry seeking to spend more money, perhaps only to underachieve again in this year, Madam Speaker. The stated objective that 60% of children is needed of care and protection will be placed in foster care is a verbatim repeat of last year's budgetary priority, Madam Speaker. Yet minimal effort may once again be made to direct the resources to the right priority area in 2022. Madam Speaker, the government needs to pay greater attention to what are the priority needs and expectations of people. The needs of the people are not the thing of one person sitting in an office and what he wants. As such, this budget is revealing itself to be out of touch with what businesses, homeowners, community leaders, and all our people want. Finally, Madam Speaker, I turn my attention to a discussion on the budget as its significance for the proud people of St. Christopher I that I am so happy to be leading. The progressive people who have sent me in this honorable house as their advocate and standard bearer. The people of St. Christopher I are mindful of the fact that the resources of a country are finite. We recognize that a budget with provisions of almost $1 billion can still woefully fall short of meeting the expectations of a people who are progressive in focus and who demand that their government be just as advanced in its planning and action. As member of this honorable House, I take this opportunity to look at the public goods that have been and are to be delivered in St. Christopher I and the ways in which we continue to help to add value to government spending in my constituency. Government work in 2021 in my constituency, some that is. Constituency 1 is a progressive metropolis with inner city communities and suburban settlements. As parliamentary rep, I must first recognize the work done by the government in this area. Madam Speaker, in 2021, an access ramp was built by the Ministry of Infrastructure at the entrance of Bluebell Alley. This ramp now provides wheelchair access for a constituent who lives there. The constituency wrote seeking that this work was done, and it has been done. And on behalf of the constituents living there in Bluebell Alley, I say thank you to the Permanent Secretary, Darrell Lloyd, of Ministry of Infrastructure, specifically Public Works, and the staff of that ministry for the kind assistance given, Madam Speaker. Also in 2021, improvement work was done at the Newtown Health Center. Such improvements help to make the center better equipped to house the nursing and other staff working at that facility. The constituency recognizes this good use of funds and looks forward to more improvements and ongoing maintenance of this facility, as well as the Tucker Clark Primary School, Beach Allen Primary School, the Bastille Fire Station, and the police station, among many others, Madam Speaker. I want also to mention the long overdue delivery of housing unit on Wellington Road. The Ministry of Human Settlement at last delivered just about 24 housing units, and I rejoice because 24 families, Madam Speaker, in my constituency are now new homeowners. I still ask that families that were once relocated from the homes on Wellington Road be given first priority to once occupy the new homes. Some are there over 30 plus years. I am fighting to ensure that they get their fair share. I say that because the joy of all the people of St. Christopher I is my joy. Their pains are also my pains. The agonizing delay to get the homes which were built for them but sat there for over 2 years was also my agony as their parliamentary representative. On behalf of the new homeowners, I am thankful that at last the homes have been distributed, Madam Speaker. And I implore the government, do not further agonize future home owners. Now I focus, Madam Speaker, on my constituency initiatives. The East Bastia constituency branch has been working hard to deliver services to the people of East Bastia that help to reach more and more of the people living there. Over the last 12 months, we have sought to be a responsible organization that can assist in national efforts of offering skills training, provide for educational, health and nutrition needs of the community, and keep our environment clean. Between January to December of 2021, the leadership of constituency number 1 has won conducted tiling training at the Tucker Clark Primary School that allow us to bring improvement to the 3 classrooms in that school and to introduce tiling as a skill to a number of our young men and women. And I must also add, Madam Speaker, I was able to secure through a youth group, a football organization, the monies that will be able to tile the additional 2 classrooms so I would complete the entire hall. 2, distributed more than 150 COVID care tokens to small businesses in East Basia to assist them at that difficult time that they had, Madam Speaker, with the non-pharmaceutical measures during their business hours. We believe in encouraging our entrepreneurs. And the 150 that I visited, that is not even scratching the bucket, Madam Speaker. I am going to continue, because in some areas, Panspasia just name out alone, there are over 33 small businesses. Some even have 4 in one home. 3, distributed more than 200 food packages to the needy in the constituency, thereby assisting the Ministry of Social Development, and this continues. 4, provided blood pressure and blood sugar monitors for the elderly and individual who need to have regular at-home health screening, thereby assisting and working along with the Ministry of Health. 5, distributed school supplies to the various schools in the constituency, thereby working with the Ministry of Education. 6, made several donations to the Newtown Health Center wherever I was asked to, Madam Speaker. 7, distributed over 7 prepared meals in the constituency to the needy and vulnerable. And I pause to say thanks to my executive, my branch, and my entire constituency continues to lend their support, because to achieve this, Madam Speaker, each one of my executive members every Sunday, they are committed to do an extra meal that they share with person in the constituency. Number 9, fill prescriptions not available in government dispensaries for the elderly who cannot afford them, Madam Speaker. 9, continue our annual scholarship of 2 persons to evening classes to better educate and certify themselves. 10, conducted 2 personal development sessions for and with our young people in the constituency. 11, undertook constituency cleanup and beautification project on the Bay Road and other areas in the constituency, partnering with ministries of tourism and the environment. 12, spearheaded 2 home renovation projects for the elderly and vulnerable in the constituency. And 13, was able to do a small business startup in landscaping for one of our constituents, and we will continue doing this every year, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, community spirit is alive and well in my constituency. Together we are able to pool our time, our energies, and all of our resources to reach folks where formality and bureaucracy at times often cannot. I speak about these efforts because I believe that it's time that constituency allowances of representatives are increased to allow members of parliament to do more for the people. There is more work that I desire to do for the people, and I'm certain that my honorable colleagues and the leader of the opposition and all representatives desire to get things done for their respective constituencies. Madam Speaker, and I'm just told the office of the leader of the opposition as well. I'll be mindful to say, let us be consultative in our allocations of any increase in constituency allowances. Don't just sneak it into a budget, Madam Speaker. I believe that the budget needs to include provisions for direct intervention of constituencies through the Department of Constituency Empowerment. It should allow for all constituencies to submit project proposal under clear guidelines for implementation. Such an approach guarantees fair share, Madam Speaker, of the national resources for all. In the future, Madam Speaker, in 2022 constituency number 1, led by Honorable Jeffrey Hanley, will continue to work with passion and purpose and will strive to be relevant to public interest needs of all residents. We look forward to a continued expansion of housing, and we look to this budget for adequate upgrades and maintenance of infrastructure services in all areas for the constituency. We look forward to seeing much needed roads, Honourable Member for 5, repair and maintain done in Ponds Pasture, Pond Road, New Pond Site, and other designated area, including the Frigate Bay. Sidewalks, and I heard they are coming, Madam Speaker, in 2022. I will seek that such work is completed in the interest of the safety of our residents in my constituency. We anticipate further work at the Newtown Health Centre. The budget reflects an additional 500,000 for further upgrades. We know the work at the health centre will not be as extensive as Tabernacle, but we ask for those improvements that offers first-class health services to my people. We desire and we deserve no less, Madam Speaker. In 2022 and beyond, East Bastia will actively pursue other initiatives for development of the people. We will seek assistance to continue to improve drainage in the Newtown and Ponds area. We will undertake a comprehensive drive to post street names in and around the constituency for greater functionality. We will erect mini outdoor reading booths with Wi-Fi hotspots for the benefit of the children to use their devices. We will embark on additional beautification project within the constituency. He gave me his word already, Honourable Leader. The constituency will also launch its skills training certification scholarship program for the benefit of our young people. We will be active and productive in constituency number 1 in 2022. Our work will not be in competition with the state, Honourable Member, but in collaboration with the state for the good that we can do. We will rise to the service for the development and empowerment of our people. We will make best use of the provision of this budget as it pertains to St. Christopher number 1, and will seek to add our efforts to give the people more. In conclusion, Madam Speaker, I once again want to begin my conclusion by thanking the people of St. Christopher 1 for reposing their confidence in me as their parliamentary representative and servant. Their thoughts and feedback has guided the ongoing work program in the constituency. Each act of integration has helped in the presentation of this budget for an informed, socially conscious, Madam Speaker, perspective. I love to speak with my constituents. I believe in the sheer aspiration of small business and big business owners who live in the various communities of East Bastia. And it is on all those behalf. I ask for a better budget that will lift all the people of East Bastia and all the people throughout St. Kitts and Nevis to the plains of peace, progress, and prosperity. On behalf of the people of East Bastia, I ask the government to return to the program of public consultations with stakeholders during the budget planning process. It is plain to see that the will of the people is sadly missing from this, and the ayes have it, appropriation draft bill. Madam Speaker, it's missing. I ask the cabinet ministers to act only on behalf of the people and through consensus building consultation, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, how many more minutes do I have? About 15?
No, we have about roughly 10 minutes.
Okay, during my 10 minutes, Madam Speaker, before I forget, I want to at this time to thank my comrade leader for dropping in during my presentation and to congratulate him on his ascension to the leadership of the St. Kitts Nevis Labour Party. And of course, we all will give him the fullest support. And I give you a warning with the energy in here, comrade Drew. Let's get ready for elections in 2023 or before. Madam Speaker, general elections, we're talking about the energy in here. Madam Speaker, while I use my other 10 minutes, Madam Speaker, I draw to our attention, coming out of the Honorable Prime Minister, member for number 7, 5 more minutes. See, I'm going to wrap up. Presentations when he alluded and spoke about the step workers being permanent. Madam Speaker, we have heard it over and over and over. And it would be very good if we see the realities. But hypocrisy has a way of highlighting things because, Madam Speaker, there are persons working on the STEP program who came from the PEP. 8 years, some have degrees, working in ministries, performing well, and Senator opposite, Wendy Phipps, alluded to that she's given those persons priority. But in the same ministry, where Honorable Member for 7 is in charge of, persons who have been there all these years working at Inland Revenue all over, qualified for 5, 6 years, maybe more, have been overlooked, brought in people, and not only bringing them in, or brought them in, appointed them immediately. So I'm hoping with the consideration of taking on the STEP workers permanently, we will look at taking some of those years to have them benefit later on with the pension, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the Minister of Health did tell me she might not be here, but I wanted to draw something to her attention in her presentation when she made the crying plea for our young people and others to join the nursing profession. As someone who visits the hospital regularly, matter of fact, I consider it as a ministry, it is important for our young people to get into the health sector in terms of the nursing or even medicine. But what I was waiting to hear the minister say when she was pleading on people to join, that she would have been able to say that she have secured 6 scholarships, 4 for our nurses to go and specialize in certain areas, and maybe 2 for our doctors, because it can be done. It won't cost us $6 million. So if we take out some out of the peace initiative, we can support our nurses who want to advance in that area, in an area where the country is crying out for, Madam Speaker. So I just wanted to draw that to her attention. And with my other minute that is left, or 2 minutes, to East Basti, I say to you as always, I am with you. To the residents of West Street, Joyce and Pastor Alfred Chips and the Dowells, even Bobby, who continues to wait for an opportunity to earn an apartment, I say, I am with you and will fight for you. To those who remain and always calling me over and over, those who are waiting for the opportunity to get a piece of land, those who are trying to get on the path, even though they are not, they're not working, some are qualified, but they are not getting on. I say to you, I am with you and will fight to get you where you need to get the help of the Honorable Deputy, seeing that the Honorable Prime Minister is not in here. I will, Madam Speaker, continue to fight for East Bastille while we remain number one in number one. May it please you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Member for St. Christopher number 1. House adjourned for lunch. About 1 hour. We will resume at 1:45.
Should all acquaintance be forgot and never
That is why at times we find ourselves wearing two hats. But it's how we deal with the two hats, I think, matters in the end. Having said that, I now recognize the honourable member for Nevis 10, Eric Evelyn.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I know normally speaking after lunch is normally a difficult time. But let me rise, Mr. Speaker, on this occasion to give my overwhelming support to the appropriation bill before this Honourable House. Mr. Speaker, I want from the onset to commend and to congratulate the mover of the bill, the Prime Minister and the Minister of Finance, for presenting us once again with a budget that is people-centered and a budget that I believe, Mr. Speaker, will in some way secure a brighter and a safer future for all of us in the Federation of St. Kitts and Nevis. Mr. Speaker, the budget entitled Investing in Our People, Putting St. Kitts and Nevis Back on Track. And from the contents of the budget, Mr. Speaker, I firmly believe that this budget that was laid before this Honourable House by the Minister of Finance is indeed a budget that is putting the people of the Federation of St. Kitts and Nevis first and investing in them, and in so doing, putting St. Kitts and Nevis back on track. Now, Mr. Speaker, as we talk about putting St. Kitts and Nevis back on track, of course we know that the budget comes at a time when we are still going through the pandemic. And we have been going through this pandemic now for several months, over a year, practically almost 2 years. And I have to commend us as a government for doing such a marvelous job in these very challenging and probably perilous times. Because when we look at what has been happening in St. Kitts and Nevis, Mr. Speaker, and when we look at what is happening in the rest of the region, and when we look at what is happening in the world, I think that the Federation of St. Kitts and Nevis can stand tall. We are head and shoulders among the rest and above a lot of the others. And so I want to commend us as a government. I think sometimes, Mr. Speaker, we tend to take for granted the strides that we have made, the excellent governance that has taken place in this small island paradise in the period of time when we've been going through the COVID-19 pandemic. I also want at the onset as well to commend the Financial Secretary and her team at the Ministry of Finance for doing a marvelous job in putting this document together. I know they work very hard, and I know in times like these it cannot be easy when you have to take charge of the finances of the country. And so I want to commend the Minister of Finance, and I want to commend the team, the capable team there at the Ministry of Finance as well. Mr. Speaker, I would now turn my attention to presenting what I would say are some of the accomplishments and some of our plans for the ministry that I'm very privileged to lead, the Ministry of Environment and Cooperatives. And I will first speak about the smaller department, the Department of Cooperatives. And fortunately, Mr. Speaker, we have a number of cooperatives here on the island, and I will speak to what all of these different cooperatives are doing. And I'm going to start with the Sandy Point Fishermen's Cooperative. And irrespective of the fact that this year we've had to battle with the COVID-19 pandemic, the cooperatives did seek to organize a number of activities, and most of these activities were very successful. Of course, we know some of the activities that would encourage persons to be on site. The numbers had to be down because of the pandemic. But nonetheless, I believe that the cooperative department and the cooperatives themselves have done a great job in the past 12 months. And so during the year, Mr. Speaker, the Sandy Point Fishermen's Cooperative, they would have had a pre-registration training, and they would have had a series of training that was conducted, of course, by the Department of Cooperatives. And normally, we encourage persons to get involved in cooperatives. But it is very important, Mr. Speaker, that persons who are getting involved gain the necessary training for being a part of the cooperative, as well as the executive body that will run the affairs of the cooperative, that they get the necessary training. And so the Department of Cooperatives will work very closely with the Sandy Point Fishermen's Cooperative in organizing some training in the first part of this year. And as I said, they would have covered a number of topics in the 6-week period, including the history of our cooperatives, philosophy of the cooperatives, the practices and procedures of forming a cooperative, the benefits and the disadvantages of a cooperative, and things like teamwork, because of course once you're in a cooperative, you must be able to work as a team. And so all of these different areas were highlighted during that period when the training was completed. Now, apart from the training that the Sandy Point cooperatives would have been able to benefit from, they would have organized what is called a shellfish festival earlier this year. Fortunately, I was able to attend that event. It went extremely well. Here again, the Department of Cooperatives was very instrumental in putting the event together and assisting in terms of the logistics of the festival. And so I want to commend the Sandy Point Fishermen Cooperative for organizing that shellfish festival. They would have also had an anniversary and planning luncheon, and the planning for the session would have taken place at the ITEL Creations, and the members were trying to chart the way forward, apart from just organizing their anniversary, chart the way forward for their annual World Food Day activity. And they would have wanted to change that activity to the agro strip. Now, the Sandy Point Fishermen's Cooperative have been very active for the year. And so during World Fisheries Day, they also were active. They attended the church service together. And what they decided to do as well, which I found very commendable, is to pay homage to some of the fishermen in the area who would have practically gone off the scene in terms of fishing, would have retired to somewhat, or some of them who were not very active in fishing. And so they would have paid homage to some of these fishermen. They would have visited their homes and they would have given them some gift baskets. Now, let's turn our attention to the Capistay Fishermen's Cooperative. And the Capistay Fishermen's Cooperative as well, Mr. President, they would have hosted what is called a seafood festival. And here again, I was very fortunate to attend the activity as well. And it was hosted on the lawns at Dieppe Bay. Now, Mr. Speaker, let's turn our attention now to the Gideon Force. And this is one of the very active cooperatives on the island of St. Kitts, the Gideon Force Cooperative. And they would have had a number of activities during the course of the year. Fortunately or unfortunately, most of the activities are on a Sunday. And so unfortunately, I had to miss most of the activities. Because you know, we both go to church on Sunday, Mr. Speaker. And so sometimes the church, I may go early, I may go late. So unfortunately, I was not able to attend most of the activities organized by the Gideon Force Cooperative. But anyway, nonetheless, high commendation to them for the activities that they organized. And they would have organized, if those of us know the members of the Gideon Force Cooperative, we know they are very much into their organic farming. And so they would have hosted an organic market earlier in the year. And it would have been hosted at the Phillips's Botanical Garden in Tabernacle. And there at that organic market, as the name suggests, they focus on producing organic foods. Of course, we know we are trying to live healthy nowadays, Mr. Speaker. And so that particular cooperative tries as much as possible to produce and to encourage persons to consume organic foods. And of course, we all know that organic foods are always healthier for the body. And so they would have organized an organic market. And a part of that organic market, which I commend them as well, they would have organized a demonstration, a plant propagation demonstration. And once again, the Department of Cooperatives that I'm privileged to lead was there with the Gideon Force again, assisting them with the logistics in terms of hosting the activity. The Gideon Force as well, they normally have what is called a Mayfair. And they would have hosted that Mayfair. And the Mayfair was organized for two reasons. To piggyback on what would have taken place at the organic market, and once again to showcase what the farmers who are part of that cooperative are doing, to showcase their products, their organic products, and at the same time what they also wanted to do at that Mayfair is to officially open a project which I'm going to speak about in a bit, which was funded by the Global Environment Facility. It's a project which entailed the construction of a reservoir, which will feed the crops on the farm, and of course there was also an irrigation system that was part of that project. And so that project was funded by the Small Grants Program, the Global Environment Facility, and I'm happy to note that my Department of Cooperatives was very instrumental in putting the project together and submitting the project to Jeff, and eventually the project was successful. And I'm also happy to say and must commend one of the cooperative officers who was actually honored during that event, Ms. Kizian Warner, for the hard work that she would have done in ensuring that they were able to be successful to Jeff in this project. So as we speak about the project, Mr. Speaker, the project was to the tune of $150,000, and it involved, as I said, the construction of a reservoir and the development of a solar energy system to pump water to irrigate the farm. And here we have the Gideon Force farmers trying as much as possible to grow organic products, and now they're also trying as much as possible to work in tandem with the Department of Environment, and trying as much as possible to have green energy to power the pump for the irrigation system. So high commendation there to them again. And I must say as well that most of the work was done via self-help. That is something that is slowly slipping away from us here in St. Kitts and Nevis, and high commendation to Gideon Force once again for having that project completed with the funding, but with a lot of self-help. I'm going to turn my attention now to the Foy's Agricultural Women. And this is a cooperative that, as it suggests, all women, all power to the women of Foy's. And so they have banded themselves in a cooperative, and they're doing quite a bit of work. And we would have had an activity on the strip last year called the Agro Strip. And based on the response that they would have gotten from one of their products that they had at the Agro Strip, they decided, listen, we need to take this a bit further. And so they are making what you call ice lollies. And the response at the Agro Strip was so good, they decided, listen, we need to be able to produce more. We need to be able to do a little mass production of the lollies. And so they would have approached the Dollar Stretcher supermarket in terms of getting their products on the shelves of Dollar Stretcher. They would have made that contact with Dollar Stretcher, and they got a positive response from Dollar Stretcher. And so now they are now producing ice lollies for Dollar Stretcher, and they're actually getting more orders from other supermarkets. But unfortunately, the volume is not as much. And so what they're trying now to do is to satisfy the demand from Dollar Stretcher before they can spread their wings to other supermarkets. So kudos to the Forest Agricultural women for that initiative. That would have been done in February, and so they would have made their first, they would have satisfied their first order in the month of February. Now let us turn to the St. Kitts Beekeepers Cooperative Society Limited. Now, this is a cooperative that the Department of Cooperatives is working very hard to revive. And I spoke a while ago about health benefits, and I believe a lot of us would know, or most of us would know, the benefits of honey. And a lot of us now are trying to turn away from sugar and use an alternative. And so a lot of persons now want to use honey. If you're like me, I don't use any sugar whatsoever. I use everything sugar-free. Tea, everything. But there are persons who want to taste a little sweetness. And so the persons who do not want to consume the sugar want to consume honey. And so the demand for local honey is very high. Unfortunately, over the years, we've had the production of honey going down and down. Of course, there's a reason for that. We've had some diseases that would have affected the bee population in both St. Kitts and Nevis, and not only here in St. Kitts and Nevis, but across the region and around the world. We've had a number of pests and diseases that affect our bees. And so the production of honey has gone down. And so the time is right now, Mr. President, Mr. Speaker, for the Beekeepers Cooperative to be rejuvenated and for us to have an uptick once again in the production of honey on the island to meet the rising demand. And so we are happy to note that the Beekeepers Cooperative is back on track. There's still a lot of work to do, but they are aware of the work that has to be done. And the Department of Cooperatives, my ministry and my department, is standing right with that cooperative to ensure that they do what they have to do and the production can start again. Of course, I was very pleased this morning when I listened to the member for number 4, Minister Grant, speaking about apiculture and the work that his ministry will be doing. And I'm sure the ministry will be doing that in collaboration and in partnership, of course, with the St. Kitts Beekeepers Cooperative Society. And so because of the fact that they're trying to get moving once again, they would have submitted, with the assistance of the Department of Cooperatives, a project, a letter of intent to Jeff, to the Small Grants Program. Unfortunately, they were not successful, but I would encourage them to try again. And hopefully, let's hope that next year they will be successful in the grant funding from Jeff. Now, the ministry or the Department of Cooperatives on St. Kitts has also been very, very instrumental in the assistance that they have given to the Fishermen's Cooperative on the island of Nevis. And that is a cooperative that has unfortunately been struggling. And so the Department of Cooperatives here have been trying its utmost to assist the Nevis Fishermen's Cooperative Society Limited. And so during the course of the year, Mr. Speaker, the registrar would have gone over to Nevis, would have met with the fishermen there who are part of that cooperative society, would have spoken to them, would have done some training, and so the wheels are now in motion to have a revival of the Nevis Fishermen's Cooperative Society. And so several meetings were held in person as well as virtually to ensure that the fishermen on Nevis and those who would be charged with running the affairs of the cooperative to have them trained and ready to take on the mantle. Mr. Speaker, during the course of the year as well, we would have planned 2 events at Agro Strip. Last year, we were very successful. It was last year, December. We had a huge event there at the Agro Strip, and we were planning to have at least 2 events again this year. Unfortunately, the big bad COVID came, and so we had to shelve our plans for the Agro Strip for this year. But we will be coming back stronger than ever in 2022. Now, Mr. Speaker, when we are looking at the development of cooperatives and the development of the people who are within the cooperatives, we also have to look at the development of business plans. Because if we look at cooperatives worldwide and the way cooperatives are run and managed worldwide, we would know that cooperatives around the world take on some huge responsibilities. Some of them run some huge businesses, and not only huge, but very successful businesses. And we want our cooperatives here in the Federation to get to that level. But to get to that level, Mr. Speaker, they must undergo some training, and they must be able to get themselves organized into doing certain things. And that is why the Department of Cooperatives has always been there to lend that helping hand, to assist them, to encourage them, to assist them in organizing the requisite training that they need. And part of that training, Mr. Speaker, and part of that readiness of taking on the mantle of being good business organizations, because you just don't want to be in a cooperative for being in a cooperative sake. You're in there to make money. That is the bottom line. If you're in there with your fish products, if you're in there with your agricultural products, you want to make money. And so you must have a business plan. And so during the course of the year, because what we did during the course of the year, Mr. Speaker, because of the fact that we were not able to have a lot of activities in person, we were able to organize a lot of training for the different cooperatives. And part of that training would have involved the development of business plans. And so, apart from them getting the training, we would have organized for facilitators or consultants, whatever you want to call them, to create the business plans in concert with the cooperatives themselves. And so we would have had business plans being developed for the Sandy Point Fishermen's Cooperative. I did mention earlier how active this cooperative is. And we've also had the St. Kitts agro-processors. They would have had someone produce a business plan for them as well. And so the final draft of the business plan for the agro-processors is now complete. Now, I did mention a while ago as well, Mr. Speaker, that the Department of Cooperatives is very active in terms of assisting in preparing and submitting projects. Because I'm sure most of us would realize there's a lot of money out there to be gotten. A lot of grant funding is out there. But the problem a lot of the times with accessing the grant funding is that sometimes the persons within the organizations are not, they're not very good at putting the plans together. And of course, we know there's always a lot of bureaucracy when it comes to accessing grants. People don't give you money just like that. You must put a proposal together. The proposal has to be well structured, and sometimes you have to meet the structural needs of those organizations given them. So, a lot of the times, the persons within the cooperatives are not up to date with putting the proposals together. Grant proposal writing is a technical thing, and sometimes it's a bit difficult. And so the Department of Cooperatives have been working with the cooperatives in terms of putting projects together and submitting projects together. I spoke about the Global Environment Facility Small Grants Program. That is very active here in St. Kitts and Nevis, and quite a number of organizations are now putting forth projects. And not just putting forth projects, but they have been successful in getting money from Jeff for their projects. Only last week, I think, or the week before, we actually had a launching at Golden Rock Hotel in Nevis for the 7th cycle of that program. And it is showing that more and more organizations are taking advantage. But to take advantage of the funding, you must be able to write the project and write it properly in order to get the funding. And so the Department of Cooperatives has been there with the different cooperatives, writing projects, submitting projects, Thankfully, some of them have been successful, and of course that comes with the territory. All will not be successful, but I commend the Department of Cooperatives for putting projects together. During the course of the year, they would have worked with the Liamiga Agricultural Cooperative Society, LACOS, in putting a project together that deals with implementing environmentally friendly water storage strategies. And here again, we notice the term environmentally friendly. And so they would have worked with the Liamiga Cooperative. They would have also worked with the St. Kitts Farmers Cooperative Society on a project focused on renewable energy for operating the storage chill at Nevis. Due to some technical issues, the projects were not successful, but I'm assuming that the Department of Cooperatives will be having another go at these projects, because I love the twist of these projects, having that environmentally friendly aspect of the project for both of these cooperatives. Mr. President, Mr. Speaker, when persons get involved in cooperatives, right, money is involved. And once money is involved, sometimes you have trust issues. And that is why sometimes people are reluctant to get involved in cooperatives, because money is involved. Make no mistake about that. I spoke about the business plans a while ago and what they need to do to step up. And so once you have your business plans and you'll be selling your products, the money has to be going somewhere. And people have to be there, of course, to manage the money and to look after the money. But apart from that, we want to ensure that these cooperatives are at the level where people feel safe with their money and the money that is a part of their group. And so the cooperatives as well, apart from just having the money, they have been ensuring, with the assistance of the Department of Cooperatives, that their accounts are up to date and they're getting audited reports of their accounts. So high commendation once again to the cooperatives in going that step further in ensuring that they're getting accounts audited. And so that would have formed part of the activities again during the past 12 months. And so the department would have assisted a number of cooperatives in getting their accounts ready towards convening the AGM. Because once you're having your annual general meeting, you must come prepared. You must come with your reports, which include the financial report, which of course should be in order. Because of course we know sometimes we go to AGMs for the credit union and some for the banks and so on, and people ask questions. And that will be the same for the cooperatives. People want to ask questions because people want to know what is happening with their money and ensure that their money is safe. And so the department is working with these cooperatives to ensure that they have their accounts up to date, so when they have their AGM, they could come with good, clean financial reports. And so the accounts for 3 cooperatives, the Newtown's Fishermen's Cooperative, the Capistia Fishermen's Cooperative, and the St. Kitts Farmers Cooperative have been completed. And the auditing for the 3 cooperatives have now been completed as well. So the accounts and the audited have been completed for those 3 cooperatives. Now, in terms of annual general meetings for the cooperatives over the past year, 2 of the cooperatives were successful in hosting their annual general meeting: the St. Kitts Farmers Cooperative Society Limited and the Newtown Fishermen's Cooperative Society Limited. And the Newtown would have had a press conference, as a matter of fact, and they would have introduced their new board members to the general public. And other cooperative societies with completed accounts include the Liamiga Agricultural Cooperative Society Limited, the Sandy Point Agricultural Cooperative Society Limited, and the Gideon Force Agricultural Cooperative Society. The Capistia Fishermen's Society has completed the audit of their accounts and is expected to have the AGM during the course of next year. Now, I spoke a lot about training And of course, it's all a part of the capacity building thrust that the Department of Cooperatives is having with the various cooperative bodies across the island. And during the course of the year, the department would have hosted a good business management workshop that would have been hosted in August, and the producer cooperatives on the island were given the opportunity to get information and training on good management, good business management practices. And of course, they would have had a facilitator, and the facilitator would have covered a range of topics, including record keeping, financial management, the importance of your cash flow statements, and the list goes on and on. Now, let's turn our attention now, Mr. Speaker, to the Junior Savings Cooperative Society. And noteworthy is of the report in the Junior Savings Cooperative Society, Mr. Speaker, the total membership has increased by 8% over the last year. 8%. Now, the bank registers and the bank book has both shown an increase in 2%. Now, interest shown 37% decrease, and we believe that decrease was because of the fact that we had the COVID-19 pandemic. A number of persons would have lost their jobs, would have lost their income, and that is why we have seen a decrease here. However, I am pleased to note that the Sandy Point Primary School Cooperative recorded the highest increase in membership. And so even though you may have had issues with some of the junior savings cooperatives, the Sandy Point Primary School shone brightly, and they increased their membership by 82 students and moved from 147 to 298. The Keon Primary School, they would have shown the highest increase in member savings, clocking an increase by 24,797. And that is commendable for a primary school, Mr. Speaker. Very, very commendable. And in the school with the highest increase in bank savings was the Irish Town Primary School. The savings increased by almost $30,000 in a pandemic year. That is commendable for a primary school, Mr. Speaker. Now, in terms of our plans for next year, and just before I turn to our plans for next year from the Department of Cooperatives, I must indicate as well that today, as we speak, we have an event being taking place at the Agro Strip that is being organized by the Agro Processors Cooperative. And that event is called the Sorrel Festival. For those of you who are listening or viewing and you haven't gone to the Sorrel Festival yet, I'm encouraging you to go and see what is on show there, what is available, what the Agro Processors Cooperative is trying to highlight with the versatile product, sorrel. And so they will be having sorrel drinks, sorrel liqueur, sorrel punch de creme, glazed sorrel, meats. There are a lot of products up there. And so we're asking persons, if you haven't gone yet, please go and show your support to the agro-processors with their sorrel festival that is taking place at the Agro Strip as we speak. Mr. Speaker, in terms of our plans for 2022 for the Department of Cooperatives, in terms of the general work that we're going to be doing from the department, we are hoping that we could have our co-op week once again. We are thankful that we are seeing some decrease in the numbers of the virus. The COVID-19 pandemic seems to be easing a bit, and we are hoping that we don't get a flare-up again next year. And so we are hoping that all of our activities that we had planned for this year can come back for 2022. And so we are hoping to have our co-op week in 2022. We are hoping to have the St. Kitts Nevis National Cooperative League quiz competition That is something that has been on the books over the years as well, and we're hoping to have that again next year. I spoke earlier about what we normally do on the agro strip, and so we are hoping to have at least 2 activities next year. The event was catching on very well last year when we had that event in December. Quite a number of persons were there. The response was quite good. The comments were very positive. The processors, the agro-processors and the farmers' cooperatives in general were very pleased at us organizing this event. Sales were good. Members of the public came out in their numbers, and we are hoping that we can see that again for 2022. And so we are hoping for at least 2 of those major events next year. Also in 2022, Mr. Speaker, we want to continue to assist with the conformity of the bylaws for at least 3 cooperatives. We will continue with resource mobilization for cooperatives via project writing, which I spoke about, for the Global Environment Facility. We want to continue to assist our cooperatives in putting their projects together, and hopefully they will be successful. And we'll have continuous training for cooperatives and the general board members. And what we've also found as well, Mr. Speaker, is that quite a number of our cooperatives in St. Kitts, unfortunately, they do not have a place to call home. And with the things that I've outlined here, it is very obvious that our cooperatives are making some significant strides. And some of them want a little headquarters, a little place to call home. And so we have been working along with Sustainable and Agriculture in terms of getting some of them a home. And so we're going to continue to do that in 2022. In terms of what the farmers' cooperatives have in mind for 2022, the farmers' cooperative societies have a retreat that is planned, and the Gideon Force will continue with their activities. They're going to continue with their organic market. They're going to continue with their May Fair, and they're actually planning to open a restaurant in 2022. Big plans by Gideon Force. Kudos to Gideon Force here once again. The farmers' cooperatives would want to have their annual general meetings next year. They want to do what is called a promotional video, because they want to get the message out there in terms of the work that they're doing. They want to have a St. Kitts Farmers Cooperative Heroes Day sale. They want to do something called a technology fiesta. And the Sandy Point fishermen's, the Sandy Point Cooperative, they want to Agricultural Cooperative Society, they want to have the anniversary of the reopening of the Sandy Point Public Market. They want to do a summer camp, and they want to do something for World Food Day in 2022 and have a primary school competition as well. They want to come back next year with a good business management workshop, and of course, as I did mention a while ago, approaching Jeff for some funding, grant money. In terms of the fishers' cooperatives, Mr. Speaker, the Shellfish Festival that I spoke about earlier, they're coming back with that next year. So those of you who didn't go to the Shellfish Festival last year, please look out and listen out for the festivals again. They say we want to do at least 2 of them this year. We're going to have training in fish pot making, and this is something that I would commend, because the art of fish pot making needs to be passed on to the younger generation. Fishing is something that a lot of persons are moving towards, because of course we know nowadays a lot of persons have become so health conscious that they are eating more seafood and they're moving away from the meats, right? And so the demand for fresh fish is always high. It's always higher than the supply, both in St. Kitts and Nevis. And unfortunately, a lot of persons do not know actually how to make fish pots. I don't know what the situation is in St. Kitts, but I know in Nevis, sometimes the persons who make fish pots, the demand is so great that they cannot make enough. And so you have persons lining up to buy fish pots. And so the Fishermen's Cooperative are seeing the need here, and they're now making plans to have fish pot making as part of their program for 2022. They are also hoping to do something for World Environment Day in June, and they are also planning their annual general meetings. They will be also celebrating World Fisheries Day, and they will also, apart from doing the training in fish pot, they will also be doing training in fish net mending as well. And so they'll be doing quite a bit of training in 2022. They're also will also be doing some outreach to the schools. And now turn to the agro-processors. They will be back next year, December, 1 year from now, with their Sorrel Festival. They'll be doing something that is called a jam down tasting. And the agro-processors cooperative, they carry out a very important role as well, and a very important function, because what they do is that they order stuff in bulk for agro-processors, not only on St. Kitts, but for agro-processors on Nevis as well to purchase. And so they will be continuing with that, and they will be going on a membership drive. The beekeepers, they will also be trying to get on a membership drive. They will be also trying to establish more beehives, and they will try to install a new interim board. And for the schools Apex Cooperative, they will be having a push to have their books audited and to convene an AGM. The junior savers, they will be trying as much as possible to get more students on board and to try to get the children to start saving from an early age. I spoke about the primary schoolers and the increase in savings that they would have had over the past year. And so they will now be reaching out, the Junior Savers Cooperative will now be reaching out to the Parent Teachers Association to get the parents on board, to get more children on board where that is concerned. In terms generally, Mr. Speaker, as well for 2022, the Department of Cooperatives will be pushing to develop a web page to enhance the image of the Department of Cooperatives, and they will be trying as well to do some digitization of the register of the cooperative societies on the island. And they will be pushing hard to have the cooperatives on the island do more reporting, having them do more data collection, but at the same time have it digitized. And so they will be pushing hard in 2022 towards digitization and data collection and the update of bylaws. And so that in a nutshell, Mr. Speaker, deals with cooperatives. I turn now to the Department of Environment. And Mr. Speaker, this is a department that has a host of projects going on. And so I will touch briefly on some of the projects that are being undertaken within the Department of Environment, and some of our accomplishments, and of course some of our challenges and some of our plans for 2022. Now, I will first speak to the Integrating Water, Land and Ecosystem Management in the Caribbean, Small Island Developing States, IWECO project. And that project has been around for some time. It is a project that the Federation has benefited tremendously from. And I want to thank the persons who have been part of this project and who have been leading this project. And my Department of Cooperatives have been working very well with these persons. And as I said, we have benefited tremendously. And one of the things that the IWECO project has been working on is the completion of a small-scale pilot project for the College Street Gut. And those persons who are very familiar with the College Street Gut would know that there's a lot of gray water. A lot of gray water goes into the College Street Gut. And so there is a particular pilot project that is trying to do some work in terms of recycling the water, the gray water, in the College Street Gut. And so the IWECO project is doing just that. is trying to demonstrate collection, treatment, and reuse or recycle of the grey water disposed into the College Street gut. Now, land degradation control measures have also been undertaken in the College Street gut area. And I am happy that I would have visited the College Street gut area and the work that is being done there. And it is excellent work. We have done cleanup of the excessive vegetation and solid waste in some of the areas. We've installed over 300 gabion baskets. And for those of you who don't know what I'm speaking about, you need to take a visit to the College Street gut and see what the gabion baskets are like, and see the excellent work that is taking place at the College Street gut to save land. We have also done some repairs to 2 damaged weirs. We have done some dredging, and we have planted some vetiver grass to aid in soil erosion. Because you know, once you're in a gut, you will have a lot of soil erosion. And there has been some great work done there in the College Street gut area with regards to the gabion baskets and the vetiver grass, all in an effort to slow down the rate of soil erosion that has been taking place in College Street. Of course, we know when we get a lot of rain and the guts run, when you look at the ocean and you see that dark patch or that brown patch, it's all coming from on land. And some of that is land that is because of the irrigation that has taken place ends up in the ocean. And so we are doing a lot of work in the College Street gut area to slow down the rate of soil erosion. And so at least it saves some of our reefs and it saves some of our marine life. We've also been doing some work on coral reef restoration. And it is apparent that our coral reefs in the Federation's waters and coral reefs region-wide and coral reefs around the world have received significant damage from climate change and numerous man-made activities. And so we are trying our utmost here, because the healthier our coral reefs are, the more fish our fishermen will be able to harvest. And so we are doing some work in terms of restoration of our coral reefs. And so we have done some molds, concrete molds, which will be installed next year. We also have a mineral sector study that has been ongoing, Mr. Speaker. And the achievements to date include some of the following. We have done an analysis of the quarry and sand mining operations in St. Kitts and Nevis. We know that we have a lot of sand mining unfortunately taking place. Well, sand mining is not legal in Nevis anymore, but it is still legal in St. Kitts. And I don't think we understand fully the effects of sand mining and what the sand mining is doing to our shores, to our beaches, and to the island as a whole. And so we've done some work in terms of an analysis of quarrying and sand mining operations. We've also done demand modeling to understand the future demand for coarse aggregates and sand. And we've also done an analysis of options related to sand importation based on the experiences in Nevis. Because for a number of years now, we've had to be importing sand on the island of Nevis, because we have decided, listen, we've had enough of the sand mining. Sand mining needs to stop. And so we have ensured that the sand mining in Nevis is no more, unless people do it illegally. And so the sand in Nevis has to be imported. And so they have done an analysis of that and to see how that could be implemented here on St. Kitts as well. Now, Mr. Speaker, we've also done some work under the community-based environmental monitoring program, and that is progressing well with a memorandum of understanding between the Department of the Environment and the Caribbean Youth Empowerment Network, CYEN, And that is also funded by the IW Eco Project. And the aim of this is to try to get young persons involved. It's always good to get young people involved. Because when you get young people involved, that translates to the older people as well, the older ones. And so we are trying as much as possible to get as many young persons involved in the environment, in caring for the environment, in saving our beaches, in saving our coastlines. And so through this memorandum of understanding, with the project, with the department and with the environment network in the Caribbean, the youth network, we are trying to equip the young persons in St. Kitts and Nevis, or the youth in St. Kitts and Nevis, with the proper tools and training to become active guardians of the coastal areas in their communities. So what we are trying to do, we are trying to get young people from the various communities to get involved in being guardians of the coastlines in their particular communities. And that has been going well. It has been going so well that we've had a number of young persons involved in the project. We've had training and capacity building targeting over 100 youths. We've had coastal water quality monitoring. We've had data collection, all taking place by our young people. And we've had beach cleanups. And I'm happy to report that over 5,000 pounds of trash have been collected by the volunteers. That's a lot of trash for St. Kitts and Nevis. And that's not all. But under this little project, the young persons, the volunteers, have collected over 5,000 pounds of trash. We've also had community tree planting, as well as public education and outreach activities through this project. Also under the IW Eco project, Mr. Speaker, we would have had restoration work taking place on the island of Nevis. And so, work is progressing well within the scope of a memorandum of understanding once again between the Department of Environment and the Nevis Historical and Conservation Society, the NHCS. And this is all under the purview of the IW Eco project. And so we've had some work done at 2 places on the island of Nevis, at Hicks Estate and an area called Coconut Walk Estate. And Mr. Speaker, as I speak of these projects, my heart is full, because when I visited Coconut Walk Estate earlier this year, and I saw the practical transformation that has taken place in that area, which was like a little desert. It was like a little Sahara in Nevis. Bare ground, absolutely no vegetation, lots of soil erosion. It's close to the beach as well, close to the coastline area. And so all of that soil was going into the sea. But now we have that total transformation. And we've planted over 2,000 trees there at Coconut Walk Estate. And I spoke to this when we had the launch of the grants program in Nevis, and I'm going to speak to it again here. And those of you who are listening or watching in Nevis, and you need to take a drive down to Coconut Walk Estate and see the transformation. Because when I got there, I was in awe in terms of the work that has been done there at Coconut Walk Estate to restore that area and to restore the environment. Over at Potworks as well, there's an abandoned quarry over there, and we're also trying to restore that area. And we've had over 500 trees already planted in that area as well. So quite a lot of work is taking place with regards to restoring our environment, Mr. Speaker. We've also had some work done in the Nelson Spring area. Of course, those who drive past there, that's on the island's main road, I'm sure you'd realize that a lot of weeds were in that pond, and quite a bit of it has been taken out under work done through this project as well. Also in the Department of Environment, we are working also with a project called the Preventing Cost of Invasive Alien Species, IS, in Barbados and the OECS. And through this project, Mr. Speaker, we've had the National Invasive Species Strategy and Action Plan on NISAP for St. Kitts and Nevis completed in 2021. Now, this NISAP, it sets out recommendations concerning the suitable institutional and policy and legislative needs to address the threat of invasive alien species. And when I speak of invasive alien species, I speak to species that are not endemic to the Federation of St. Kitts and Nevis, species that were brought here, were imported here, and are now creating havoc. Species like the monkey, the mongoose. All of these are alien invasive species that are now threatening agriculture and the environment. And so we must now take steps to ensure that we manage and control. Because of course we know that the animal rights activists will say, we don't want you to get rid of all of them. And that is not the intent. The intent here, Mr. Speaker, is to ensure that we have proper management, proper control, so everyone can coexist. The farmers need to exist, the farmers need to grow their crops, and the monkeys don't need to destroy all their crops. That is the bottom line. And so we are trying as much as possible under this project to ensure that we have good management and control of the invasive alien species. You hear what they are called? Invasive alien species. They don't belong here. They have come and they want to take over. And we cannot afford for that to continue to happen. And so this project is ensuring that we have a good look at what is happening and how we can move forward in ensuring that the population of these species are kept at the level where they do not cause undue harm and damage to the agricultural sector as well as to the environment, and sometimes, of course, to people as well. Now, we have what we call the Protected Areas Management Program within the department as well, and that program would have partnered with the IWECO project that I spoke about a while ago in stabilizing the sides of the College Street Gut, which I spoke about at length a while ago. They would have also partnered with the IWECO project in establishing a plant nursery at the Royal Bastia Valley National Park, which you will hear much more about later on as well. And of course, this nursery is intending to supply plants for the Royal Bastia Valley itself, as well as the Central Forest Range Reserve. They have partnered with the Cajola Cristada in the enhancement and maintenance of the Royal Bastia National Park. This program as well, Mr. Speaker, would have responded to a number of park-related emergencies. Of course, we know sometimes people go up into the Central Forest Reserve National Park. You have accidents taking place, you have people getting lost, and people have to be deployed to ensure that you have a rescue mission. They have collaborated as well with the Ross University to conduct a population study on the white-tailed deer. And we have patrols to detect and monitor activities such as illegal dumping, illegal sand mining for gut and bay sand. And we have a number of outreach materials that have been developed for project areas, wetlands, coastal and dry woodland zones as well. And they have also done a number of educational field trips and tours during the past year. Mr. Speaker, the Department of Cooperatives and my ministry as well, we are also working actively with trying our best to ban single-use plastics. And this is something that we will vigorously pursue. Why? Because I don't like when St. Kitts and Nevis is lagging behind any other Caribbean island. And unfortunately, we are lagging behind right now with regards to the banning of single-use plastics. A number of islands in the region have gone ahead with the banning of single-use plastics. And we want to ensure that we get to that level Because I would have spoken about the negative effects of single-use plastics on numerous fora, including here in Parliament last year. And we know what the single-use plastics are doing to us. We know what the single-use plastics are doing to the ocean. We know what they're doing to the sea life. We know what they're doing to the marine life. And we also know what they're doing to us, because in the end, we are the ones who consume the marine species. And we are the ones who are going to be eventually getting the cancer from the microplastics that the marine life ingests. And so we want to reach the level where single-use plastics are no more. And so we'll be doing this vigorously again, what we have done during the past year. And of course, we know that COVID slowed up everything, because we couldn't have our meetings, we couldn't have our mass gatherings and so on. And so, nonetheless, we were able to have some consultations on the banning of single-use plastics, because as a government and as a ministry, we cannot just decide we're going to ban. We need to speak to people as well. And so we would have had our consultations, not only in St. Kitts, but we would have had consultations in both St. Kitts and Nevis. We would have spoken to our stakeholders as well, because of course we know that there are places here that manufacture plastic as well. And going forward, we can't just say we're going to ban single-use plastics. We must look at our alternatives. And so that is all a part of the process. And so the work has continued. We continued during the course of the year where that is concerned, and we're going to continue with our awareness building, which have been taking place. Let me turn quickly, Mr. Speaker, to climate change. Because right now there's a buzz around the world with regards to climate change. And I'm happy that here in St. Kitts and Nevis we are doing our part with regards to climate change. And I'm very proud to indicate that with regards to climate change, that St. Kitts and Nevis would have proudly presented its updated National Determined Contribution, which is the NDC, to the United Nations Climate Change Conference, which took place in Glasgow, Scotland, for COP26. And I'm pleased to say, Mr. President, I was very fortunate and privileged and had the honor to present our revised NDC at COP26, which was very well received. I'm going to speak a little bit more about COP26 a little later on. But we presented that at COP26. And some persons may wonder, what is really the NDC? Because we hear a lot about the NDC. We hear a lot about climate change. And the NDC is simply something that embodies the efforts of each country to reduce national emissions and adapt to the impacts of climate change. And so all of the countries of the United Nations, it is incumbent on all of them to submit the NDC to say what they are going to do to ensure that they are mitigating the effects of climate change. Now, I am pleased to indicate as well that in our revised NDC, we pledge to reduce economy-wide CO2 emissions by 61%. Let me repeat, 61% by 2030 compared to 2010. And that is a huge and ambitious step in our NDC. And I must say that St. Kitts and Nevis, as well as a lot of the other small island developing states, they are leading with regards to the presentation of the NDCs. We are leading the industrialized nations, because a lot of the industrialized nations are coming with NDCs that are not as ambitious as what we have presented by St. Kitts and Nevis. The Department of Environment as well, as continue on the climate change, in collaboration with the Taiwan ICDF and the Stimson Center, we would have commenced what is called the Climate and Ocean Risk Vulnerability Index, or CORVI project. And this project, Mr. Speaker, is a decision support tool which compares an array of economic, social, and environmental risks connected to climate change to produce what is called a coastal city risk profile. Now, Mr. Speaker, we would have heard a lot about sea level rise. And we know that our towns are coastal cities. They are right on the coast. And with some sea level rise, and with climate change effects, the rate at where they are going now, a lot of these cities in the region might be underwater. Just might be underwater. And that is why it is important that we take mitigation effects for climate change. And so what we are trying to do with this index is to assess what is happening in Basseterre, assess the city of Basseterre, and see what are the risks for Basseterre as a coastal city, and see what recommendations can be made by the government as well as by financial institutions. Because of course we realize that Basseterre is a city that hosts everything. All of the banks are there. The hospital is right next door. The supermarkets are there. I mean, everything is in Basseterre. And if unfortunately we were supposed to get a heavy earthquake and a tsunami, Basseterre would be no more. Charlestown would be no more. And so what we're doing with this project is to try to assess Basseterre, because the project is specifically to Basseterre. And I want at this point to thank the Stimson Center and Taiwan ICDF for funding the project. And so we are moving forward with this project now to assess Basseterre and see what measures we can take for Basseterre to be more resilient in the effects of climate change. And so that project is ongoing. Mr. Speaker, I would also like to speak about the St. Kitts Nevis solid waste disposal project. And here again, we have gotten some assistance from the Taiwanese embassy. Of course, they have been our friends for many years, since 1983, and they are always coming on board to assist us. And so we have what is called the St. Kitts and Nevis Solid Waste Disposal Project. And in essence, what we are trying to do with this project is to try to introduce recycling. Because our landfills, both in St. Kitts and Nevis, are under tremendous pressure. And land is a scarce resource sometimes. And sometimes we are wondering, when this landfill is to capacity, where we are going to go for the next one. And of course we know that worldwide now we're hearing a lot about recycling. I saw a lot of that being taking place at the conference, the COP conference, and a lot of countries around the world do recycling. And so this solid waste management project, the aim of this is to introduce the concept of recycling to the Federation of St. Kitts and Nevis. And so the project would have been launched earlier in the year. And some of the outputs of the project we want to have establish 15 recycling points, 10 on St. Kitts and 5 on Nevis. We want to conduct a recycling model survey. We want to establish recycling channels through shipping companies. So at least once we recycle, we want to make sure that whatever we recycle, we are able to get them shipped overseas. We want to collect data. Data collection is always very important. And we want to establish a recycling model for the Federation of St. Kitts and Nevis. And so that project is progressing well. And we are hoping through this project, a lot of our things like our plastic bottles and so on could be recycled. And so we could actually get them out of the Federation and not into our Federation's waters. We want to promote the concept of waste separation. Of course, we know sometimes we are accustomed to just throwing everything in the garbage bin. Everything goes in there. But we want to reach to the stage here in the Federation where people separate the different types of garbage. And that is also part of the mandate of this project. Mr. Speaker, I'm also pleased to report that only recently, only yesterday, we had the Ministry of Environment and Cooperatives, through the Department of Environment, hosting the first ever annual year-in review under the theme promoting intra-ministerial coordination to embrace climate resilience. And you would have heard me outlining a lot of projects that are being undertaken by the Department of the Environment. And I'm sure we all realize that the work of the Department of Environment cannot stand alone. And so we have to collaborate with a lot of other ministries, other departments, private organizations, in order to ensure that everyone is on board where the environment is concerned. And so what we decided to do in this first annual review is to bring all of the parties together, all of the collaborators together, all of the partners together, where we can give an update in what has taken place over the year and what we intend to do for 2022. And so we had that. It was a very successful event yesterday, hosted right there at Solid Waste. Moving along, Mr. Speaker, because I see my time is running. I'm going to speak briefly now on a project that has quite a lot of potential. I spoke a while ago about the Royal Bastia Valley. And my ministry is now trying to embark on a project, a massive project for the Royal Bastia Valley area, the Royal Bastia Valley National Park Project. And for those persons who are not familiar with the Royal Bastia Valley, the Royal Bastia Valley is that green space located between the RLB International Airport to the north and the Eastern Caribbean Central Bank to the south. And it is primarily an undeveloped green space comprising over 320 acres of land. We would have heard yesterday about our movements in renewable energy. You've heard about our movements in solar power, and part of that land will now be used for the solar farm. But the greater portion of the land will remain there to be developed through a concept that was presented to the Cabinet of Ministers early in the year. And it is important when we have these green spaces, Mr. Speaker, that we have a development plan for these green spaces, because the green space has been lying there over the years, Mr. Speaker. And unfortunately, that green space has now become a dumping site. Did you hear me? That green space, it's a protected area. The Royal Bastia Valley has become a dumping site. I drove through that park, that Royal Bastia Valley area, sometime early in the year, last year as well. And I was amazed. I was blown away. And I was disgusted by what I saw there. Because we have landfill. We have a landfill in St. Kitts. And I don't understand why people decide to make that area a dumping site. All kind of bed, fridge, stove, TV. It looked like some people carry their entire living room and dump it over there. And that is not acceptable. And so this green space is now being utilized by persons to do their own thing. A lot of animals over there too. So it's not only a dumping site, it's a farm now. And that is not the intention of this particular area. And so, because of the fact that people have decided to abuse that area, we have some very patriotic persons who decide, well, listen, we need to have this place developed into a nice scenic park. And we have had a presentation, as I said, in the cabinet by two very talented and intelligent young men in the persons of Rodney Brown and Tiandra Joseph. And they presented a wholesome, lovely, well-illustrated proposal to the Cabinet of Ministers. From the reaction that we had in Cabinet, I think all of the Cabinet Ministers, I hope, love the project. And it is something that I would want us to move forward with. Now, Mr. Speaker, I would like to see a transformation of that area. All that garbage that is out there need to be removed. All the animals that are there need to go. And for that to happen, for that transformation to take place, this is the ideal thing for us to do, to develop that area, to have a state-of-the-art facility. Nothing like this exists in the Caribbean, so that will be the first of its kind in the region. It will be the envy of the rest of the region. What we are envisioning for that area is something to encompass health and fitness and culture, everything in one, and in harmony with the environment. We are aware that the Royal Bastia Valley sits on an aquifer, but the designs that we have, Mr. Speaker, will ensure that absolutely no damage is done to the environment. Because I cannot have my Ministry of Environment leading a project that will damage the environment. And so what we are hoping to happen with this development is something that will be in concert with the environment. And apart from that, Mr. Speaker, we have realized that Bastia has become very congested. And we need to take some of the activity out of Bastia as well. And so with the development of the Royal Bastia Valley National Park, we are hopeful or hoping that a lot of the social gatherings can take place right up there. Music festival could go up there. Yes, music festival. So it may not be ready for next year. But we are hopeful in the future that music festival will find a home there. Carnival will find its home there. And numerous other activities. And I would hope, I would want the overwhelming support of Cabinet where this is concerned. And as I said, it's going to be a state-of-the-art facility. There are a lot of things that are going to be happening there. People will be able to go and bike. People are going to be able to go and walk. People are going to be able to go and jog. We're hoping to have ponds there where you can go and rent a boat. And listen, the possibilities there are endless. The potential there is huge. There is a lot of land. And we need to ensure that we have that area transformed. And we have two patriotic young men who have done a lot of work in terms of designs without a cent. Without a cent, Mr. Speaker. And so I am hopeful that we can have the development of that area. It is going to take a lot of money, but it can be done in phases. And I believe that the capital can be raised for that area. Mr. Speaker, turning very quickly to, as I said, I did mention it a while ago, COP26, where, of course, I was very fortunate to lead the Federation's delegation to COP26. And sometimes, when you listen to some of the naysayers, you wonder, because it is important that we attend these international conferences. We are part of the global economy. St. Kitts and Nevis, we may be the smallest independent nation in the hemisphere. But we're small, but we always leading. We have been leading the way in the way we have responded to the COVID-19 pandemic, and we have led the way with a number of things. And so we need to have a voice at these conferences. And so we were able to go to COP26 and have a voice there. The exposure for the Federation of St. Kitts and Nevis was excellent, and I think we would have come out of COP26 with a good bounce, right? And I also want to say as well, Mr. Speaker, because when I came back from COP26, I was a little surprised. I was at a function and somebody came to me and said, the person said, I was listening to a talk show in St. Kitts, and persons on the talk show, because of course, people like to talk, and a lot of the times, people say things that shouldn't be said. And the person was saying that they were listening to a talk show in St. Kitts, and they were saying, persons on the talk show were saying that I should not have gone to COP. The Prime Minister should have gone to COP. Well, I am here to say that the Prime Minister knows that I'm capable to represent the Federation at COP, and that is why he signed off on me attending. This government, Mr. Speaker, is made up of capable and competent people. You heard the member this morning speaking about tourism? He's the Caribbean Minister of Tourism of the Year. Everybody on this side, in this government, Mr. Speaker, we are a capable bunch. We are competent, and we are competent in leading our ministries. And any of us could go to any conference and represent the Federation of St. Kitts and represent well. And so, this government ain't no wash chukutankam government. This ain't no piang government. This government is made up of capable, competent people. And I want to make that absolutely clear. Spell what? Right? I'm not sure if I know how to spell it. But anyway, I just wanted to make that absolutely clear, Mr. Speaker. I know this is my time in running, so very quickly in terms of our plans for environment for 2022, we want to complete the update of the draft NCMA bill, and we want to have that passed in Parliament in 2022. In terms of the IW Eco project, we want to do some work as well in terms of establishing the Environment Council. That is part of our mandate, and we want to have that Environmental Council constituted. We want to continue with our efforts toward the development of a water policy, and we want to upgrade the water supply monitoring protocols. We want to do some training of our rangers doing a great job in the forest reserve, and we want to do some ranger training for next year. I spoke about the establishment of the nursery at the Royal Basti Valley National Park. We want to do an implementation strategy for tick control and watering of the deer population. We want to do some outreach material developed for project areas and wetlands and so on. We want to facilitate some field trips and tours in certain project areas. We want to continue the work. I spoke about the ban on plastics. We want to continue the work in 2022. And as I'm about to wrap up, I want to say thanks to the staff at my ministry and the departments of environment and cooperatives. I want to thank the secretary at the ministry, the PS, the directors, the staff. And I also want to say a hearty thank you, because as I said, doing things in my ministry, and in particular the environment, we want all hands on deck, and we can't do it by ourselves. And as I said, I was happy when I heard the member for number 4 spoke this morning about the work that they're doing with plastics and apiculture and so on. When the Deputy Prime Minister spoke, he spoke about renewable energy. That is a push within my ministry as well. And so we're working in tandem with all of the departments. Of course, when we're doing anything, we want the schools involved. And so we want to encourage, we want education. We have to collaborate with agriculture. So we have to do a lot of collaboration. And I want to thank all of the partners, our organizations, ministries, departments for the work that they have done over the past year with us. And Mr. Speaker, I want as well, I know I may sound like a stock record, but I will continue to sound like a stock record because I want our people in the Federation of St. Kitts and Nevis to have more pride in their country. We litter too much. We put too much garbage on the beach. We throw too much garbage in the guts. We throw too much garbage up at the Royal Bastia Valley that I just spoke about. And sometimes when people behave like this, I wonder if this is how they behave at home. Because if you're keeping your home clean, you should not be keeping the public space dirty. If you are dumping in the guts, if you are dumping in the sea, what are you doing home? What are you doing home? When people go to the beach and leave all their garbage on the shore, just for the water to come and take it into the sea, what do they think? If you have, there's nothing wrong with having a little beach party, but at least clean up after. Clean up after. And so I am going to continue to sound like a stock record because I want people in St. Kitts and Nevis to do better. And they can do better. And so I'm using this opportunity once again to encourage our people to do better. Stop dumping all over the place. And I want us to start during this Christmas season. And I want us, as we do better during the Christmas season, in terms of keeping our environment clean, I also want to admonish us, Mr. Speaker, for us to embrace each other a little more and show a little more love. Because in a little small island like St. Kitts and Nevis, we hate too much, and that's not good. That's not good, Mr. Speaker. And so as we enter this season of love, the season of gift giving, because we give people gifts because we love them, or we should. In this season, I want us to show a little bit more love and respect for each other. Because the reason why I brought up this point as I'm about to close, Mr. Speaker, a cousin of mine took me out last night, right? She is from St. Kitts and Nevis, but she lives in New York. And she said something to me last night which was very instructive. She follows the politics in St. Kitts and Nevis. She likes politics. And she said to me, she follows the politics, so she has joined all of the Facebook pages for all of the political parties and so on, right? And you know when you do that, when you're into the Facebook thing, I'm not into the Facebook thing, but when you're into the Facebook thing, you have a lot of friends on Facebook. And she told me that she has a friend on Facebook. And that friend on Facebook is a relative of one of the opposition members, a member of the opposition. And she said when that friend realized that she was my cousin, everything changed. But I'm wondering how the maths add up. And you know what she said to me? She said, the moment they realize you are my cousin, everything changed. Stop talking to me as nice as she used to do. So I said, wait, what I have to do with anything? He said, well, it's not really you. He said, the person said, I don't like Mark. So So I mean, I still don't understand how that add up. Right? But hear the joke, Mr. Speaker. The person who is a relative of somebody in the opposition, friendly with the person, my cousin, he and my cousin is related to me, so now they want to take away their friendship. But at the same time, they're not as chummy with them, but they send them a scripture every morning. Does that make sense?
I don't remember. It's probably a good note to advise you that your time has expired.
2 more minutes.
Should I put the question for?
Yes.
Yes.
2 more minutes.
It's really just 2 because after the 2, put the question for 2 or?
Yeah, put the question for 2.
Okay. The question is that the honourable member has requested an additional 2 minutes, and we will time him.
Okay.
2 minutes.
So yes, Mr. Speaker.
Okay, those in favour? Those against? 2 minutes.
You see what I'm trying to get at here, right? Is that somebody is hating somebody, but at the same time they're sending scripture every morning. The person hate mark, and because he hate mark, he transferred the hate to me, and then the hate to my cousin, but yet still that person sending a scripture. And that is how some people who go to church operate too, you know. And that is not good enough. We hate too much in this little country. The country too small for all this hate. We need to stop this nonsense. And what these people don't realize, when you ask, nothing wrong with supporting a party, but when you're supporting a party, the politicians are not as hateful as you are. Because when we look at the former Prime Minister, he comes in here with a lot of passion, but when he finishes, he quiet like a lamb. And I don't believe he hates anybody over here. I don't believe he hates anybody over here. So I mean, Mr. Speaker, it's this hate that people are bottling up in them. It's not good, and I'm asking people to shed that hate for this season. Shed that hate and embrace love. Mr. Speaker, may it please you, and I commend this bill, and I wish it safe passage to this honourable House.
Thank you. Honourable Member for Nevis, then Honourable Eric Evelyn. I recognize the Honourable Senator opposite, Dr. Joel Clark. That almost sounds like I'm a very harsh and crude speaker, but I take it in jest.
Mr. Speaker, I'm happy to rise and lend my contribution to the budget, to the bill, the appropriation bill for 2022, which, according to the Minister of Finance, focuses on people, processes, and technology. I lend my voice to the voices of the opposition members who have gone before me in establishing that we are in support of any bill that creates an inclusive, diversified, sustainable, resilient, and climate-smart economy where everybody stands to benefit. 2022 represents for St. Kitts and Nevis an era of opportunity or a period of uncertainty. This could be an excellent opportunity for the most vulnerable amongst us, or a period of grave uncertainty. Our women, our youth. It's an opportunity for climate justice and climate finance to take its important role in our budget allocations. It's finally the time and the opportunity for the digital revolution in education, which we have been asking for some time. Additionally, this is an excellent opportunity for us as St. Kitts and Nevis, as citizens of this country, as parliamentarians, regardless of color, to recognize our pandemic potential together. What can we do living with this pandemic? And it's importantly either an opportunity or a grave death sentence as it relates to food security and value-driven manufacturing. But it's really dependent on what we do. I must start, however, Mr. Speaker, by questioning the purpose of the budget debate. So allow me some philosophy. I want to provide some strategic analysis to this debate. So questioning. We have to question some certain sections in the budget. Every minister who has presented before and every single one who will present after will give themselves an A+. So there's no point really in us questioning what they have presented in terms of what happened in their ministry. Some were honest enough to speak about the shortcomings, or what they plan to do in their ministry in 2022. And I know, unfortunately, in response to our questions that we have posed, and especially in response to the presentation that I'm going to give today, whoever wraps up the debate will unfortunately huff and puff for almost 8 hours. But we will endure it because it is our role as the opposition and on behalf of the people of St. Kitts and Nevis to question. But I'm hoping that at some point in time, our philosophy and our principles which governs budget allocations will no longer be colorblind. What did you say? Some people, some colors are not memorable, Comrade Hanley, but some people are too colorblind. I think this is what Minister Evelyn was saying. We need to forget the colors and we need to focus on true development. So our budget requires concerted action. It's fiscal inclusivity that we're speaking about. Everybody must be involved. We have to represent all peoples, not some, and that's important. And that's what I'm going to point out in this budget today in support of what my fellow parliamentarians have already established. The budget process in and of itself, you can come here and you can speak many words about inclusivity. I think for an entire year, it has been inclusivity, all of society, people-centered. But saying it 100 times and not reflecting it in the budget makes no sense. If it's an all of society approach, we must ensure that all livelihoods are prioritized, not just some young people, regardless of your circumstance. The timing of the estimates, I think that's a discussion we had this morning. If you give us the estimates 5 days before, we're going to come with 100 questions. Last year, the opposition, we spoke for a total of about 4 hours. This year, the same. Government members, 10 hours. The Minister of Finance, it's going on 28 years. And no matter what we contribute to the discussion today, there will be 0 changes to the estimates, 0 changes to the planning process. So it's almost like an exercise in futility. We do it because what I'm suggesting here, if we are to have an inclusive budgeting process, why not do national budget consultations as the SKNLP did when we were in power? Why not listen to the voices of every single group in society? Sniper, other young persons, and if there were national consultation processes, why were you invited? Come on, Hattie. Dr. Douglas, were you invited? I wasn't invited. National budget consultations are critical, not just so the opposition, who represents over 10,000 people and families in St. Kitts and Nevis, could be included, but so that everybody can take part in the budgeting process. So we're going to include Labour, PAM, CCM, NRP. Everybody must be involved in the budget process. So let's talk about people, processes, and technology. People are saying, who are really the people we're focusing on in this budget? Is it everybody? Some people? Family? friends, just a select few, or everybody? Because it's not being reflected. And for government to tout processes for its 2022 budget, it must address some of the murky processes which bewilder and confuse the people of St. Kitts and Nevis. And of course, I'm really fed up of hearing people mention technology and ICT without providing any real strategy to how technology can be used for cross-sectoral connections and for economic growth. So let's contextualize this budget. And as everyone has done, we have to contextualize it with COVID-19. We're going to be with COVID-19 for some time. But how do we function with COVID-19 and promote sustainable economic growth and inclusive growth when the rhetoric and the narrative around COVID-19 has been divisive? We have stifled economic creativity with our management of this process. We have seen the suppression of people's economic rights. We have recognized and we have not addressed the weak legislative support for employees, nor have we been able to clear up the confusing decision-making driving some of the economic decisions around COVID-19. Additionally, when you have a Minister of Finance who says in Parliament that some of us, what did he call us? Wrongly anti-vaxxers. We are secreting ourselves away to be vaccinated. The rhetoric is too divisive. And if it starts in the House, it will continue throughout society. People are fed up. But St. Kitts and Nevis, we are ready to move forward. So let's address technology. What perhaps needs to be clarified by whoever comes after is the importance of the cross-sectoral linkages in technology. It's the driver of real economic growth. Now, we have to use technology to address some of the social conditioning and the economic conditioning which is needed to revolutionize our economy. We have to support struggling livelihoods with an injection of ICT at every single level. And importantly, it makes no sense to talk about technology if we are not providing that investment in technology in our schools and for the youngest in our generation. It won't work. You must start with the youngest amongst us. Importantly, and we want to hear more of this, how are we going to twin manufacturing and agriculture through improved ICT injection in farm operations? We heard some of it, but I'm going to ask questions so we can hear more. And I must mention women, ICT, agriculture, livelihoods, sustainable growth. Women, ICT, agriculture, livelihoods, sustainable growth. Agriculture. ICT in agriculture. I think we have been too abstract in the approach and in our understanding of what's needed for ICT in agriculture. So let's bring it down a notch and simply speak to our food economy. We have to focus on providing food for St. Kitts and Nevis. And I'm talking about food which comes from understanding that our recent experience with eggs is something that we don't ever want to experience again. And yes, even when we went through that hardship with the egg scarcity, people realize, well, we're self-sufficient in egg production. We have no control of what happens on the international market. But we want Kittitians and Nevisians to recognize that food is our way out of this pandemic. So revolutionize support in agriculture beyond fencing, and the support that's given is needed, but we need a revolutionary step. There must be investments in value-added production. You know, a couple weeks ago, everybody, the 39 vendors across the strip, almost every other vendor had watermelon. What we need now is for these vendors to recognize that you have to add value to your agricultural produce. Go and collect all the 100 pounds of agriculture and make some of watermelon, of tomatoes, and make something of it. And we can do this and generate growth in the economy and deal with the food economy once we twin agriculture, ICT, and marketing. Backyard farming and women. As I mentioned, women, ICT, agriculture, food security, sustainable growth. The nation needs what we call, from the opposition and on behalf of the people of St. Kitts, an ethos as it relates to food security. People need to wake up every morning and remember that the Minister of Agriculture said, feed yourself, plant in your yard. Something that suggests to people that our mission for 2022 is to feed ourselves, is to use our land space, is to inject ICT in agriculture. We could mandate it. We could mandate it, as we've tried surreptitiously, to mandate some health and safety measures. We can force people, well, not force, coerce and encourage people to recognize the importance of food security. This brings me to the weed, marijuana, ganja, whatever people recognize, medicinal marijuana. We've had 3 years of promises on cannabis. Importantly, the decriminalization and eventual legalization of marijuana is the ultimate step to supporting medicinal marijuana. In 2020, page 51, nobody has it, the budget address in 2020, page 51, and I'll read it. You have it? We're going to continue the extensive consultation process and the work on bolstering the legislative framework to provide for more effective mechanisms which would seek to secure the rights of all people and facilitate the development of the medicinal marijuana industry. 2021, page 51. Several indirect benefits such as increasing employment opportunities, reduced crime and incarceration, reduced cost of law enforcement and medical treatment are also anticipated. Last month, on our order paper, thankfully it was retracted, was a bill to fine you if you had a joint in your hand. Confusing processes. 2022. The industry is expected to create new opportunities for local businesses, which will generate new jobs and become a new source of revenue for the government. It will also present an excellent opportunity for investors. You know what our point is here, Mr. Speaker? Access to opportunity. If you are going to create, as a government, economic opportunities for medicinal marijuana, it's one thing. But if you're going to streamline this opportunity based either on colorblindedness, or you're going to streamline it based on the need for government to gain revenue, then we have a problem. We need to make sure that every ganja farmer gets their equal share, their fair share of this new economic sector. 3 years, 3 budget presentations. I'll provide some advice. ICT and cannabis is the way forward. Now, if we're going to compete with Ralph in St. Vincent, we can't be talking about setting out acres of land, really and truly. I don't profess to be an expert on ganja and marijuana, but I know a little bit, and I'll say, empower all the marijuana farmers and legitimize their work. And we know where they are, because whenever police need to go and pull up the weed, they find them. We need ICT application in the cannabis industry. And this is as simple as retrofitting a trailer and having every ganja farmer register and get a trailer, solar-powered lights, and the weed will grow all night. And you have security, and you will have protection of your property. But the thing about putting marijuana in the field and having everybody go and pick, and it will cause more problems with crime. So we need a revolutionary strategy as it relates to the cannabis industry. If we're to be the regional leader, we have to be revolutionary. Let's talk now about education. I can't help it, I'm a teacher. If we turn to estimates, page 13, volume 2, 1325, we have, and whether you use the old one or the new one, it doesn't matter. We have here what some BHS students say to me is the Phantom Bastia High School project. It's unfortunate, but that's what they're saying because it's been in here for 3 years and they want to see. No, I'm happy that the minister for number 5 mentioned that we're going to see something beyond the $57,000, I think it was, that was spent the year before to do something about the Bastia High School. But it's also been in here for quite some time. And we're recognizing for over 5 years, students have missed, not the education, because Bastia High still exists and they perform well, but the cultural experience of being a graduate of Bastia High School. I know people from like Washi Wildcats, you wouldn't understand, but there's something that happens when people speak of Bastia High School. It's like they beam. And we have prevented a generation, 5 years of students from having that experience of their own Bastia High School. So if it's not ever going to happen, be honest about this Phantom project. We're happy to see the secondary school electrical upgrade project. It's been in here for 2 years, so some details can be provided on what's happening because there's still some classrooms that you walk into and you, no matter if you have an intention to use ICT in your classroom, you don't have a plug, so you still can't do it. And we also noticed the removal of the electric bus project for 2022 with a replacement or continuation of the purchase of a school bus. Now, if we're going to be talking about climate smart agriculture, climate resilience, and climate finance, some explanation could be given as to why we are no longer moving on that electric school bus project. Last year, I was laughed at too, comrade, when I said, I'm no mathematician and accountant, but can we just like times 8,000 and buy some devices for students? And a whole song and dance about our project wasn't successful and UNESCO said this and so forth. But I mentioned some time ago that governments are operating in what we call 5-year cycles, 5-year cycles of development. You came into power in 2015. You met a project that was problematic but useful. Fix the project and continue the project because it's for the betterment of our children. King Carnival asked, are you going to wait blindly for 2020? And 2020 hit us. And we have no devices. And 2022 about to hit us. And we do not have a capital project in here which speaks to digital infusion to address the challenges of the most vulnerable amongst us. I'm happy to see the capital project for Washi. Kind of words, but whatever. I'm happy to see it because it represents a movement towards addressing the problems in all schools. And that's what I said last year. If you can't spend 30 million in Bastia, give every school $1 million and respond to the need to refurbish our education sector, the foundation of development for St. Kitts and Nevis. For Keon High School, until we get our capital project, we're moving forward with Project 50. We're going to renovate our school. And I want to pause now to publicly thank the clerk in the House for spearheading this project for us, for bringing former students on board and ensuring that everyone who passed through Keon High School gives back in their own way. That's what we call civil organizing and partnership with the community until we get our capital project. But I still have to say, find the money to buy 10,000 devices. Find the money. Let's talk about tourism. I think Mr. Grant has said it 100 times. He needs more money. Until then, and he needs more money for several things. And because I believe in the importance of tourism for our economy, I will echo my disappointment in the funds allocated to the Ministry of Tourism. It's almost like it's spite. We need it. What are we spiting though? We can't spite Minister Grant. We can't spite Pam. We're spiting the people who depend on tourism for their livelihoods. The taximen who have been waiting, 18 months to finally work. We need to match our earning potential in tourism with an injection of capital in our budgeting and allocation process. I want to be a little petty, Comrade Leader Douglas, Minister for number 6. Ramada is something that really belongs to us. And I find it quite audacious for people to boast about a development that was almost hindered. However, fine. But we're happy that Ramada is open. Because what the SKNLP, the vision then was 1, to decentralize tourism development. 2, to relocate tourism development from our coast. So we 1, address issues of coastal erosion, and 2, coastal pollution because of too much development. And thirdly, to provide alternative livelihood opportunities for persons in rural areas. Why would anybody want to block that project? Why would anybody not support that project? But let us support more projects like this. We have been told of several tourism development projects which have yet to come on stream. We are waiting and we are hoping. Importantly, tourism and climate are so intrinsically linked that there is no way that you can speak about one sector without the other, yet it is happening a little bit. We have to make good on our climate responsiveness. The Ministry of Environment was not allocated enough funds in this budget. That's a fact. The projects that are needed for climate responsiveness in St. Kitts and Nevis requires at least $5 million more. Everybody wants to be a leader. This is the point here, because climate finance and climate responsiveness requires real leadership. Everybody wants to wear the hat of the leader, but people don't really want to lead, because to lead means a certain amount of selflessness, which says, I'm going to take less so that Ministry of Environment and Ministry of Tourism are adequately dealt with. We have the strongest economy, so we have been told, then we need to have the biggest action to represent our strong economy. Yesterday, there was a big defense over renewable energy, and I checked the budget. Page 27, in 2021, all budget in 2021, on page 37. So we have to do a little historical context here to really emphasize the point. An entire section devoted to the power purchase agreement in September of this year. This is another decisive step in our efforts to build out a green economy and simultaneously reduce our carbon footprint. We are erecting a 35.6 megawatt solar plant, and etc., etc., etc. And my questions last year: who owns this project if it's of no cost to the government and to Skellig? And why, for all that song and dance to steal Minister from number 5's term, we've only seen, what have we seen? The clearing of the land. Then you turn to the estimates for 2021. And the allocation for it, volume 2, 12 to 14, for anybody curious to look at, volume 2, 12 to 14. Yes, 2022. Manage energy unit. 26,000 in 2020 actual, 87,000 for 2021, planned 104,000. But what really can you do for renewable energy with 104,000? That just seems like money for like staff and managing the office. So don't say you are speaking to renewable energy in the budget and we must learn to read the estimates and we must refer to this document if we don't find it in the 2021-2022 budget adjustment. When you go there, there's nothing that speaks significantly to this. We could follow Barbados' plan, solar housing projects, but we could streamline this through women who are the heads of our households. They're the ones responsible for budgeting. They're the ones who take care of their homes. And we have a higher percentage of female headship in St. Kitts and Nevis. And I'm certain if we find money for a project which puts a solar panel or two on the homes, especially the new homes, the 2,000 homes that were supposed to be built since 2015, we're going to find better responses to the budget so nobody would get their electricity bill cut for Christmas. And it brings me now to the point of gender. And yesterday, we heard from the Minister of Labour a very important statistics, and I love statistics. 65% of the job loss experienced in St. Kitts were from women, which with a resultant 65% claims to government assistance programs from women. And immediately I perked up because I said, what's our national response? What is our national response to buffer women in the budget? I'm sorry, the Minister for Gender isn't here because if you turn to estimates, volume 2, 0 to 9, 9 to 11, I'm trying my very best not to read. The budget allocations for managing the Gender Affairs Department do not reflect the reality that we're dealing with a shadow pandemic. Domestic violence. We're dealing with other challenges. Children who need safe spaces to live and to learn. That we need to empower women and find alternative livelihoods for them. Or that we're responding to the job loss experienced by the most vulnerable amongst us. We have an excellent opportunity here to provide for the women and young people in our federation. But it's not reflected in the estimates. It is not suggesting that we recognize that we needed to give the Department of Gender more money.
Give everybody more money.
Yes. No, gives critical sectors more money. Thank you for listening. So this is where I want to stick a pin and give some real praise. To give some real praise. I want to give some praise to new. So I want to take some time here to give some real praise to female authors. They're from your constituency, who have taken the leap into entrepreneurial activity and publishing. You know how many people have realized their pandemic potential without the assistance of the government? So to Jihan Williams, who used... So let me pause because no woman would be interrupted while I speak about this really good thing. So whenever you are finished... This is important. Oh, thank you. So I want to take time to give some real praise to Jihan Williams for using her pain to become an author, to inspire and support and lend help to women who have to carry the weight of miscarriage and fertility issues. And to Kimon Archibald Lake, who is an author. She has published, I got the message, I want to read the name of this book because this is going to be excellent for education. And I think anytime we have evidence of woman power, Umalu's visit, buy the book, get them in the schools, support our women.
Can I help you with something?
Yes.
No, I don't even go up to it.
It's a point of order he has to stand on.
Go ahead and make it.
Just to help you, madam.
Is it a point of order? Because yesterday...
Point of order. Point of order.
Okay.
Honorable,
Point of order, Madam Mr. Speaker.
The whole atmosphere here.
There is a women's program that is being conducted right now. 10 people, they're getting $8,000 next week to start a business. 10 people, $8,000
Is
each.
that a point of
Of
order?
160.
Okay, thank you. I just want to make sure I did that so they could see what happened yesterday when I had to retract. So let's now speak to processes which are governing the operations of this government.
Why so glad Timothy finished?
We need to prioritize youth, education, sports,
And your career, Timothy.
through separation. You see, the critical damage that is being done with this budget is that it really fails to holistically address the needs of young people to compete again. If we had CPL, people want to play football. Very simple things that people are saying. We need to support our amateur players, support their talent, support every person who is yearning to move forward with their sporting skills. I've often believed, whether or not it was something that happened 10 years ago, team unity promised to be better and to be different. You can't have three portfolios which speak to young people being managed by one person. Education needs its own portfolio, so maybe we need to increase the senators in here, but education needs a dedicated minister. And that has nothing to do with the capabilities of whoever has that portfolio, but more so to speak to the need to really revolutionize education with ICT. Now, importantly, another process that must be answered is that of the double. Thank you for whoever gave it to us. Was it Pam, CCM? I don't know. Whoever, thank you. But I want to make a reference, the doggy double. You see, when the doggy double was given, it used to sweet. People used to be like, yes, the doggy double come. The doggy double was accountable because the minute doggy said, you're getting a double on the radio, everybody said, where it come from? And he tell you, SIDF paid for it. When you gonna get it paid? He tell you. The doggy double was believable because when he paid the double, you know, you should have paid triple that time. You should have paid triple. No. The doggy double was so believable because when he paid it, people knew that is because St. Kitts and Nevis could afford it. And they looked around and they said, everything good, doggy got the country sweet. Now, I'm so happy for the double, but I'm also shocked, Mr. Speaker, I'm shocked that civil servants would say, thanks for the double, but how could people say but after a double unless people really feeling the squeeze? You know, a teacher said to me a couple days ago, I really like the double, but you know, if I didn't get the double and the Minister of Education promised to put smart boards or whiteboards in every classroom, I would be happy. This is a story. So the question, as I speak to murky processes, because you have to clear processes up so that economic growth can be believable. When we question if everybody gets in the double, it was a big song and dance. Now, the same that you look in your phone and you see in a message, and I hope it is fake news, about solid waste. Then, today I walk in on the road and a truck driver says to me, Tell them, a truck driver says to me, you know, you talking about, y'all in there talking about the old road ban, I trucking since whenever, and I ain't get paid in September. You can't go in there and not talk about it. So I said, you mean it? He said, well, I have family too, and I need to be paid, and my children need gifts under the Christmas tree for Christmas. Listen to the stories of the people of St. Kitts and Nevis. You're going to get your turn to huff and puff and talk till you fart when you wrap up. So, let's now address the cost of living. The increase in salaries, as was mentioned, also was a big problem. Now, we are recognizing that any increase in salaries will help workers. If you increase the minimum wage, you're going to be revolutionizing wage and livable wage, not just in St. Kitts and Nevis, but in the Caribbean. We can't say that we are leaders. We can't say that we have the strongest economy without doing things to prove that we are actually the strongest in the OECS. We need to be very clear about these processes. And I'm supporting my member here when he spoke about social security. Be very clear. The use of monies, be very clear. When you speak about the pension scheme and government's contribution and promise to contribute to it, be very clear. When you're speaking about national health insurance, be very clear so that people can believe that this budget is for all people, is inclusive and is resilient and climate responsive. Now, another unfortunate process in St. Kitts and Nevis is the othering of citizens. And I want to make it very clear, othering. This is not just a local problem, it is a global problem. But what is unfortunate is that it is taking root in St. Kitts and Nevis. There are no others here in St. Kitts and Nevis, but what we are seeing, one, economic apartheid, failure to provide for people who really need it. In 2005, when we closed sugar, we got the money to retool and reskill every single person. We invested heavily in the transition from sugar to tourism. Now we are heading into very dangerous territory if we believe that we can just move into tourism, move away from agriculture, without creating a clear economic path, without telling people this is what we're going to do, without supporting people. So don't come in here and talk about technology and you're not making it available to every single citizen in St. Kitts and Nevis. You're not supporting the advancement and the education of persons in St. Kitts and Nevis to use technology. Don't talk about it. Don't talk, do. This is tantamount to what I call social terrorism. Not kill off people with talk and without action. It's not right. And who's going to hold the government accountable for failing the people of St. Kitts and Nevis? Anyways, it's important that we also move towards what we call trust-driven economic development. And I'm going to reiterate, because if it's one thing I know, when students act like hyenas and laugh, it's because they don't understand. So I'm going to say it again. Hyenas. Trust-driven economic development. It needs government openness. We need to address the murky roles of public officials, and we need never, ever to have a situation where our people have to choose health versus bread. Never again in St. Kitts and Nevis. The societies which have the highest levels of trust in government and economic sustainability are societies which display high levels of equality, egalitarianism, and government openness. Now, we have a situation here where we're trying to manage an economic crisis without saying it. We're trying to use non-existent statistics to move forward in planning for the most vulnerable, the poor, and the indigent. And we have a situation where everybody is silent about the experience of many workers who, just a couple months ago, had to choose health versus bread. It should never happen. And people must have the right to speak up for their right to economic freedom and empowerment without being forced, even surreptitiously, by the government. The IMF report, and thank you that we can finally go online and read Article 4 of the IMF report, because a couple of years ago, we joined the ranks of some very sketchy, dodgy countries who weren't releasing their IMF reports. So I'm happy now that we could go and read Article 4. Now, it says here that St. Kitts and Nevis will realize negative 1.025% GDP growth for 2022. Negative 1%. There was a very interesting phrase that was used in the budget presentation on Tuesday, but I can't recall. But what this means, we get in somewhere, but we can't pretend that we have arrived. And we are not going to get where we need to go as a nation if the government isn't open about its strategic approach to economic development. IMF says, build forward better. That's their theme for 2021 into 2022. The only way to build forward better is to build together. Some people have been in every single ministry in government. Some people have been or intend to be in every single party in St. Kitts and Nevis. Yet, we still have this divisive approach to development. Everybody matters. Every voice is important. This now brings me to another story. The separation of powers. I was on a boat the other day, and a Rasta said to me, Sistrin, I lose respect for you, because I don't know how you could sit down in Parliament and support friends and family being at the helm of every institution in St. Kitts and Nevis. I said, what are you talking about? He said, we need to finally come to terms with the fact that in St. Kitts and Nevis, a friend of mine, a Jamaican friend of mine says, Jael, in St. Kitts and Nevis, you have 0 degrees of separation. If you turn so you meet your cousin, if you turn so you meet your brother, fine. But when you strategically have situations where a select few are responsible for the critical operations in St. Kitts and Nevis, it becomes problematic. We cannot have a situation where one group of people, one group of friends, or one group of family members are linked to everything. People are not going to believe our growth and our path to economic empowerment. Importantly, we must speak to the corporate capture of society. Now, this isn't something that's unique to St. Kitts and Nevis, so let me be very clear about that. This happens, and this is happening at a faster pace because of the realities of COVID-19. What you're finding is that in terms of growth management, one of the most unfortunate fallout of COVID-19 has been the decline in government's ability to manage key sectors, to manage growth generation, and to protect persons. And here is where, in most egalitarian societies, civil society organizations take the fore. Community-based organizations move forward. In some unfortunate societies, what we have is a situation of corporate capture, where big businesses who were able to ride out the pandemic can now take over some of the critical government functioning. It is not unique to St. Kitts, but it is happening and it has to be addressed. And the only way to address this first is to ensure that we have legislative. The only way, Mr. Speaker, to ensure that we do not have corporate capture is to have strong legislative support for jobs. Wasn't it unfortunate a couple of weeks ago that we all realized that our legislation does not provide enough support to employees? Nobody could argue with that. It was just a reality of the legislation. But now it is our responsibility as a parliament to ensure that we address and amend laws which will protect our citizens from corporate capture, from forced dismissal, or from having to choose health versus bread. If we're making decisions about how we protect key vulnerable people in our population, we have to use data. And it was unfortunate again when I made my calls for data. Are we still using the Survey of Living Conditions from 2007 and 8, and I'm waiting for the 2020 stats? And you know why this is important, Mr. Speaker? How are we going to do data-driven decision-making and economic planning and fiscal prioritization with old data? How are we going to know how many families have transitioned from poor to vulnerable? How many persons are now indigent because of COVID-19? How are we going to know how many families halted the advancement of their children's tertiary education because of the pandemic? How are we going to profile the persons who need the most support? Because right now in St. Kitts and Nevis, economic planning is highly political. Your profile is really your political status, and this is something that we have to walk away from as all politicians. Labour, PAM, CCM, everybody walk away from the political profiling of citizens and move towards profiling people based on their needs. The cost of finance and access to finance is also problematic. You could create opportunities to access finance, Mr. Speaker, as is being done at Development Bank, etc., But when it's too difficult for people to access financing, it becomes problematic. The other day, a gentleman said to me, I really need to speak to the PM. So, I was taken aback. I was like, you need to speak to the PM? But I can't help you with that. He said, no, I need to speak to Dougie. I said, oh. But what can Dougie help you with at this point in time? And he said to me, well, the man always helps. And he went to him with his business plan. And he said, I've been trying to access financing. And this could be a one-off story. I could be many examples like this. And he sits and he listens and tries to help. And that's what we need to do. Ensure that everybody with a legitimate plan can get access. Because you don't want a situation where people are going to say, well, how many people get business support wherever they have the business support funds? What is the profile of those persons? Is it true it's just one ethnicity? Is it true it's just one constituency? Is it true it's just women or men? People are going to ask confusing questions for clarity. So if government processes are very clear and very open, if we can go on some website somewhere and see a profile of the people who get through, their age, their gender, their ethnicity, people are going to believe that government processes are open. Importantly, let's commend all the small businesses who have emerged through the pandemic. It's important. But what it also is, and this isn't coming from me, this is coming from an economist, so I take his advice or her advice. An increase in entrepreneurial activity, for as good though it may be, is also a reflection of the entrepreneurial spirit, which is reflecting the economic fallout of the pandemic. People are struggling, one job can't cut it, so they go and sell food. They go and do this. They go and spring up all across St. Kitts and Nevis, selling because people need to survive. So it's commendable, but it also is an opportunity for us to pause and say, well, we really need to find a way to support livelihoods even more in St. Kitts and Nevis. For 5 years, we have been hearing about STEP. And for the past 3 years, we have been hearing about the STEP transition. It says here, we're going to make the STEP workers permanent. That was last year, right? This year, we're going to make the STEP workers permanent. And I quote the Minister of Finance, and I'm in full support of this, full 100% support, that we are going to move people forward based on their wonderful performance. So I want to take it a bit further in support of this transition from STEP to permanent employment. Make the process believable and accountable. Establish a transparent interministerial committee to determine how, who, and when people transition, and ensure that regardless of color, creed, race, or association politically, people move forward. And I want to also echo what was said this morning by the member for number 1, that for some persons who have been on PEP step for 8 years, consider those years when it comes to their pension. Mr. Speaker, I believe in PEP and STEP. I too, thank you, Mr. Hanley, Dr. Hanley, started on PEP, you remember? I was waiting about 6 months. I tired, begged Dougie, like, why you not giving me a work with me audacious self-think? Because I came back from university with a PhD that I should get a work, but I learned my lesson. I wanted to work with the Minister of Finance, who was then the Minister of Agriculture, but I went to PEP. And I got an excellent opportunity to work with females who were transitioning from sugar and young men who were at risk. And everywhere they see you in the world, they say, teacher, thank you for believing in us. So I believe strongly in the PEP step, in the STEP program, and I support 100% the transition to permanent employment. Another key process, and something that I have to rave about, is the grad program, which was then GRASP, which started in SIDF, which is now grad, because you know what this is saying to young people, and this is something I felt wholeheartedly. You invest in education, you advance yourself, and you come home and you can't do anything. Your pocket tight, and you look at people who did, they chose an alternative path and they're making it. And we have to find a way to ensure that students always survive, that choosing education means you are moving in the right direction in St. Kitts and Nevis. So let's look in our final segment at some key people who we have to protect. We need to look at all people, not some people, not family, not friends, not some constituencies, but all people. All people. So if that's what we're doing, fine, I'm in support of it. And I have to say this because people think when we speak over here and we ask a question that we're not in support of something. We're asking for clarification. The entertainers, I tired talk about the entertainers, and it's particularly because I really love to party and have fun. And I understand the importance of winding down. Now, it's unfortunate that the emergence of the Ministry of Entertainment was stifled a bit under what some are calling, people say, school children say, unclear COVID-19 measures. It's not only affecting the entertainers and their pockets and their ability to earn a living, it's really we're struggling a little bit with our cultural expression. Now imagine your job is predicated on making a living playing music, and every time, and this is what one said the other day, every time you try to make a money playing a song, you shut down. Now, if people are resorting to Facebook to say these things, it means as a government, as a parliament, as a cabinet, as whoever, we need to make sure that all of these processes are clear so our entertainers are on board with us. And it's in no way that I'm saying, and this is what somebody has said to me, and this is because St. Kitts and Nevis, we need to make things absolutely, lucidly clear. But how come they could go to church and have Sunday juvie, and if you don't buy a bar and you play a little music is a problem, and you do a little wine is a problem? People must be told why it is a problem. And it's not that we are working against the task force, but we want buy-in, we want inclusivity, and we want the entertainers to be on board with us, which means we have to engage in deeper, clearer conversations. I hope I was clear. Now, there's a term that I've been using, and I really have to search within myself to determine if it's derogatory, because it represents what is happening in St. Kitts and Nevis. The pot vendors, the people who make money by cooking and selling from the pot. We have to support every single livelihood in St. Kitts and Nevis, So I am going to say no. That although I am happy that we are now finding a sustainable solution to the street vendors, some more conversation needs to be had. Yesterday I went across the road to Rosemary Lane, and one of the big barbecue men, he said, somebody asked him, so where you going to be? And he said, I'm going to be up the road, so selling barbecue, but I ain't going to look like I'm going to take a lock up today because nobody going to come up there to buy the barbecue. They just need to talk to people a little bit more so we can understand where we're going. And Mr. Speaker, I know I have done studies in urban development. It's an important part of a geography course. But the important thing here is you must always recognize that when people's livelihoods are being affected, there must be a critical part of the conversation. Economic development, especially for small vendors, requires engagement and consultation. Again, the students. Now, since I can't get that capital project for buying a device for 8,000 students, I'm going to propose something else. Even though not one letter was changed in the last budget after we spoke for 5 hours, I'm going to try again. How about we consider extending total duty-free allowance for importation of digital devices for students? They could do it to the schools. So you could bring things in now for 200 US and gifts and barrels and so forth. But just make it absolutely clear to parents. Register with the Ministry of Education, buy a device, a $2,000 laptop, bring it in. If you are going to invest in your students' education and you're going to find a solution until we as a government find a capital project, we're going to give you complete every single duty off. Does it exist? Okay, it doesn't exist. We also have to respond to the fact that students have lost over 500 plus hours of contact time, which is kind of equal to 60 hours a month. And yes, we almost finished because it's still up for debate, the school term last year. But we also moved into something that we welcome as teachers, but we know that it's problematic because to move to the improved curriculum, you know what you need to support the improved curriculum and the education sector plan for 2021? Devices. So no matter what you do, the government will have to find the grant, the loan, or the capital project for the devices. And I hope after talking about this for 2 years in a row, something is done. Now, importantly, I want to talk about students versus prodigal sons. They are both very important. They both need support. We have to break the historical antecedents and the social conditioning that has placed, one, our young men, our prodigal sons, I'm borrowing somebody's term, at a disadvantage. That gives them a propensity for behavior that we don't like. And in supporting any peace initiative, we also have to support an education initiative. That's the point. I don't think anybody could argue with that. $45 million for peace and for our prodigal sons, $10 million for our students. Is that problematic? Is that something unreasonable? Because you don't want students to say, look, when Dr. Clark spent your whole life for study, and what? And I'm better off than her doing nothing. Or I'm better off than her choosing an alternative path. Whether you're a student, whether you're a farmer, whether you're a weed farmer, whether you're a prodigal son, you are important. And our budgeting process must reflect that we believe that every category of individual is important in St. Kitts and Nevis. You must also evaluate value for money. After 2 years and $45 million budgeted, can we get a profile of the social reform that this much money that has been invested is doing? Can we now understand and see if the investment is commensurate to social reform? It could really be working, because I know some of these prodigal sons who have thriving businesses. That's why you will never hear anybody on the opposition say, we don't believe in our prodigal sons. You believe in our prodigal sons, don't you, Comrade Leader? You believe in the prodigal sons, don't you? I believe in our prodigal sons. We all believe in our prodigal sons. But don't you also believe in our students? Mm-hmm. Don't you also believe in our students and our ganja farmers and everybody who stand to benefit from the restructuring of our economy? Let's focus on everyone. Invest in everyone. Yes, the nurses and the frontline workers and the teachers. Invest in people. We have to map value for money so that people of St. Kitts and Nevis not going to be like, $41 million for this, $15 million for that, and nothing for that. If you say clearly to people that this is a strategic move to transform every aspect of our society and every member of our society, people are not going to question the government. But some prefer, unlike you, comrade leader, who led with love and inclusivity. That's why people still want to speak to you. Some of us prefer, and you say, who the cap fit wear? Some of us prefer to rule with fear. And that's not going to work in St. Kitts and Nevis. We can't muzzle people for speaking out on the radio and on Facebook, whether they use fake name or real name. Because some of us in here on Facebook would be fake name talking every day. We cannot muzzle people when they question economic growth and development in St. Kitts and Nevis. We can't tell people they're wrong because they see things one way, because they don't understand why we come in here as parliamentarians, come bang them out, come huff and puff, and we're not speaking to the bread and butter issues. Are we forcing them to choose health over bread? Are we taking bread out of people's mouth and can't even give them crackers to eat? Stop it. That's not how inclusive governance functions. That is not a pathway to diversified economic growth. That is not a pathway to sustainability. That is not a pathway to climate resilience. We have to look at every person in a society. We have to establish a sovereign democracy, protect it. Ensure that every person in St. Kitts and Nevis who has a problem, that they know if I have problem A, I can go there and it will be solved. It doesn't matter if I am Labour. It doesn't matter if I'm PAM or CCM. It doesn't matter if I'm a woman, man or child. It will be solved. We have to ensure that we are enabling the best of our society to have economic creativity. We have to support their livelihoods and the entrepreneurial spirit. Every person counts. We must articulate a clear economic strategy for St. Kitts and Nevis. Everybody in St. Kitts and Nevis must wake up tomorrow and say yes, together. You know what I'm happy about for this budget? Tomorrow when we wake up, all of us moving towards food security, all of us gonna stop dumping over at the aquifer. Everybody gonna be a vanguard for that. All of us are going to tell our farmers, hey, you can go and get your cuttings and your fencing, and soon they're gonna revolutionize farming. I mean, we've been to Taiwan, we went all over the place on these missions, and you see the farms, and you see the strings of lights above the trees, and you know that that is a solar-powered farm, and you know that that light above each plant with an electrical or computer-driven irrigation system means the farmer doesn't have to be there to turn the water on. The farmer doesn't have to worry if there's no sunshine for a day or two. The solar bulbs are there. The plants will grow. Man, come on. 10 years ago, we could have talked about fencing and hydroponics. Got to move forward with ICT. We are a food import dependent country. And the only way to respond to this is to use local creativity, use ICT, use technology, and invest in our farmers and our fishers. There must also, Mr. Speaker, be a concerted step together, everybody, in moving forward. Because once the Minister of Finance articulates in the 8-hour wrap-up that this is where St. Kitts and Nevis is going, I am on board. I am going with the Minister of Finance. I am moving forward because it's not about SKNLP and unity. It's about the people of St. Kitts and Nevis. That is what Minister Evelyn said. Enough of the hate. How can we transform our economy in 2022 when we step out of this parliament, we go out on the street and people still can't access a loan or can't access a development grant or still have that business idea bubbling in their heads because they cannot get into development bank or something like that. How are we going to prove to St. Kitts and Nevis that we are for a food secure, climate responsive, gender responsive economy? We have to focus on the blue, the green, and the orange economy. And I'm going to stress the orange economy because St. Kitts and Nevis is a place people love to jump up and dance. That's what we say. We're jumping up 10,000 patriots jumping up this year. We're jumping up for Carnival. We're looking forward to it. And the orange economy is critical for us to move forward as a nation. We got to learn to entertain ourselves now, you know. We're happy that we're going to have music festival next year, you know. But what's the point of moving to music festival if we're supporting our local artists? Because I am not going to music festival just to say, well, I hope it's Rihanna. But I want to see everybody. I want to see every local entertainer on that stage. And if they are depressed and despondent because they haven't earned $1 for 18 months, how are you going to get them sing next June when everybody wants to hear Highlight new song? Everybody wants to hear, what's his name? Molly new song. Want to hear Big Li's song about Birdie and Conway's song about jumping up. Remember, we want to party again responsibly. We want to entertain responsibly, but just be clear. Be clear to the people of St. Kitts and Nevis so that they understand that whatever is done to protect them is also done to ensure that economic generation is a possibility. Partner with civil society. Ensure that everyone has a voice. And importantly, bring the government back to the people. You know, we've been presented with a budget. We're seeing injections of capital. We're questioning some allocations in ministries. But at the end of the day, we have all asked, one, give tourism a little bit more money now, please. We beg you. Two, provide gender responsive approaches. And three, ensure that education finds some money to address the digital divide. We have to change the problems that are facing us. We must respond appropriately to the economic challenges that important people in our society face. Now, I started by saying it's an era of opportunity. For some people, they feel it's a decade, we're heading to a decade of failure. It's unfortunate for Team Unity because Team Unity presented to us 2015 manifesto. It took me a while to get this, and I want to take some liberty to read it because I believe what is written here is good for an economic assessment, right? The Step Up program, appropriate training for permanent jobs to earn a decent wage. Construction of 2,000 homes. Education Guarantee Fund to underwrite university costs for young people lacking collateral support for student loans. So Team Unity can provide the numbers. I continue.
That's what is promised.
Yeah, it was promised, so we have to do an assessment of how many promises were kept so that we can believe in the 2022 budget. Because if you don't believe in what they said 2015 to 2021, why would we believe 2022? But I want to believe 2022. Universal health insurance for all. Health care. That was on page 17, but where is it in St. Kitts and Nevis? Ask the minister. Establish a state-of-the-art national theatre for performing arts. Build a brand new modern Bastyr High School. Establish a fund that will guarantee every person who qualifies will receive assistance to obtaining university tertiary education. Increasing the salaries of public servants. You did it just before you left, you know, Dr. Douglas. We're waiting on it. Creating 2 additional industrial parks on St. Kitts and 1 on Nevis to accommodate new manufacturing enterprises and expansion of existing plants. This book's sweet. A new modern Bastia High School, this is the St. Kitts I want to live in, pass legislation for anti-corruption laws, pass laws to ensure the proper functioning of the Public Accounts Committee. It done? Anyway, this was a good read. 2015. The only way we are going to believe whatever is going to happen in 2022 if we make good on some of the promises from 2015. We have to realize our pandemic potential together. We have the potential to rise as people of St. Kitts and Nevis out of this pandemic together. We have seen some thematic failures here. Petty politics, vendetta budgeting, politicizing economic access to economic opportunities, not having enough equity in access to financing and funding, streamlining wealth to the top 10% of the Federation, and a hyper-focus on numbers and not on people. We must exercise empathy for those who suffer. It has to be about skills, not contacts. After 28 years, we believe in the Minister of Finance because he has been in almost every ministry, so we know he has the potential to lead. The people of St. Kitts want it to be demonstrated in the 2022 budget. We need access. We need a strategic plan for job creation in St. Kitts, not just transfers. And Nevis, because I love Nevis bad. And Minister Evelyn, I love Nevis bad. I'm telling you. So we need a strategic plan for job creation in St. Kitts and Nevis. Someone sent to me a table, and in the table they said, I want to detail the month-by-month failure, but I'm going to call them challenges for the government. Starting with STEP, went down to April, just providing adequate protection for everyone. Sometime in May, the confusion around the lockdown and people being locked down without food, so we had to get our entertainers. I think it was Ike who moved and got food to people, and the Ministry of Social Development. That's why I say I'm calling them challenges. The taxi men scenario, the street vendors problem, the school reopening problem, fencing in wealth in Port Zante, and for some people, what they're calling the bubble carnival. For these are challenges. These aren't failures to me. Maybe people are saying it's a Nevis, but these are challenges that we can overcome together to stimulate economic growth in the Federation of St. Kitts and Nevis. It's not going to be a decade of failure if we do it together. It is not going to be a decade of failure if we recognize that everybody in St. Kitts and Nevis matters. It's not going to be a decade of failure if speaking out doesn't result in being punished. Because nobody expects that saying, this is not right. Who's going to be the arbiter of truth for St. Kitts and Nevis? Who's going to say this is wrong, so let's do it this way? Who's going to stand up and say, no, she must get through, even if she's a Labour or PAM. She must get through, she like bang, she out in Parliament. She must get through. Who's going to say that? So, let me just establish in closing that people like to say SK ain't a real place. You know what I'm going to say from now on? St. Kitts real. St. Kitts and Nevis sweet. St. Kitts and Nevis nice. But for it to really be a real place, we're going to have to ensure that we create the opportunity for everybody to succeed. We are going to have to ensure that political affiliation does not drive economic development and growth and access to opportunity. We're going to make sure that everybody has a livable wage to respond to COVID-19 crisis. You see, and I end here, Mr. Speaker, all students matter. All prodigal sons matter. All teachers matter. All farmers and fishers matter. All frontline workers matter. All nurses matter and police officers. All DJs and dancers and entertainers matter. The 10,000 patriots who are going to be jumping up in Carnival, they matter. Everybody matters and their economic future matter. But, Mr. Speaker, bear this in mind. How people thrive and who thrives cannot be determined by the people who thrive. How people thrive and who thrive cannot be determined by the people who are already thriving. Thank you.
Thank you. The Honourable Senator Opposite, Madam Joyal Clark. Honourable members, before I recognize the next speaker, and I can do so now, I'll recognize the Honourable Member for St. Christopher II, John L. Powell. We'll take a suspension, 5 minutes. The House stands suspended for 5 minutes.
For Christ is born of Mary, and gathered all above. While mortals sleep, the angels keep their watch of wandering love. Oh, morning stars together proclaim the holy birth, and praises sing to God the King, and peace to men on earth. Oh, Christmas tree, you standing verdant beauty. Oh, Christmas tree, you standing verdant beauty. Your boughs are green in summer's glow, and do not fade in winter's snow. Oh, Christmas tree, you stand in verdant beauty. Oh, Christmas tree, much pleasure doth thou bring me. Oh, Christmas tree, much pleasure doth thou bring me. For every year the Christmas tree brings to us both joy and glee. Oh, Christmas tree, much pleasure doth thou bring me. Rudolph the red-nosed reindeer are the very shiny nose, and if you ever saw it, you would even say it glows. All of the other reindeer used to laugh and call him names. They never let poor Rudolph join in any reindeer games. Then one foggy Christmas Eve, Santa came to say, Rudolph, with your nose so bright, won't you guide my sleigh tonight? Then how the reindeer loved him as they shouted out with glee, Rudolph the red-nosed reindeer, you'll go down in history. You'll go down in history. Said the night wind to the little land,
And I believe that the budget that has been presented certainly shows that this team unity government is serious about investing in our people. And I've listened to all the speakers before me diligently, because I think it's important for us to know what is being said. And it seems as though, while some on the other side think that the answer is just to spend the money, give everything, we've seen that when they had the opportunity to run this country, that is what they did, and ran the country bankrupt. Well, I can assure you that that will not be happening under this Team Unity administration. Because, you know, Mr. Speaker, it's about leadership. It's about management. It's about vision. And if it's one thing I know, is that over here, on this side, we have extraordinary leadership. Extraordinary. And perhaps that's the problem on the other side, they're lacking the leadership. When I think about, you know, coalition, I look to my right, my good friend, political leader for CCM, member for number 9, is sitting there. Directly in front of me, my own political leader, the honorable member for number 5, Sean Richards. 2 tables over, the political leader for the People's Labour Party, our Honourable Prime Minister, member for number 7, Dr. Timothy Harris. And then you look at the other side, and you ask, where is their political leader sitting? Wow. The Prime Minister, their political leader is not even sitting in the Parliament, which shows the lack of leadership and foresight coming from over there. You say you're the leader?
You're the leader of your position.
Tell him so.
You're the leader.
Political leader. But, Mr. Speaker, I will go into the meat of the matter, and that is the budget that is before us. And I think my colleague, the member for St. Christopher 4, in his presentation this morning, quoted from Bob Marley and from Budgetary Banton. I want to quote from a different genre, and quote from Machel Montano, who said, everything you do must be rich in heritage and rich in potential for the future. And that is what I'm seeing coming out of this budget. And as the Minister of Education, Youth, Empowerment, Sport and Culture, that is exactly what I see reflected in the allocations to those ministries and in the plans that we have for 2022 for our country. I have probably the largest ministry, not probably, I have the largest ministry in the government. And so I can speak for a very long time on all the good things, but I'm just going to highlight a few things that have been going on within the Ministry of Education. And so I start by speaking to our Education Management Information System, EMIS as they call it. And Mr. Speaker, in 2021, we had some significant accomplishments therein. We saw the deployment of a UNESCO-approved Education Management Information System, EMIS, to provide the quality and inclusive education data required to enhance the Ministry of Education's knowledge management for decision making. The Open EMIS was launched on November 26th of this year, and is intended to capture school, student, and staff information that bolsters the informed planning process and determines the degree of attainment of the education development indicators of the Sustainable Development Goals 2030. And what that means, Mr. Speaker, is that the Ministry of Education is putting the necessary infrastructure in place, digitally, electronically, if you will, to ensure that we can properly plan and store data in relation to instruction, in relation to the management of our schools. The EMIS projections for 2022 include deployment of a managed school network to improve quality and relevant teaching and learning by enhancing the infusion of technology in education, the enhancement of access to internet resources, including Microsoft 365 and MS Teams, and multiple third-party education resources aimed to provide relevant, student-friendly, and managed quality education resources. You hear the song and dance about going digital and online learning. Well, this is the type of infrastructure that needs to be put in place in order to properly transition to online learning. And Mr. Speaker, when we talk about this online learning, and I'll get to it in some more detail, St. Kitts and Nevis is the only country in the region to have successfully carried out face-to-face instruction for an entire academic year. The only for 2020 and 2021. The only one. And although we did close schools before we anticipated in May, at that point in time, we had already completed the syllabus and were basically in revision mode. And so, Mr. Speaker, it shows that through not only the good management of our COVID-19 situation here in St. Kitts and Nevis, but through the excellent management of the Ministry of Education, we were able to mitigate much of the learning loss that our neighbors still experience. There are students in Trinidad and Tobago who have not seen a school since May of 2020. Our students are going to school here face to face, Mr. Speaker. Acquisition of tablet devices for primary students and laptops for secondary students and teachers who have not received devices in prior distributions. And Mr. Speaker, this is something that we've spoken about already. We've had a number of distributions and allocations of devices based on the need that was indicated. We appreciate, one, that need has changed. For whatever reason, persons would have indicated to us, I have a device already, but the device perhaps was not adequate, the device broke, different reasons. And so we have allocated and continue to allocate devices. And we're procuring more devices that we will be allocating to both students and teachers. But what we have to understand is, one, as I indicated, the need for these devices is significantly less in St. Kitts and Nevis than it is for anywhere else in the region, and might I say, world over, because of how we've managed our education system and because of how we've managed our COVID situation. The second point I will make on that, Mr. Speaker, is because we have that benefit, we have the opportunity now to put in all the infrastructural work which I'm addressing now, to ensure that when we present our students and teachers with platforms, they are proper platforms. They are platforms that they can utilize to do all the fantastic things that the education sector plan provides for. We cannot do like the previous administration, whose thing is just to hear laptops, and like they thought the name Oprah, laptop few, laptop few, laptop few, and then the children can't do anything with the laptops.
It can't be anything.
A report, I think it was the UNESCO report,
That again?
which was commissioned by your government, spoke about what a dismal failure that laptop program was.
To improve was necessary.
And we are not going to do as the other side thinks and just spending money, get where trade well. We do things properly, and that is why we're in this position today.
Yes.
That is why we're over here and they're over there.
That is it. The people have spoken.
The people have spoken, and they spoke again, and they will continue to speak. We will see the deployment of a Ministry of Education technology platform that seamlessly interconnects the Open EMIS and MS Team platforms to reduce educator administrative burdens while contributing to the flexible and mobile learning and providing a means of monitoring student education content, interactions, and attainment. We'll be launching a Microsoft 365 adoption and change management program to support the ministry's end-user utility. The platform for education, the utility, of the Microsoft 365 platform for education through EMIS advisories, Microsoft self-paced training paths, and the Ministry of Education's help desk. And we will assist, and all this is to assist with, to assist with all this, Mr. Speaker. We will be partnering or continuing our partnership with our local internet service providers, both flow and the cable, to ensure that the requisite infrastructure in place to provide the needed connectivity is there. Mr. Speaker, again, I talk about infrastructure and doing things properly. It's one thing for teachers and students to have devices, is another thing if they don't have internet, to use those devices, to use the platforms that we are highlighting here today. And so the cable has already run new fiber optic cables to all schools, and we are currently discussing the most optimal connectivity plans. And so I've just recently sat down on several occasions with the CEO of the cable, Ms. Patricia Walters, and we're discussing the various plans that we can make available at affordable rates for our teachers. Just recently, and I have to commend the cable on the gesture whereby they upgraded the internet service, not just for teachers, but for all school staffs. All school staffs until the end of this year. And we're looking at seeing what long-term plans we can provide for them. And what I'm really looking forward to, Mr. Speaker, is the advice that I'm going to receive from the cable, because one of the connectivity options that we're currently discussing is a cloud-based internet connectivity. And so you can stay in your community, whether it is in Charlestown, whether it is in Tabernacle, whether it is in St. Paul's, wherever. You can stay in your house, you can go on the veranda, you can go down by the play field and access that cloud-based connectivity. That is the type of infrastructure that this community administration is making available, is putting on and making available for our students and teachers to utilize. It's not just about giving out a tablet, giving out a laptop. I turn to our Curriculum Development Unit and Teacher Resource Center. The staff of the CDU needs to be commended for the large volume of work produced under very challenging circumstances as the unit has been functioning without a full complement of staff. The CDU has been engaged in the implementation of the enhancement of the curriculum since September 2020. For the 2021 academic year, the following has been achieved. The rollout of the enhanced curriculum on grade 5 in the 4 traditional areas of mathematics, language arts, social studies, and sciences, plus the newly introduced 5th core subject area of health and wellness. The rollout of the enhanced curriculum for Form 1 in the following subject areas: mathematics, social sciences, and health and wellness, physical competence. Secondary schools on the islands, on both islands, St. Kitts and Nevis, are now using a standard ICT curriculum. Though it is not an enhanced curriculum, it takes one step further in the direction of standardizing our school curriculums. Commencement of the writing of an integrated enhanced curriculum for kindergarten to grade 2. We've procured the resources for schools to the value of over $313,000. Schools have been provided with sports and PE equipment and supplies, books, and most recently, all primary schools that engage and all engage in the enhanced curriculum were provided with projectors to the value of over $53,000. Some schools got more projectors than others based on their populations, and these are to assist in that advanced curriculum and curriculum development that we are undertaking. The introduction of a balanced assessment system that is based mostly on continuous assessment. This was integral to our continuity of learning, particularly in light of the school closures as a result of COVID-19 pandemic. And let me be clear on that. When I say school closures, remember I indicated, although we had completed the curriculum, we were still in schools for revision purposes, and some schools had exams that they were scheduled to write. Students were supposed to write exams, and so because they couldn't write those exams, and because of the foresight of the team within the Ministry of Education, we had this balanced assessment system, continuous learning, so we're able to, I don't like to use the word judge, but assess the students' performances throughout the course of the year, not needing that final exam to know how they had improved. We're building partnerships with external entities. For example, we have collaborated with Lake Health and Wellbeing on the Sweet Enough campaign to a successful virtual dance competition. The prize-giving ceremony for this competition will be held early in the new year. In the area of reading, the newly introduced reading intervention teachers in all primary schools were provided with tablets to support the program implementation. So not only have we introduced these specialized, specially trained reading intervention teachers in all the primary schools, but again, another example of device allocation. For 2022, it is the intention of the CDU to introduce a national assessment system that is focused on curriculum evaluation and not student placement. The Ministry of Education will hold consultations with education stakeholders regarding this new process early in the new year. And basically, Mr. Speaker, that is our move away from streaming in our schools. No more A1, A2, A3, B1, B2, B3. And you know what? You know why I like the Ministry of Education? And Mr. Prime Minister, I have to thank you for putting that on the plate for me. Because when I participate in these regional forums and conferences and councils, I really can't say much, Because all of the things that my colleague ministers are fighting to do and arguing for and saying, look, we need to go there. St. Kitts and Nevis has done it already. We are so far ahead of the curve.
Thanks to Labour.
We are so far ahead of the curve.
Thanks to Labour. Glad you know that.
You know what's going on. You know what's going on.
Thanks to Labour.
I go to Paris for UNESCO conference, and you know what? Every person I met, you know what they said? Boy, St. Kitts and Nevis is the model. The model, that is what they consider us to be. And so, Mr. Speaker, no, the model on the runway. We intend to continue the writing process for the integrated kindergarten to grade 2 curriculum, as well as commence writing of curriculum for the lower secondary subject areas. that will provide students with a larger knowledge base in less traditional fields and therefore provide multiple career pathways. Some of these subject areas include TVET, modern languages, and a visual and performing arts curriculum that is expected to support the vision of the Ministry of Entertainment and Talent. We intend to complete the review of the pilot of the enhanced curriculum of grades 4 and 6 and launch the revised documents during 2022. And we will continue to procure resources for schools to support the enhanced curriculum, including the provision of digital resources such as e-books and locally produced digital resources. This is a special one for me, Mr. Speaker, and I want to touch on our ESL program. The Ministry of Education is preparing for the implementation of our English as a second language program in schools from September 2022. The ESL program will be delivered in all public schools, starting in Bastille and in Charlestown. We've partnered with the University of Arizona to provide a customized program of ESL training for teachers. The program will, 1, facilitate the training of select teachers to support English language learners in the various content areas. 2, provide teaching English as a foreign language certification training for teachers. 3, train Ministry of Education officers in ESL program monitoring and evaluation. And 4, support curriculum review and revision in order to ensure that the ESL practices are embedded in the enhanced curriculum. And Mr. Speaker, in short, what this is this team unity administration understanding the people, being in touch with our constituents, seeing a need to provide additional support to, in particular, Spanish-speaking citizens amongst us and residents amongst us. And that is why we have identified those 2 areas to begin, because those have the larger concentrations of Spanish-speaking residents on both islands. When I think of my own constituency and the Irish Town Primary School, and in particular, it's mainly persons from the Dominican Republic, and how those children have additional challenges. Nothing is wrong with them, but the language barrier is real. The Tucker Clark Primary School, same thing. And so we are understanding the need to provide support for those communities. Another big hit, not just regionally, but internationally, Mr. Speaker, coming out of this team unity administration within the Ministry of Education is the professionalization of our teaching force. National consultations were held during the course of 2021 on the professionalization of the teaching force. As a result of these consultations, the ministry has been able to achieve the following: the development of a framework for continuous professional development of teachers, a revised career pathway for the education sector, and the development of a framework for the establishment of a national teaching council. This is one of the initiatives that we've received tremendous support from UNESCO in relation to. And again, when our accomplishments thus far in this particular initiative were discussed with UNESCO officials in Paris, the first thing they say is, boy, how can we get other countries, other islands in the region to come on board? St. Kitts and Nevis is the model. That is what we're seen as. And so for 2022, we'll see the revision of the professional standards for educators, inclusive of a code of ethics, the revision of the performance appraisal system for the education sector, something which is consistent with what we are looking to do throughout our civil service sector. We intend to implement the program of continuous professional development. We intend to work towards the establishment of a national teaching council utilizing a phased approach to its establishment and operations. And ultimately, this work is intended to enhance the profession of teaching and to further support and develop the capacity of our teachers. We value our teachers. We look to help them develop, not just personally, but professionally. And that is what this is about. This is what you call investing in our people. A few years ago, we saw the similar things done with the legal profession. It's been done with architects, and so we are doing that here. We're raising the standards of our teachers, and thereby raising the standard of instruction and education that our students get. This administration takes school safety very seriously, Mr. Speaker. Advancing the safety and security of our children is always at the forefront of decision-making within the Ministry of Education. With the support of our national emergency agencies on both St. Kitts and Nevis and through our regional partnership with SEDEMA, the Ministry has been able to advance the security and safety of our children. This has been done through the development of guidelines for the reopening of early childhood centers, primary and secondary schools, AVEC, and our NSTP National Skills Training Program, inclusive of school emergency procedures, which provided an effective framework for the operation of schools and decision-making in response to COVID-19. We saw the development of the St. Kitts and Nevis Plan for Continuity of Learning, which ensured that students continue to engage in learning irrespective of school status. And what is, funny with this one, Mr. Speaker, when you look at the plans that have come out as it were in relation to the resumption of school, for example, in the other OECS, CARICOM region, you know what's interesting? They look very similar to ours. Look very similar. That is because they had the benefit of ours. Again, St. Kitts and Nevis being ahead of the curve. I was able to share what we had done with my colleagues regionally, and they have followed suit.
You must let the teachers know so they could speak to the...
They know they got copies. They have a copy. Of course. And we made that plan public. We published that plan for anybody to see prior to the opening of schools, because we wanted all stakeholders to be aware of what was happening, whether you're a teacher, a student, a parent, a guardian, a neighbor. In 2022, we'll see the implementation of the National Safe School Policy for Safe St. Kitts and Nevis. The National Safe School Policy outlines the school safety standards for both islands, as well as our green approach, which considers natural resource management in schools. And we will advance the adherence to the early childhood minimum standards for operation and the early childhood care and education policy. And while I'm on early childhood, Mr. Speaker, the Ministry of Education has completed a submission for Cabinet, which hopefully Cabinet will be reviewing shortly, in relation to the early childhood sector, and initiatives that we can put in place to provide more support for that sector, that very important sector. Because when children in that sector can't go to school, the parents can't go to work. And sometimes we take them for granted. TVET, again, has been something where, an area where this administration has put significant emphasis. In 2021, we saw several scholarships being made available to persons in St. Kitts and Nevis under the TVET Enhancement Project. Ultimately, the project provided funding to 72 individuals, 17 of which pursued education opportunities at the diploma and bachelor's degree level, and 55 pursued the master's in education. And I really have to give the credit for that one to our Deputy Prime Minister and my predecessor. That was That was his brainchild. He came up with that, again, investing in our people. Not just for this budget, but it's something we've been doing all the time. Civil works is a substantive component of the TVET enhancement project. And so, through the assistance of the CDB in St. Kitts and Nevis, civil works in 6 high schools and 2 major projects in Nevis were identified under that particular project. Renovations took place in the Keon, in the Keon High School, Sadler's Secondary, and the Virtuals High School, which were completed in January of 2021, while the Washington Archibald High School, the Charles E. Mills Secondary School completed their work in March of 2021. The substantial work has been done to the new multi-story TVET wing at the Gingerland Secondary School, and we look forward to the start of the major upgrades to the Charlestown Secondary School and AVIC in the new year. Some $30 million of investment in the schools, new home economics classrooms, tools, new woodwork shops, new metal workshops. That is what you call investing in your people. At the CFBC, we've seen the benefits from some needed human resource appointments. It continues to partner with regional and international universities like University of West Indies and Auburn universities in the US to expand its course offerings, particularly in the performing arts. CFBC has shone in the training of nurses at our Health Sciences Division, as well as in the area of agriculture, as shown in the recently established first of a number of modern hydroponic greenhouses. A program which I intend to get started early in 2022, Mr. Speaker, is a Workforce Ready program. And what that is, it is our identification of the lack of certain soft skills that some of our nationals or residents have exhibited when going into the workforce. And so to fill that void and to properly invest in them, to help them to develop certain skills from etiquette to dress to phone etiquette, internet etiquette, writing resumes, how to conduct themselves in job interviews. A whole program is being developed around this. We had the assistance from a professor coming out of the Auburn University. We're utilizing a local consultant, and we hope to offer this program in early 2022 through our National Skills Training program. Mr. Speaker, it would be remiss of me if I did not touch on the Bastia High School, because a lot of people have a lot of things to say about the Bastia High School. And while I agree it is not the perfect situation at the moment in terms of the current, where we currently have the school, it is a far cry from where we met it. We inherited a Bastia High School which basically had been abandoned. We had the children on a shift system in the church hall, scattered all over Bastia. And it was this team unity administration that built a temporary facility to ensure that they had even the basic necessities for school. And so when we talk about, when I hear my good friend on the other side, the senator, talking about that culture and that pride of Bastia High School, I am a product of the Bastia High School. And as a part of this administration and the Minister of Education, I am working arduously with my colleague and the Minister responsible for Public Works to ensure that the new Bastia High School comes online very shortly. It is unfortunate that there were some issues beyond our control that has delayed it. But we stand ready. As you said, We had it in the budget last year, and it is there again, provisions for that Basia High School, because we are serious about it.
And it is not a financial issue, that is it.
No.
The issue, definitely.
The money is there. It was delayed due to circumstances beyond our control. But those are almost resolved, and so we look forward to the start of that. And hopefully next year, my good friends can save some time and talk about something else.
You'll always talk about school. It's not going to go away.
Before I wrap up on education, Mr. Speaker, I just want to touch briefly on some UNESCO matters, because UNESCO has been of tremendous assistance to the Ministry of Education, by extension, the people of St. Kitts and Nevis, because not all of their initiatives are found within education, but as a Minister of Education, I do have responsibility for UNESCO affairs. And so St. Kitts and Nevis's National Commission for UNESCO is grateful for the support that has been given over the years from UNESCO headquarters in Paris to undertake participation program projects through technical support in developing education, biodiversity, and social framework. Of the 6 project proposals that were submitted for the 2020-2021 cycle, 4 were approved. These include, on the education, regulatory and operational guidelines for the establishment of the National Teaching Council, which I spoke to a while ago. Also in education is the developing of a St. Kitts and Nevis accreditation policy framework and the enhancement of the St. Kitts and Nevis Accreditation Board. Under sciences, human sciences, my note advises, we see phase 2 of the completion of the gender equality policy and action plan for St. Kitts and Nevis. And the 4th one is the Man and Biosphere Project, the cleanup of the Keon River and Gut Hermitage Estate, Hermitage and Keys Bay areas associated with the St. Mary's Bab Reserve, which is the Man and Biosphere Reserve. All 4 projects cover major areas of the development strategy in the Federation. These are supported by high-level UNESCO-accredited experts and consultants and coordinators in their respective fields. I spoke about the National Teaching Council, so I won't go into that, but basically what we're seeking to do there is to implement and improve teacher quality, which will in turn improve the quality of education, increase equitable access and participation, while strengthening sector efficiency and effectiveness to improve learning outcomes. Through the development of the accreditation policy framework with the expertise of the UNESCO consultant, the St. Kitts and Nevis Accreditation Board benefited from institutional strengthening to enhance the accrediting process within the Federation through collaborations with the Executive Director of the Accreditation Board Secretariat, Mrs. Tricia Francis, and the UNESCO-appointed consultants. They launched the project in January of 2021. The first phase of the St. Kitts and Nevis Accreditation Enhancement Initiative sought to strengthen the St. Kitts, the SKN Accreditation Board, which included reviewing documentation, policies, guidelines, and regulation for the recognition of higher education qualifications and development of overarching accreditation framework to guide the registration and accreditation process. And Mr. Speaker, basically our accreditation board looks to regulate the offshore universities, for example, that we welcome here in St. Kitts and Nevis, as well as our own institutions here, and the way in which and the standard of degree and accreditation that they give. We've been doing significant work, for example, with our NVQs, National Vocational Qualifications, and such good work that our national qualifications in many instances exceed the Caribbean vocational qualifications. Again, St. Kitts and Nevis leading the way and being the model. The Ministry of Community Development, Gender Affairs and Social Services completed the comprehensive National Gender Equality policy and action plan that will guide the transformation process towards gender equality and equity for all citizens and residents in the Federation. The outcome of the project is the development of a well-informed, comprehensive national gender equality policy and action plan as an institutional framework. This will assist the government of St. Kitts and Nevis in facilitating gender equality and empowerment in support of the Sustainable Development Goals. This will include the establishment of the public oversight bodies and ministerial cooperative structures. In a brief ceremony, this project was closed on 14th December 2021, and the document handed to the minister responsible, the Honourable Member for number 8, for Cabinet approval in early 2022. With, again, UNESCO support, the National MAB, Man and the Biosphere Committee, successfully undertook its participation program project, cleanup of the Keon River gut and the other areas I spoke to. This area is rich in cultural heritage, historical sites and ecological diversity. The St. Mary's Biosphere consists of the communities of Canada, Keys, Keon, Otleys Village, and the Grange portion of Lodge Village, along with mountain ranges, waterways, rivers, beaches, and bays. After the completion of the cleanup and beautification of these areas, residents and visitors to the areas would be able to enjoy the beauty, history, and traditions associated with the biosphere. Over the past few months, the MAB committee engaged in assessment exercises of the Keon River gut. Support was also sought from the Peace Initiative workers to assist with the cleanup of the heritage estate. Again, you see how everything comes back full circle. While we invest in how you refer to them, our prodigal sons?
Okay, the minister referred to it that way.
As we invest in our young people, you see where the investments are going. You're seeing the benefits of the investment. You're seeing where we are putting them to work.
Very good, very good.
Education for sustainable development. Establishing a core committee. We established a core committee within the Ministry of Education and an interministerial committee to prepare a country initiative for education for sustainable development. A UNESCO-appointed consultant will undertake a situational analysis in January of 2022. But what we have completed, what I spoke about, were new initiatives from UNESCO. What we have just recently completed include the St. Kitts Nevis tentative list to we're still working on the St. Kitts Nevis list to UNESCO World Heritage Committee. The tentative list committee has received applications of potential World Heritage sites and items from the Nevis World Heritage Committee and the St. Christopher National Trust. Through a series of discussions and meetings, these are being prepared and streamlined to go to UNESCO. Any site to be nominated for World Heritage consideration will then be drawn from that list. The National Sport Policy implementation. I had the privilege of laying the National Sport Policy and strategic plan before this very House earlier. I think it was in February of this year. And so having done that, the Commonwealth Secretariat has now come on board and has agreed to provide financial support to secure technical assistance to implement the National Sport Policy, which we completed in 2020 and will start rolling out in 2022. I will touch on it when I get to the Department of Sport, but we have actually put together our inaugural National Sport Council, but I'll touch on that shortly. Intangible cultural heritage. A successful outcome of the first phase of the ICH project in St. Kitts and Nevis was based on, and through help from UNESCO, securing some US $99,000 via the Intergovernmental Committee for the Safeguarding of the Intangible Cultural Heritage. UNESCO supports St. Kitts and Nevis' embarking on the second ICH phase with new UNESCO funding, again at the tune of US $99,000 and US that is, to benefit from technical assistance in order to elaborate a request for international assistance from the Intangible Cultural Heritage Fund of the 2003 Convention to create a national ICH policy for traditional bearers and safeguarding ICH elements. And again, Mr. Speaker, I will touch on this when I provide my comments in relation to the Department of Culture. And so, Mr. Speaker, this is an overview of what we've been doing here in St. Kitts and Nevis within the Ministry of Education, and where we will continue to invest in our people for 2022. I am indeed proud. At first I was a bit apprehensive when the PM called me and said, what do you think about education? But I'm proud to be the Federation's Minister of Education. I'm proud to be a part of the successes that we continue to yield. But it's not about saying we're the biggest and we're the best and we're better than everybody. It's about the effect of our successes, and the effect is our students have had more in-person school than anybody else in the region. Our system is not perfect, but we are giving the best opportunities possible to our people, to our students, to our teachers, to training and professionalizing the teaching force. This is what you call investment, true investment in our people. And so, Mr. Speaker, I now turn to the other ministry with which I oversee, and that is the Ministry of Youth, Sport and Culture. Mr. Speaker, how much time have I utilized so far?
At 5:55, the time will have 1 hour would have gone. You began at 4:50.
Okay, thank you. So I return to the Ministry of Youth, Sport and Culture. I'll start with the Department of Culture. The department places much emphasis on increasing public awareness of the St. Kitts and Nevis Creative Industry Registry. We've made linkages with other government, ministries and agencies. Consultations have already started with the Small Business Development Unit within the Ministry of Trade and the Ministry of Talent Development and Entrepreneurship, all towards establishing training, exposure, and incentives for our nation's creatives. Perhaps the Department of Culture's greatest success for the year under review is the completion of the UNESCO-sponsored Intangible Cultural Heritage Project, which I just spoke to. In April 2016, St. Kitts and Nevis signed on to two very important UNESCO conventions. The 2003 convention, which is for the safeguarding of intangible cultural heritage, and that is where the emphasis on our intangible cultural heritage has really come from. The ICH project is entitled Strengthening Inventory, Preparation Capacity for Implementation of the 2003 Convention for the Safeguarding of Intangible Cultural Heritage in St. Kitts and Nevis. And it has built capacity necessary for the implementation of that convention for the safeguarding of the intangible cultural heritage here in St. Kitts and Nevis. Although the sponsorship period for UNESCO ended in March of 2021, the project will be sustained by this Unity administration going forward. In February, we were able to host an event to showcase to the media and stakeholders the end result of the project to date. When we shared videos of the work we were able to document from traditional bearers on both St. Kitts and Nevis. And just some of the ICH elements that were researched in that particular showcase in St. Kitts included, from Zone 1, the actors, storytelling. From Zone 2, we had room making, and Sunday school. From zone 3, David and Goliath, mummies, giant and despair, calabash utensils, patch nuts, traditional making of bread. From zone 4, we had cassava bread making, Morby beer making. And from zone 5, Ramble, the festive event, and storytelling. From Nevis, we had the researching of vernacular housing and how those old traditional houses were designed and built, particularly in Nevis pottery. The federal government of St. Kitts and Nevis has shown its seriousness and commitment in a tangible way to this ICH program and its continuation and sustainability by establishing an ICH secretariat within the Department of Culture to manage the day-to-day operations of ICH. And just earlier, my brother from Nevis 10, in his presentation, was talking about the need to teach persons how to make fish pots and fish nets, and fish pots. These are all things that fall within our intangible cultural heritage. And so you see why we need to invest in this, to continue to pass on this information, this knowledge to the next generations. We talk about sustainability and food sustainability. This fits right into it. Going forward, we intend to see the creation of the St. Kitts and Nevis Cultural Heritage Policy, the establishment of the St. Kitts National ICH Elements Inventory, solidify linkages with the other government agencies and ministries like tourism, finance, customs, to continue towards full establishment of the National Registry. We look to see training for our folklore performers, as there's a need to improve their professionalism as it relates to their art form. We want to make them, as we're doing with the teachers, we want to professionalize the carrying on of our folklore in areas such as budgeting and conflict resolution. And we want to expand on the drumming program to include our corrective institutions, for example, the New Horizon Rehabilitation Center and Her Majesty's Prison. The vulnerable population, which includes Project Viola, boys' mentorship programs, the elderly and differently abled. The Ministry of Health through the mental health programs. Mr. Speaker, I now move on to the Department of Youth, I cannot forget to say that the Department of Culture had been a bit misplaced for a while, and then COVID didn't help the situation. But we have invested in new premises for the Department of Culture, located in the Palms Arcade down in the Circus, downtown Bastille. And hopefully from next month, the Department of Culture will be operating from there and be very easily and perfect location, easily accessible by all. And as we continue to roll out a number of programs that we have, we want people to feel comfortable to go into the department and to engage them as we move all of those programs forward. Well, before I go on to the Department of Youth, let me deal with our National Carnival, because it is Carnival season. And I don't think we can give any more credit, but we can continue. I don't know what else we can do to show appreciation to our National Carnival Committee. The COVID-19 pandemic has shown just how easily the world can change. Things can change like that. But at the same time, our National Carnival Committee was able to change and adapt. And so we saw the first ever virtual carnival last year. And when some may say, well, it was virtual and we didn't get to go and jam in the band and we didn't get to put on a costume and parade there, what we saw was the largest ever participation in Carnival that we ever had. Persons who would not normally go to a Calypso tent were tuning into the tents online. Persons who would not normally, or persons who may not be able to come home for Christmas, were able to log on and participate in tents, in the virtual Juve, in the shows that we put on, the Icon show. And what we did was we elevated our carnival, and perhaps that might be the silver lining within COVID as it relates to our national carnival. We were able to add an element which we can't abandon. Even when we go back to in-person jamming on the road and street activities, we cannot now abandon the online, the virtual platform, because it has shown to be so successful. So many others have since followed our lead, have asked how you did it. We've had to consult with other stakeholders in the region for them to follow what we're doing. Again, St. Kitts and Nevis going forward. And what it also did was to help to provide not just a showcase or platform for some of our young people in terms of what they could do as it relates to media and broadcasting, but it provided some level of income support for those young people at a time when nothing was happening because of COVID. And so when we continue to appreciate how hard the entertainment sector has been hit, we try our best to use every opportunity possible to invest in that area and to assist them. This year, we celebrate 50 years of National Carnival. We're able to have, through our own good work as a country, through the fantastic work by our task force and other stakeholders, we are able to have in-person events, albeit limited audience in terms of the size and in terms of the vaccination status, but we're able to have these events and to have them safely. Because at the end of the day, it's one thing to have Carnival, but we want to ensure we're having it in a safe environment, particularly now in light of COVID-19. And so I continue to commend the Carnival Committee for the calendar of events that it has been able to put out and so far successfully carry out. I want to encourage persons to participate in events, whether you can go in person or not. You can look at it online, you can log on and look at it and feel a part of Carnival 50. You can feel that fun, vibe and energy, as the theme says, for National Carnival 50 or Sugar Mass 50. And, you know, some people make the joke and they make jokes about the bubble juve and I know there's been criticism of the wise decision to restrict participation to vaccinated persons only. But I can tell you, Mr. Speaker, that 2 other national carnival committees from within the OECS region have not only reached out to us as part of their consultation to follow what we are doing here, but they're sending delegations to St. Kitts for our national carnival to see how we are doing it so that they can replicate it in their own jurisdictions, vaccinated only. It is not a matter of trying to exclude anybody, but at the end of the day, we must take the health and well-being of our people, our entire people. We must take it seriously, and that must be the foremost thing on our minds. And so I go to the Department of Youth, and this year the Department of Youth Empowerment, in partnership with a locally owned and youth-led business, Food for Creative Souls, delivered training and mentorship to several youth media volunteers. This was executed with the support and contributions of numerous local creative and media entrepreneurs. A total of 11 media volunteers successfully completed the 2-month-long training initiative. With the support of the Ministry of the Human Resource Officer, the department began a new thrust to train and refresh officers. This is to prepare the department to realize the implementation of the federal youth policy, effectively implement the department's programming and address the needs of our youth stakeholders. Youth officers undertook general capacity building training over the September and October months this year, including multimedia training. New partnerships have been forged with local, regional, and international partners, including the Commonwealth Secretariat, to deliver youth work-specific training for youth officers commencing early 2022. As the department continues to pursue its mandate to support and build the capacities of our youth organizations, several in-person training sessions have been executed. In-person training for registered youth groups has this year included first aid and CPR certification training in line with the department's recommendation that all youth organizations maintain at least 2 first aid and CPR certified members. The department has also pursued relevant mechanisms and partnerships to deliver training opportunities virtually. One such partnership is with the Ministry of Education, which secured the support of the IT team to facilitate the successful execution of the Department of Youth's first virtual summer creative camp. The camps are the enthusiastic and productive engagement of our young people in exploring their artistic skills, discovering new interests, and honing their creative talents, all from the comforts of their own homes during the summer leave from school. It is worth mentioning, Mr. Speaker, that this model allowed for several parents and guardians to share in the experience with their children, assisting them and even creating some of their own work in the process. The Department of Youth Empowerment and its youth development stakeholders welcome and encourage such moments of wholesome parent-child engagements as they help to deepen and strengthen the bonds between them and reduce the potential for outside negative influence to sway our young children. Indeed, this model has proven so successful and impactful that the young people have been asking for more camps using this format. The Department of Youth and the Ministry of Education have also provided the necessary support requested by some youth organizations that have gone on to conduct similar initiatives over the course of the summer. In October of this year, the department commenced its focused engagement of high-risk youth as part of the SHINE program. This initiative challenged approximately 20 young persons to recognize their inherent talents and their potential while engaging them in visual arts and other skills development training. The Volunteer Corps has to date executed more than 3,000 hours of volunteer service, having played an integral role in several community service initiatives throughout the year. Some of their service initiatives include, but are not limited to, conducting temperature checks and recording contacts at some sport tournaments, maintaining hiking trails with the Department of Environment, planting and maintaining trees island-wide with a total of 100 trees planted on St. Kitts so far this year, conducting and supporting beach and in-water cleanups with stakeholder organizations on both St. Kitts and Nevis. So far this year, volunteers have recorded over 8,000 pounds of garbage removal from our beaches, and I believe that they deserve to be commended. In partnership with the Ministry of Education and Department of Youth Empowerment, on December 8th, saw the official launch and induction of the new cohort of SAFE recipients and the Volunteer Corps inductees. Approximately 250 new student volunteers have been added to our Volunteer Corps program. The department has begun the process of reviewing the current federal youth policy to inform and shape the new federal youth policy and strategic implementation. The Commonwealth Secretariat is supporting this process by providing a skilled consultant and virtual support with stakeholder engagement. This process of reviewing the Federal Youth Policy 2017 to 2022 is ongoing and has included a detailed review of the current youth policy and other relevant policies, consultation of all key stakeholders. Just yesterday, I was presented with the consultant's report and a proposed new youth policy and strategic plan for 2023 to 2027, which I shall have endorsed by the Cabinet early in 2022. The new policy will reflect the realities of today and will articulate a clear vision for empowering our youth not only to meet and overcome the challenges of today, but to confidently chart successfully navigate a path to realizing their greatest aspirations. Celebrated this year under the theme Youth, the Future and Now, Youth Month 2021, this year's Youth Month activities saw an increase in participation over last year. Youth Month also saw the hosting of a youth panel discussion where school-age youth shared their perspectives and insight into their peer groups' thinking on COVID-19 and the available vaccines. Young people from across both St. Kitts and Nevis also had the opportunity to speak their minds on a range of issues important to them when they engaged me as the Minister of Youth at the November 17 Ministers' Wrap session. This initiative also allowed for the young persons to provide valuable input towards the shaping of the national youth policy. The Ministry of Gender Affairs, the Department of Sport, the Ministry of Education, and the Cotton Thomas Comprehensive School once again joined with the Department of Youth Empowerment to realize the annual Fund Day for youth living with disabilities. This initiative recognizes the importance of allowing access of all youth to meaningful and positive development and leisure opportunities. On November 23rd, some of our young culinary entrepreneurs competed in a friendly yet intense competition of creativity and skill in the second annual Bake Off Wars. This event not only showcases the strengths of our young entrepreneurs, but also serves as a clear demonstration to their peers of what is possible with focused determination to follow your dreams and to be successful. This initiative also created a platform for them to showcase their businesses and their abilities. The Federal Parliament had the pleasure of honoring 25 of our most remarkable teens. And Mr. Speaker, you know well, you were involved very intimately in this particular initiative in St. Kitts and Nevis on the 25th of November. This year's awards marks 275 remarkable teens recognized since the inception of the awards in 2011. Going forward, the Ministry of Youth Empowerment is looking to implement its SHINE program, a mentorship program geared to higher risk secondary school students to realize their value and their potential. Quarterly consultations between young people, it is hoped to be extended to allow them an audience. Sorry, let me back up. I intend to have quarterly consultations with young people, and it is hoped that we can extend those consultations to allow them an audience with the Cabinet. It is imperative that the young people be given opportunities to have their voices heard. Within the department, we intend to create an office to provide career guidance and counseling for our young people. We look to establish the Youth Media Unit to enhance the reach and impact of the department's programming. And hopefully we can partner with the Ministry of Entertainment and their new initiative in terms of the TV channel, which they're to shortly launch. We look forward to the completion and adoption of the Federal Youth Policy and the Strategic Action Plan for 2023 to 2027. And we want to assist our youth groups with the implementation of social intervention initiatives at the community level. Finally, Mr. Speaker, I go to the third arm of this ministry, the Department of Sport. This has been a particularly busy year for the Department of Sport, Mr. Speaker. Firstly, we saw the full implementation of the St. Kitts Nevis National Sport Policy 2020 to 2025, which I alluded to earlier, which started with the appointment of the National Sport Council. The National Sport Council is chaired by Mr. Glenn Quinlan, with 15 other members from across the Federation, representing athletes, administrators, and referees from various sporting disciplines, the private sector, the health sector, and other stakeholders. The Council has been having regular meetings and has started laying the groundwork. We've seen improved collaboration between the Department of Sport and the National Sporting Associations for the resumption of sport and sport development. I have had several meetings with our national federations, such as our St. Kitts Nevis Football Association, our Athletics Association, the Volleyball Association, basketball, cricket, and we have discussed a number of initiatives. For example, we continue to work with the Cricket Association, the St. Kitts Cricket Association, in relation to the Connery Cricket Facility. Much of what you see there has been invested through our Cricket Association, and we look to, with the support of the Department of Sport, and we look to foster similar relationships with other associations, community groups throughout St. Kitts to manage these sport facilities, that then take them on as their own, and thereby taking some of the tasks off of the ministry, but also getting them more involved. The discussions with the Football Association are very positive, and without telling any tales out of school, we are working closely at some significant infrastructural developments coming out of football and in the development of football, hopefully starting in 2022. Not forgetting the futsal facility for the Pine Garden area, which I would have broken ground on earlier, or correction, identified earlier, and have now been able to get successful buy-in from not just our local football association, but even from the FIFA level, to have that build-out start in 2022. We saw the collaboration between the Department of Sport and the Ministry of Education as it continues to be a fruitful one. Success has been realized with the implementation of the Health and Wellness Program in grades 4 and grade 6 during this past academic year, with our coaches delivering the physical fitness component. The curriculum is being delivered in grade 5 for the academic year 2021-2022. Our coaches have been trained and instructed to teach like teachers. And so it's not just a matter of going out and showing our students how to kick a ball, or to throw a ball, or to play cricket, but they get proper instruction. The coaches, they have lesson plans that they have to prepare and execute, and I think that has been a very positive part of their own professional development. There's been much improvement in the maintenance and upkeep of our major facilities. Much of the work was done by in-house persons, and as opposed to outsourcing. And what we've done is we've been able to utilize a lot of the talents and expertise that we have in-house. One, in an attempt to reduce our expenditure as a department, but also to help with the development of the talents of our personnel, our groundsmen in particular. You'd have heard the minister with responsibility for public infrastructure speak about all of the things that fall within or at the feet of public works. We all know the frustrations that come out of waiting for public works because it is so much that they have on their plates. And so we're able to efficiently utilize professional skills in-house to get the work done fast and efficiently. We saw the gardens playing field with the complete renovation of the pavilion there. And we look forward to improving the lighting system there for 2022. At Basketball City, they received a facelift with the painting and removal of the wooden bleachers and replacement with metal ones, all done by our personnel within the Department of Sport. The Virtual's playing field recently received upgraded LED lighting and was officially renamed the Samuel Williams Sport Complex. I hear my good friend from number 4 boasting, saying that they have the best lighting in St. Kitts. The Carnival football field, we finally received bleachers which will shortly be installed, and we have upgraded the lights. And we'll continue the build out and upgrade of that facility in a phased manner in 2022. Hopefully I start getting so many calls from the member from number 8. The Conry cricket, as I indicated earlier, continues to be developed in collaboration with the St. Kitts Cricket Association. And I believe the next big project that they're about to work on there is the installation of some additional bathrooms. The St. Mary's Park had its bleacher program completed this year. So the St. Mary's Park in Keon has had all new bleachers installed at that facility. Warner Park, major renovations were undertaken there. Again, most of the work being done, if not all, by the groundsmen and park staff. We had the upgrade of the Len Harris Cricket Academy and re-establishment of the board thereto, chaired by Mr. Donald Thompson. We will be relaunching the academy officially as of next month. And we've had general upgrades to the other facilities throughout the country, and we'll continue to do those upgrades in 2022. St. Kitts seems to be unique in the fact that, and people want to know, well, how St. Kitts gets all of this. International cricket, for example. We probably have the most facilities per capita, certainly in the region, and maybe in the world. We have football, cricket, and basketball facilities in every community. If I remember correctly, I'm sure Senator Phipps will correct me if I'm wrong. At one point in time, when a PAM administration was building out these facilities, somebody said, basketball court can't eat. We're seeing the benefits of that foresight and infrastructure from the 80s paying dividends today. The department has taken steps to improve collection of revenue and contribute to the government's revenue intake through the rental of bars in various facilities. This provides employment for persons in the subject communities, generates income for the government, and assists with the general upkeep of the facilities. In 2022, we will expand this initiative by establishing the Warner Park Food Court, making some 12 or 13 concession stalls there available for rent at affordable rates for persons to sell food and to operate drink bars. Mr. Speaker, one of the main pillars of my vision as the minister responsible for sport is sport tourism. And like tourism in general, it is back with a bang. Between August 25th and September 15th of 2021, the Federation successfully hosted the entire CPL T20 tournament at the Warner Park Cricket Stadium, 33 games. The second most watched cricket tournament in the world, behind only the IPL. And on top of it, our very own St. Kitts Nevis Patriots won their first ever CPL title dramatically off the last ball of the over. of the final. This was impressively done in the midst of the COVID-19 pandemic, without compromising the health and safety of our citizens at large, those patrons who attended, or the players and officials who were involved in the hosting. The economic impact assessment that has recently been provided by YouGov Sport informs us that there was a total attendance of some 15,000, over 15,800 patrons. There was a total viewership of over 500 million people across the world. The total number of service providers was over 50 engaged by the CPL. The total economic impact from this year's CPL to our economy here in St. Kitts and Nevis being some $8.9 million US, with an additional media value of 79 million. But I want to focus, but that is not so much tangible. I want to focus on the tangible aspect. $8.9 million US economic impact here as a result of sport tourism at a time when we needed it. At a time when people did not have work, they got work. We had organizers spend, the CPL itself spent some $2.25 million US to these service providers, who included, but are not limited to, the Marriott Hotel, TDC, Next Gen Laboratory, Bobsy's Chicken Wings, KDP Enterprises, Coscab St. Kitts Limited, G Squared Arts, Toucan Sounds, Merleek's Catering, Joe Millard's Catering, and A1 Cleaning Solutions, to name a few. Tangible benefits coming out of sport tourism here in St. Kitts and Nevis. So successful that we now have the privilege of hosting just next month, from the 3rd to the 23rd of January, the ICC Under-19 Cricket World Cup. Mr. Speaker, World Cup is coming back to St. Kitts. And it's not just going to be limited to Warner Park, but it will be taken throughout the breadth of St. Kitts to some 5 venues. An anticipated cohort of over 270 persons, with a direct spend of approximately 2.5 million budgeted. They got the players, so we have the facilities. And we will be taking these games, ICC will be taking these games to Warner Park, Connery, St. Mary's in Keon, Molyneux, and St. Paul's. As we go forward, we look to the continued capacity building for the staff and coaches, with an aim to further develop the human capital within the department. We look forward to the improved maintenance plan by upgrading equipment used, developing the skills of the ground staff, and improving the reporting system. All facilities will have a maintenance plan and schedule. Revision and creation of new usage contracts to ensure that there is mutual beneficial financial benefits from all of our parties and all of our persons who are going to be renting from us. And we look forward to partnerships with community groups to take ownership of the upkeep of the community sporting facilities. We want to encourage more community groups, more football clubs, more basketball teams to come on board and adopt the community facilities, take care of them. Some time ago I heard, when the government doesn't give its athletes money, we don't invest in the athletes. We invest millions of dollars every year into these facilities that the athletes use. And so we want them to really play a part in terms of managing and upkeeping these facilities. And so, Mr. Speaker, I come to a close, and I do so being very satisfied that what this administration is presenting to the country is a true investment in its people. Certainly from my standpoint, I believe that what I have presented today has shown how we have invested in our people in education, in sport, in the maintenance of our cultural heritage, in our young people. It is shown how we will continue, and we actually have plans. It's not just a matter of talking. We have strategic plans. We have infrastructure to continue that people investment in 2022. Mr. Speaker, the budget debate is not about catchy phrases and saying things that we think are popular or what we think our political supporters are going to jump up and make noise for. It's about managing a country. It's about creating opportunities for its people. It is about investing in its people. And so I am confident that we will continue to do that. It's not just about spending money. It's about having a plan and spending the money wisely. We've done that. That is why we could pay a double. That's why we can provide further 3 months of support for persons affected by COVID. That is what investing in a people is all about. And I'm proud to be a part of this Team Unity administration, which continues to invest in its people. May it please you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honourable Member for St. Christopher 2, General Powell, in a time of just, 2 minutes short of that 90-minute time period. I recognize the Honourable Member for Nevis 9, Mark Grantley.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I reflected today that this was my 15th budget debate. I used to consider myself to be young, but when I reflect that I've been here now 14 times prior to today for a budget debate, I think youth has fled. But I'm happy, Mr. President, to have the opportunity to be here, and the fact that I have endured thus far for 15 years, sent here by the good people of Nevis 9, spending some time initially on the cold, hard opposition benches, but now in the warmer climate of government. I am pleased to be here to lend my own support to this 2022 budget that is currently being debated. Mr. Speaker, if there was ever a time which demanded agility and financial wizardry in the management of our fiscal affairs, that time is now. It is no secret that COVID-19 has severely impacted the world economies, including that of our Federation. Yet, during the throes of the pandemic, the government announced a $120 million stimulus package. And since that time, it has continued to provide well-needed financial support to sectors, families and individuals to assist in their recovery from this unprecedented phenomenon. Cognizant of the times in which we live, the 2022 budget has been prepared with due care, ensuring that our people are not unduly burdened. Indeed, you will recall that the Honourable Mover said it was tax-free, and that the government continues to manage the tax dollars of its citizens with diligence and prudence. Mr. Speaker, let me therefore commend the Honourable Mover of the bill, our Prime Minister and Minister of Finance, and the representative of the proud people of Number 7. Let me also commend the Financial Secretary and members of her staff, who have, with the approval of this Cabinet, produced a budget which is ambitious and yet practical and truly fit for purpose. This budget, delivered as it was under the theme, investing in our people, putting St. Kitts and Nevis back on track, has my fullest support. The theme is instructive as it captures the realities of the COVID-19 pandemic that put St. Kitts and Nevis off track over the past nigh 2 years. However, as our vaccination rates increase and as our technical teams working with our population fight back against this disease, we are seeing a bright light at the end of this long, dark COVID tunnel, and have now pivoted to putting our country back on track, even as we continue to invest in our people. In Nevis, Mr. Speaker, we say that we are regaining the momentum, just as we move as a nation to get our people and our economy back on track. I believe that the Life First approach, championed by this government, has borne spectacular fruit in keeping our people safe thus far. I emphasize thus far because we don't know what this unpredictable disease will do next. We are, however, and can, however, with one voice, applaud the Herculean efforts of our National Task Force, headed by Mr. Abdius Samuel. We applaud also our CMO, Dr. Hazel Laws, Dr. Cameron Wilkerson, and all the members of their team. On Nevis, let me use this occasion to again applaud the efforts of the head of the Nevis Task Force, Dr. Judy Nisbet, and her entire team. Let me commend also, Mr. Speaker, our frontline workers, our nurses, security personnel, and the army of volunteers who have stepped forward to serve their country in these perilous times. It is my fervent hope, Mr. Speaker, that when the history of this period is recounted, that these names will be writ large as men and women who gave of themselves and put their country above themselves. Mr. Speaker, if I can look at the fiscal management of the funds allocated to my ministry. The ministry over which I have oversight, that is the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Aviation, we have the responsibility to manage the funds allocated for our annual work. Under this ministry's portfolio, we administer foreign affairs here at Capitol. We cater to the needs of all 7 of our missions and consulates, as well as provide for the aviation arm. We also provide support for our diaspora and act as a focal point for engagement with the international community in all of its dimensions across numerous ministries. From our envelope, Mr. Speaker, we also ensure that we are current with our quota contributions to international and regional organizations, including the United Nations, the International Civil Aviation Organization, or ICAO, the OAS, the Organization of American States, the Commonwealth Secretariat, and the Association of Caribbean States, CARICOM Secretariat, the OECS Commission, just to name a few. I must add, Mr. Speaker, that 22% of the allocation of the ministry is destined to take care of our financial commitments to these organizations. As I stand today at this rostrum, not since I have served as minister have we ever faltered on our payments and our commitments to these international bodies. Even during this long, dark night of the COVID-19 pandemic, I am proud, Mr. Speaker, that St. Kitts and Nevis has remained current and fully paid up on all of our international obligations. As a small country, I believe that this is a track record of which all of us can be justly proud. In fact, I hasten to add that said organizations have sometimes sought our intervention and encouragement to spur other countries on to fulfilling their financial obligations. This may seem to some a minor matter, Mr. Speaker, but it speaks volumes and accounts for why St. Kitts and Nevis is projected as a model in most of these organizations when it comes to meeting our commitments. For a small island developing state and the smallest in the region, we are proud to be a model of rectitude in the conduct of our foreign affairs. Fiscal prudence and sober management have been hallmarks of this government, Mr. Speaker, and that has trickled down to the ministry I've been honored to manage for now nearly 7 years. In this regard, let me thank Permanent Secretary Kebas, the accounting officer for the ministry, who has supported me over the years and has led the ministry with great aplomb. I applaud her and our entire team, both at home and abroad, for ensuring that we have maintained the momentum in diplomacy despite the challenges that we have faced locally, regionally, and internationally over these COVID years. Mr. Speaker, I look now at the establishment of diplomatic relations and signing of visa waiver agreements. I do not believe that it is any secret that this government has given my ministry a very clear mandate to deepen relations with old friends and to seek out and establish relations with new friends. To this end, we have made the pursuit of the formalizing of diplomatic relations and the concluding of visa waiver agreements across the world a major priority. Sadly, Mr. Speaker, the tremendous momentum we built up in these pursuits was slowed by COVID, as the pandemic limited our face-to-face engagements and opportunity to negotiate and sign agreements for diplomatic relations and visa waivers. Notwithstanding, we have not rested. So far this year, I'm happy to report we have been able to formalize relations with Burkina Faso, Egypt, Republic of the Cameroon, Sri Lanka, and Zimbabwe. These signings mean, Mr. Speaker, that since I have been entrusted with this ministry, St. Kitts and Nevis has added some 43 countries to our formal diplomatic allies. Mr. Speaker, it is worth repeating that in less than 7 years, St. Kitts and Nevis has secured 43 new diplomatic allies. What is also instructive is that some 15 of these new diplomatic allies are on the continent of our motherland, Africa. This is the manifestation of our tangible efforts at greater South-South cooperation and engaging more closely with the African continent. I am truly delighted, Mr. Speaker, that those 15 countries in Africa include Kenya, the Gambia, Senegal, Ethiopia, where, as we know, the seat of the African Union exists in Addis Ababa, Mozambique, Rwanda, Egypt, and Zimbabwe, just to name a few. In the area of visa waivers, I was able to sign 3 such agreements with Burkina Faso, Gabon, and the State of Palestine during a recent visit to Belgrade in Serbia. In fact, I believe, if memory serves, that I was there in October of this year. While in Serbia, I also had the opportunity, Mr. Speaker, to engage with the foreign minister of the Central African country of Sao Tome and Principe. And we discussed visa waiver and closer relations between our two countries. Indeed, Sao Tome and Principe is a small country, an island nation, and there are great similarities between us and them. Mr. Speaker, that engagement with Sao Tome and Principe, I am proud to say, has borne early and spectacular fruit. And I'm pleased to report to the House and to the public that just yesterday, high representatives of our two countries signed a full visa waiver agreement in New York, signaling visa-free travel of citizens between our two countries. I would wish, Mr. Speaker, to applaud our ambassador to the United Nations, His Excellency Ian Liebert, for signing this agreement and also to our staff in New York, especially Minister Councillor Ghislaine Williams, for their efforts in accomplishing this important task. Mr. Speaker, these visa waiver arrangements abolish the need for visas of our nationals when visiting those countries, and in reciprocity accords similar privileges to their citizens. St. Kitts and Nevis citizens can, therefore, as of yesterday, travel to some 161 countries without the need for a visa or be granted a visa upon arrival. Mr. Speaker, this awards St. Kitts and Nevis a high mobility score and places holders of our passport in an enviable position to be able to travel worldwide with minimum or no hassle whatsoever. There is, however, an even more crucial point to be made this evening. Global passport and mobility experts, Henley and Partners, publishes annually the Passport Index, which ranks the various passports of countries globally. This index is respected internationally as an authoritative guide as to the relative strength and desirability of citizenship of various countries. In the Passport Index published by Henley and Partners for 2021, St. Kitts and Nevis's passport ranked second in the Caribbean and 26th in the world, allowing visa-free access to some 157 countries. Immediately ahead of us, Mr. Speaker, were major countries Mexico and Israel, whose passports were jointly ranked 25th in the world, allowing visa-free access to 158 countries worldwide. In the Caribbean, our sister nation Barbados held a ranking of 24th passport in the world and number 1 in the Caribbean region. When just over a month ago, I visited Serbia and signed visa waiver agreements, as I've indicated, with Gabon, Palestine, and Burkina Faso, the St. Kitts Nevis passport leapfrogged past Mexico, past Israel, and became the 25th strongest passport in the world, allowing visa-free access to some 160 countries worldwide. Mr. Speaker, with yesterday's visa waiver signing with Sao Tome and Principe, the St. Kitts Nevis passport now permits visa-free access to 161 countries and draws us level with Barbados as the most powerful passport in the entire Caribbean region. It therefore means, Mr. Speaker, that as of yesterday, our people can feel justly proud that their passport is now the #1 passport in the Caribbean. This gives me, and it should give all of us, immense pride. And I believe that all of us, whether at home or abroad, should feel exceedingly proud at this achievement. This significant milestone was not achieved by accident. It was as a result of the deliberate policy and sustained effort of this unity government and the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Of significant note, Mr. Speaker, is that since assuming responsibility for the diplomacy of our beloved country, my team has signed visa waiver agreements with some 30 new countries, including countries such as Russia, Kenya, Taiwan, Rwanda, Brazil, Sierra Leone, and Indonesia. We have also signed limited visa waiver agreements with India and Ghana, allowing visa-free access to holders of diplomatic and official passports. In fact, anecdotally, Mr. Speaker, just today I met with some potential investors and their holders of US passports, and they joked that as holders of US passports they needed a visa to go to Russia, but as holders of St. Kitts Nevis passports they do not need a visa to go to Russia. I thought that that was interesting, that our passport, certainly in that respect, is better than that of the greatest country in the world. Mr. Speaker, it is no secret that St. Kitts and Nevis pioneered the Citizenship by Investment program some 37 years ago. It is right here in this, the smallest country in the hemisphere, that the idea of leveraging citizenship for national development was born. I believe that we should all be proud that our little country gave the world this brilliant idea. I say we gave the world because we have now seen a new billion-dollar global migration industry created as a direct result of this innovation started right here in St. Kitts and Nevis. This idea has been copied in some form in the golden visa schemes in the UK, the EB-5 visa schemes in the USA, the immigrant schemes in Canada, which saw thousands of wealthy Hong Kong Chinese move into Vancouver, the citizenship by investment efforts in Portugal, Malta, Cyprus, and Montenegro in Europe, and here in the Caribbean, Mr. Speaker, our OECS neighbors, Antigua and Barbuda, Dominica, St. Lucia, and Grenada, Carriacou, and Petit Martinique all now offer CBI programs. All are trying to do that which St. Kitts and Nevis pioneered 37 years ago. Going back for a moment to Henley and Partners and their passport index for 2021, Mr. Speaker, we see that our most direct competitors in the Citizenship by Investment program are ranked 31st in the world in the case of Antigua and Barbuda, allowing visa-free access to 150 countries, 33rd in the world in the case of St. Lucia, allowing visa-free access to 146 countries, 35th in the world in the case of Grenada, allowing visa-free access to 144 countries, and 36th in the world in the case of Dominica, allowing visa-free access to 143 countries. And lest the House and the public forgets, while Antigua, our closest neighbor and competitor in the context of CBI, is ranked 31st in the world, and its passport allows visa-free access to 150 countries, the Federation of St. Kitts and Nevis is ranked now 24th in the world, and its passport allows visa-free access to 161 countries. With a ranking of 24th in the world, and now number 1 in the Caribbean, St. Kitts and Nevis is some considerable distance ahead of the competition in the CBI marketplace in terms of the power, desirability, and mobility that our passport offers. I believe, Mr. Speaker, that coupled with the strongest due diligence and security of any CBI program globally, the meteoric rise in the power and desirability of the St. Kitts Nevis passport and its mobility has contributed immensely to the ongoing popularity of the St. Kitts and Nevis CBI program. This in turn has fueled the global demand for our citizenship, which has allowed this government to achieve greater than expected revenue, even in the midst of the first global pandemic that the world has seen in over 100 years. Indeed, Mr. Speaker, I think it is worthy of note that I was invited to speak recently at a global podcast organized by Henley and Partners. And I was pleased, and I think the House will be pleased and the country will be pleased to hear that they indicated in that program, the experts at Henley and Partners, that they were having now considerable demand for citizenship and for second passports from the United States and from Canada. And they made it plain that the number one request that they received for those Americans and Canadians seeking an alternative or additional citizenship was for the passport of St. Christopher and Nevis. Mr. Speaker, we have heard the welcome news of yet another surplus here in St. Kitts and Nevis. We have heard the welcome news of a double salary. In fact, if I'm allowed a moment of levity, it appears, Honourable Prime Minister and Member for number 7, that you've created some difficulty for colleagues elsewhere in the Caribbean as their populaces are reaching out to their leaders and saying, St. Kitts and Nevis get a double, what about us? In fact, I just saw something from our sister country, Dominica, and apparently Dominica's offered half a bubble. And so the people there are saying that Skerrit has given half a bubble, and they're wondering how come they couldn't get the double bubble that you have given. But as our country enjoys that status of a surplus, and as our hard-working public servants enjoy their 5th double salary in 7 years this Christmas, we reflect that this was only made possible by the spectacular revenue performance of our CBI program. I would therefore ask humbly that our people remember the hard work of our diplomats who have spearheaded these immense efforts on behalf of a grateful nation. The connection between a stronger passport and a stronger, safer future cannot be denied. But before I move on, Mr. Speaker, let me make the point that achieving the #1 passport in the Caribbean was a commitment made by this government, and we can now say with great pride that it is a commitment that we have kept, just like many other commitments that we continue to keep. Let me also put it on record in this budget debate of 2021 that I expect moving forward into the new year, in fact early in 2022, that we will continue along this path and that the strength of the St. Kitts and Nevis passport will continue to grow. I like the fact that we are at #1. I like the fact that we are now tied with our sister Barbados, but I would like for us to remove ourselves from that tie and become #1 in the region on our own. And I believe that it is well within reach at this point, and I expect very early in the new year for us to say bye-bye Barbados and be there in that one position, that #1 position on our own, Mr. Speaker. I think that should be our aspiration, and I believe that it is achievable. Let me also say that this milestone shows the pride of place of our diplomacy globally. And this is not an unimportant point. It is only when countries respect us, only when countries respect each other, that they conclude visa waiver agreements. It is a big thing, a big deal, for any country, wherever that country might be, to say to the smallest country in the hemisphere that your citizens, wherever they happen to be, once they hold this document which says passport of St. Christopher and Nevis, that they can come without let or hindrance. That comes from respect for us as a country. That our passport, Mr. Speaker, can now allow our people access to 161 countries worldwide without let or hindrance speaks eloquently to how far we have come. It speaks eloquently to the trust and confidence reposed in Bastille in capitals around the world. It speaks eloquently to the indomitable will and spirit of what I like to call the Kitty Vision people. It speaks eloquently to every man, woman, and child of our small nation that he or she can at any time, with passport in hand, visit 161 countries in the Caribbean, in Latin America, in Europe, in Asia, in Africa, and be told by immigration officials at their borders, welcome and have a nice stay. And yes, Mr. Speaker, before it is said of me, let me say it for myself. Yes, it is true that after all these years, nigh 7 years, we have still not yet been able to restore our visa-free access to Canada, lost as it was in 2014. But we continue to use every available opportunity to make our case to Canada, and we remain optimistic that full normalization of relations with Canada will be restored. In the interim, however, we have not sat idly by. And the evidence, I believe, will show that we have cast our diplomatic net far and wide, and that we have achieved thus far spectacular success. Mr. Speaker, let me move on and look at our overseas postings. As we speak of mobility, the pandemic has not put a halt on our focus on ensuring that our officers become exposed to working in a multilateral environment and interacting with counterparts from all over the world. You would have been aware, no doubt, Mr. Speaker, that this year we have already posted 3 of our young people from within the ministry here to overseas missions. Ms. Chanel Simmons was posted to our embassy to the United States in Washington, D.C., and Mr. Sheldon Henry and Ms. Denola Laplace were assigned to the permanent mission to the United Nations in New York. This ministry, just like this government, continues to invest in our young people. We are very pleased to be able to deploy Mr. Winston Hanley to make his contribution to the work already being done by our ambassador in Cuba. Mr. Speaker, Ms. Sonia Body Thompson, Mrs. Sonia Body Thompson, Clerk of the National Assembly and Foreign Service Officer at the Ministry, has been approved for posting to our permanent mission to the OAS in Washington, D.C. We would want Mrs. Body Thompson to wish you well as you prepare to fulfill the role of counselor within that mission, providing strong support, as we know you will, to our current permanent representative there, Ambassador Hull. I ask the House to join me in wishing her every success in her new engagement. I also take this opportunity, Mr. Speaker, to commend Ms. Kemoy Liber Chow, who served for 11 years this Federation in that capacity at the OS, and who has now moved on in pursuit of other endeavors. We also wish her good success, and we thank her for her incredible service to the diplomatic efforts of St. Kitts and Nevis. Last but not least, we also congratulate Mr. Justin Hawley, who was this year appointed as the Federation's first ever ambassador to the United Arab Emirates, UAE. The appointment of Ambassador Hawley also saw the expansion of our diplomatic footprint in a significant way in the United Arab Emirates as we opened our embassy in Abu Dhabi in November this year. This embassy now allows St. Kitts and Nevis the ability to engage diplomatically with far more agility in the Middle East and to provide support to the thousands of our citizens who are resident in that geographic region. I would wish to record my deepest appreciation to the Cabinet for approving this significant expansion of our diplomatic footprint. I thank Permanent Secretary Bass for her relentless efforts to get this embassy opened. I thank Ambassador Hawley and his predecessor and then Deputy Consul General Elsa Wilkin and Brister for their hard work in building the foundation to bring this dream to reality. I thank the UAE government for providing financial and logistical support in getting our new embassy opened. And lastly, and importantly, I thank the Honourable Prime Minister for officially opening the embassy on his recent travels to the UAE. To have achieved this, Mr. Speaker, in the midst of this global 19 pandemic is simply remarkable. I cannot, however, pass on, Mr. Speaker, before saying how proud I am as Foreign Minister to have now presided over 2 significant expansions of our country's diplomatic footprint. We created history by opening our High Commission in Ottawa, Canada, early in my tenure as Foreign Minister, being the first and still the only country in the OECS to do so. And we have now opened our embassy in Abu Dhabi in the United Arab Emirates, having been the very first English-speaking Caribbean country to open a consulate in Dubai in 2012. So as I have been able to outline, Mr. Speaker, we have continued to ensure, despite the challenges of the COVID-19 pandemic, that our missions remain equipped with the necessary human resource. We continue to engage our territory, to enlarge, our territory, and to expand our diplomatic footprint globally. Let me now look at the accreditation of new ambassadors and honorary consuls. Mr. Speaker, as we all know in the field of diplomacy, reciprocity is key. And therefore, as we deploy officers, we also receive those accredited by their countries to serve here in the Federation. This year, we granted agreement for new ambassador of Taiwan, namely His Excellency Michael Lin, who succeeded His Excellency Tom Lee. Michael Lin is no stranger to St. Kitts and Nevis. Indeed, he's no stranger to the Caribbean, because he had hitherto served, I believe, in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. I would wish to use this rostrum to congratulate Ambassador Lin and to thank him for his robust approach to ensuring that the relationship between St. Kitts and Nevis and Taiwan remains stronger than ever. I also would wish to thank Ambassador Lee for his excellent work in animating and energizing the relations between our 2 countries. In addition, Mr. Speaker, we will soon be accepting the credentials of a new resident Cuban ambassador who arrived in the Federation this past weekend. I take this opportunity to publicly bid farewell to my dear friend, Ambassador Hernandez, and extend best wishes to him and his wife, who have been serving their government of Cuba here in the Federation since November of 2017. We look forward very much to deepening our bonds of friendship with the government and people of Cuba through the efforts of its new diplomat here. Let us make him and his family feel welcome during their tenure, even as we continue to offer Cuba our strongest bilateral, regional, and international support. It is important to also highlight, Mr. Speaker, that we have not only received these 2 ambassadors, but we have been able to conduct virtual accreditation ceremonies for diplomats from 20 countries. This marks a significant milestone, as we have never hitherto done accreditations virtually. COVID forced us to deploy technological solutions, and we're delighted that we could embrace technology as part of our diplomacy. Indeed, Mr. Speaker, I think it was a matter of great national attention that our Governor General was able to receive credentials virtually. As changes have occurred in the resident diplomatic corps, we have seen one new addition to our resident consular corps. In September, during a visit by the Indian High Commissioner based in Georgetown, Guyana, Mr. Ramesh Malkanu was welcomed as India's honorary consul in St. Kitts and Nevis. You will recall, Mr. Speaker, that Kishore Chandaramani, now of blessed memory, was appointed as the first consular representative of India in St. Kitts and Nevis until his passing. Given the growing population of Indian businesses and students in the Federation, it was good that India saw it fit to heed our request and to make such a recent appointment. In July of this year, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs will have hosted a virtual encounter with our honorary consuls scattered across the globe. I used the opportunity then, Mr. Speaker, to urge them to help diversify partnerships, such as with institutional investors, foundations, hedge funds, and business associations, especially as we look to recover from this pandemic. We were pleased during that forum to have as support presenters from agencies and ministries including the Ministry of Health, the Ministry of Sustainable Development, the St. Kitts Investment Promotion Agency, SKIPPA, the Nevis Investment Promotion Agency, NIPA, the St. Kitts Tourism Authority, SKTA, and the Nevis Tourism Authority, NTA. The Citizenship by Investment Unit also gave a presentation. In this vein, Mr. Speaker, let me also welcome the appointment of the United Nations National Coordinator, Mr. Cuthbert Woods, to closely collaborate with the government and heads of UN agencies in the Federation in relation to UN projects and initiatives, and to communicate our needs to the Resident Coordinator's Office in Bridgetown, Barbados. Mr. Woods is housed within the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, as that is the focal contact ministry for collaboration with the United Nations. Of course, Mr. Speaker, a critical part of the remit of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs has to do with our diaspora. And our diaspora has not been left out during the year. Our missions engaged virtually with the diaspora and assisted in staging a diaspora forum under the theme, Forward Together, the Diaspora and Post-Pandemic St. Kitts and Nevis, headlined as it was by our Prime Minister, the Honorable Timothy Harris, and myself as Foreign Minister. This event, Mr. Speaker, this live event, done virtually, was attended by over 3,000 diaspora members on various social media platforms. Mr. Speaker, let me turn quickly to looking at our regional and international arena and our responsibilities in that arena. I've already mentioned some signings of bilateral instruments to establish diplomatic relations and abolishing visa requirements. As the government's representative to regional and international organizations, my ministry plays a pivotal role in ensuring that we also conclude multilateral and other instruments. I am pleased that on 8 March 2021, St. Kitts and Nevis ratified the agreement between the European Union and the Federation of St. Kitts and Nevis, amending the agreement between the European Union and the Federation of St. Kitts and Nevis on the short stay visa waiver. The ratification was necessary after the EU proposed a change with reference to the period of stay, which was changed from 3 months to 90 days. I'm not sure myself what the difference is, but the EU said they wanted to change it from 3 months to 90 days. I suppose 3 months, it would depend on which 3 months. So we now have greater clarity that it's 90 days, and we would have signed that agreement to ensure that there's no disruption in the ability of citizens of St. Kitts and Nevis to travel throughout Europe. Additionally, the CARIFORUM United Kingdom Economic Partnership Agreement, EPA, a trade agreement between the United Kingdom and other developing countries in the post-Brexit era. And just for a moment of explanation and clarification, we would have hitherto engaged with the United Kingdom through the portal of the European Trade Agreement with our region, and in fact with Africa and the Pacific, the ACP region. Because of Brexit and the United Kingdom taking the decision to exit the European Union, it means that to protect our trading links with the United Kingdom, we now had to enter into arrangements, trade arrangements with the United Kingdom itself, separate and apart from the arrangement that the ACP, Africa, Caribbean, and Pacific has with the EU. And so that really was the reason for this. And I want to commend our Minister of Trade, who is here and is mumbling in my ear what I should say, because she's the expert, and she was fundamental in ensuring that we got across the line and were able to sign this particular agreement to protect the trading interests of St. Kitts and Nevis in the post-Brexit era. This agreement serves to ensure continuity of the effects of the CARIFORUM EU EPA while maintaining certainty and stability in the areas of trade and investment relationship. It aims to continue the United Kingdom's trade relationship with the CARIFORUM states, including, of course, St. Christopher and Nevis. We would have signed, and may Hansard reflect, that St. Kitts and Nevis signed this agreement on the 22nd of March 2019 and ratified it, I'm advised from my note, on the 27th of January. Chairmanship of the CARICOM Caucus. Mr. Speaker, it is critical that the government increases and enhances its visibility and image to the world. The ministry that I am privileged to lead plays a pivotal role in this endeavor and may do so in various ways, whether it is participating in international meetings and making relevant and poignant interventions, issuing statements, or whether it is chairing committees and organizations. As you may well know, Mr. Speaker, in host countries of international organizations where CARICOM member states are represented, there is a caucus or grouping of their ambassadors who chair the group on rotation. This occurs in New York, which is home to the United Nations. It occurs in London, where the Commonwealth Secretariat is headquartered, and in Washington, D.C., where the U.S. Department of State is located. A similar grouping was recently created in Ottawa, Canada. Mr. Speaker, it must be made clear that due to one reason or another, countries sometimes pass up their turn to chair. I am proud that despite our challenges, we have not shunned our duty, but have fulfilled our role as an active and cooperative member of the CARICOM groupings wherever they have been instituted. This year, we were able to chair the CARICOM caucus in New York, and I wish to commend again the ambassador and his team for their work during our tenure. We were also able to sponsor at that time a critical resolution on Haiti and the situation there. Earlier this year, as lead for health within CARICOM, our ambassador, Thelma Phillip Brown, was able to champion PAHO's One Health agenda by assembling a list of regional, hemispheric, and international partners to support its promotion as a means of global health security through multi-sectoral and transdisciplinary collaboration. We understand that St. Kitts and Nevis will also steer the Permanent Council of the OS from January to March of 2022, and we look forward to a successful chairmanship through our very capable Ambassador Hull. This annual budget debate forum provides, Mr. Speaker, ample opportunity to elaborate on the work of the team at Capitol as well as our officers posted abroad. In this past year, one of our officers at the mission in New York, Ms. Asha D'Souza, had the responsibility of coordinating the CARICOM group to negotiate the political declaration for the HIV/AIDS high-level meeting, given our portfolio for health within CARICOM. We understand that Ms. D'Souza came in for very high praise from UNAIDS executive team, PANCAP, as well as her CARICOM colleagues for the tremendous negotiations she undertook during the process. Ms. D'Souza, Mr. Speaker, is one of our young, bright, and incredibly talented diplomats, and we applaud her for her work. A number of issues on the UN agenda remain critical for and to us, and we commit to continuing to participate in meetings of all the committees and to monitor and follow the issues of particular importance and relevance to the Federation, including sustainable development and climate change. I pause here, Mr. Speaker, to continue to solicit the cooperation of all ministries with the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and our overseas missions. Why do I ask for that continued cooperation? As you are aware, a lot of issues ventilated in international fora are wide and cross-cutting. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs may not be always the focal point for some of the issues, and we would therefore very regularly need to depend on submissions from respective line ministries. We therefore crave, and I know my colleagues would support, the continued cooperation of those ministries so that we can respond in a timely fashion, providing the requisite information well before stipulated deadlines. Mr. Speaker, let me turn now quickly to Canada CARICOM Ministers of Foreign Affairs meeting. I was very pleased, to participate in June of this year in the first virtual meeting of CARICOM and Canada Foreign Ministers, in which I led the discussion on COVID-19 and the Building Back Better. St. Kitts and Nevis was asked to be the lead spokesperson during that conference on COVID-19 and Building Back Better. At the conclusion of that meeting, the then Foreign Minister of Canada announced initiatives geared towards deepening the Canada-CARICOM partnership, including an $81.41 million pledge for the replenishment of the Caribbean Development Bank's Special Development Fund. I would wish to record my warm appreciation and thanks to High Commissioner Sherry Truss and her team, who were able to secure the first Canada-St. Kitts Nevis bilateral consultation, which was led by Permanent Secretary Kay Bass with participation from various ministries. This resulted in the elaboration of a roadmap for cooperation with specific targets and deliverables that the High Commission continues to advance with counterparts at Global Affairs Canada. The High Commission also successfully advocated for St. Kitts Nevis to benefit from the newly established expert deployment mechanism that will help build capacity in critical areas of need. Only last week, Mr. Speaker, Permanent Secretary Bass participated in a second meeting of Canada-CARICOM senior officials, in which we called for an agreed position on climate financing and a CARICOM-Canada Leaders Summit to signal a new era of strategic collaboration and partnership. I pause to say a brief word, because as we know, in part we have not been able to progress our Canada relationship because of the frequency of elections in Canada in recent times. In fact, I reflect that at the time that I met virtually in June of this year, I believe that Canada, with the Foreign Minister, I believe that Canada has had 2 new Foreign Ministers since then. So they keep going through a cycle of elections, cabinet shuffles, and as we know, it is difficult sometimes, Mr. Speaker, to maintain the momentum when the individuals with whom you have developed a relationship keep changing. We are hopeful that with the new Foreign Minister in place, that we could now record a much longer relationship so that we could achieve greater success for our diplomatic efforts with Canada. Let me now look quickly at the CARICOM-US engagements. Since the change in the US administration, I have had the opportunity to engage with Secretary of State Blinken. In April, he hosted a virtual roundtable discussion with CARICOM foreign ministers in which I participated. At this meeting, we urged the United States to assist with access to much-needed COVID-19 vaccines, and Mr. Blinken committed to sharing our concerns with his government. This followed, Mr. Speaker, on my robust request at an OAS virtual roundtable in March of 2021, attended by Secretary General of the OAS Almagro and US officials, at which I was the main speaker, that the US, having benefited its northern border, Canada, and its southern border, Mexico, with vaccines, that it should now do the same for its third border, the Caribbean region. This was followed by a formal letter from our Prime Minister and the honorable member for number 7, to President Biden requesting vaccines. It would appear that Secretary Blinken kept his promise, as about 2 weeks later, the National Security Advisor, Jake Sullivan, engaged CARICOM heads on a call and reaffirmed the Biden-Harris administration's commitment to work with the Caribbean region to manage the COVID-19 pandemic. In June, U.S. Vice President Kamala Harris spoke to the Caribbean Community Chairman at the time, Prime Minister Keith Rowling of Trinidad and Tobago, about the United States' intention to help as many countries as possible who requested vaccines. Soon after, it was announced that the United States was donating 5.5 million vaccines to CARICOM member states. In August of this year, St. Kitts and Nevis received 11,500 vaccines, the first tranche of the 35,200 doses committed. And this was, as we all know, Mr. Speaker, the FDA-approved Pfizer vaccine. In September of this year, in the margins of the United Nations General Assembly, I also joined my CARICOM colleagues in another virtual meeting, this time with United States Deputy Secretary of State Wendy Sherman, and we impressed again upon her the urgent need to deliver the second tranche of Pfizer vaccines from the United States. A second tranche of 6,300 doses, I am advised, arrived a week ago, and we urge our citizens and residents to go to our health centers and get vaccinated to protect themselves and their families from this dreaded COVID-19 virus. Mr. Speaker, a word now on our bilateral relations. Our bilateral relations with key partners such as Canada and the United States remain strong. We expect that with an ease in quarantine and travel restrictions, that the face-to-face engagements at ministerial and ambassadorial levels will be on the rise. As a ministry, we shall continue to seek means of convergence with all of our partners as we advance our discussions and actions around our mutual interests. Let me now look at what I think most people are interested in when we talk about diplomacy and we say diplomacy matters. What are the fruits? What have we got as a country from these diplomatic efforts? Scholarships. We continue to seek scholarships from our traditional and non-traditional partners to provide opportunities for personal and professional advancement for our young people. This year, Mr. Speaker, we have seen students, and I want the House and the public to listen carefully. This year, we have seen students travel to Azerbaijan. I'm sure many of you in here can't find Azerbaijan on the map. But we have St. Kitts and Nevis students who have traveled there on scholarship to study. Morocco and Serbia. In fact, I had the pleasure of sitting in Serbia with a young lady from St. Kitts there studying in Belgrade. And I was pleased beyond measure to hear her speak the Serbian language to the waiter. And I said, look at this little girl here from St. Kitts speaking the Serbian language to the waiter. I really don't know if they were talking about me or what they might have been saying. But I felt very pleased that through our diplomatic efforts with Serbia, that a young woman from right here in St. Kitts could be sitting in Belgrade and studying. I believe she said she was doing something in mathematics, if memory serves. Very pleased that our young people are grasping these opportunities. So we now have young students in Azerbaijan, in Morocco, North Africa, and in Serbia, for the very first time in our history, pursuing undergraduate programs. I am also told that we now have students studying in Romania. That too is a first for St. Kitts and Nevis. We were also able to assist several nationals with the processing of scholarship and training applications and negotiate for increased opportunities for more nationals. This year, Mr. Speaker, some 17 youngsters were privileged to be beneficiaries of the Taiwan ICDF and MOFA scholarships, 15 for undergraduates and 2 for PhDs. Through the OAS, we recorded 2 awardees 1 bachelor, 1 PhD, and 12 individuals, 2 bachelors and 10 masters, were accepted to pursue studies through the OS from Marconi International University in the United States. The ministry has seen over 165 applicants for various short-term training courses. Some of the courses I will outline. Chile has offered us a course called Rational Use of Personal Protective Equipment in COVID-19 Patient Care. Strategic Management of the Public Budget in Times of Crisis. India has offered us a course in Water Sanitation and Hygiene. Japan, Utilization of DAISY EPUB textbooks and educational materials in inclusive education. Tourism Marketing and Promotion for New Normal. Promotion of energy efficiency and conservation. Malaysia has offered us a course, Train the Trainers for TVET. Singapore has offered us courses in e-commerce, an opportunity to reinvent the economy, mainstreaming gender equality towards a more inclusive Singapore society, healthcare management in the COVID-19 new normal. Taiwan, our dear friends, indeed our best friend, has offered us courses in sustainability of small hospitality business building, disaster resilience at global and national levels, strengthening healthcare systems for pandemics, and how to investigate non-communicable diseases in our populations. And Lesley University has offered us a course in neurodiversity, a summer workshop, where approximately 100 nationals, many of whom are teachers, were trained. I wish I could tell you, Mr. Speaker, what neurodiversity was. But whatever it is, we trained 100 people in it. And they also offered us a webinar on resilient agriculture. Mr. Speaker, at this juncture, let me congratulate all of our nationals who have graduated from university this year, especially those who were offered Cuban and Taiwanese scholarships. We welcome their return to give back to their communities and to the Federation in general. This year, I understand we had our first ENT, I believe that's ear, nose, and throat doctor, who graduated from a Cuban institution, I'm told, Dr. Siobhan Henry, and would want to say congratulations to Dr. Henry. That's a welcome addition, an ENT specialist, to our cadre of medical professionals here in St. Kitts and Nevis. As I talk about the dividends, the benefits from diplomacy, let me at this point invite the House, invite all those who are listening and watching, to the grand opening of the park at Pinnis in Nevis, which I believe is a model of cooperation, funded in large measure by the government and people of the Republic of China, Taiwan. This park will be opened on Sunday, this Sunday, a few days from now, after about 2 years of construction. And we believe that it will be a wonderful addition to our tourism plant, but also to the quality of life in the Federation, to have a national park of that quality added. And so I trust my colleagues will make it over, and I trust that the people of St. Kitts will see it as their own, the people of Nevis will see it as their own, and that they will enjoy this facility, which will be opened and formally made available to the public this coming Sunday. Again, I say diplomacy matters. In the context of donations, quickly, Mr. Speaker, apart from rich countries hoarding vaccines, especially in the initial stages, when vaccines were approved only for emergency use, the pandemic has stimulated a high level of solidarity among individuals, entities, communities, and countries. St. Kitts and Nevis has benefited from humanitarian gifts from countries and organizations worldwide. I have here a long list, and it is not exhaustive. I hasten to add that several countries would have offered vaccines and other medications, but due to the date of expiration and other concerns, we have not always been able to accept. As you know, our country has, I believe, taken the wise decision, Mr. Speaker, that we will only administer WHO-approved vaccines here in the Federation. And so we have had offers of vaccines which were not yet approved by the WHO, and we have said we could not accept in the circumstances. We have been, I believe, prudent and sensible and guided at every step of the way by the WHO and the Pan American Health Organization, PAHO. At this juncture, I wish to publicly express the government's deep appreciation for all the assistance rendered to date in helping in this unabating fight against COVID. India, our dear friends, we got 20,000 doses of the Oxford AstraZeneca vaccines, and incidentally, Mr. Speaker, we're able to jumpstart our vaccination drive because of this donation, garnered as it was through the diplomatic efforts of St. Kitts and Nevis with its friend India. Why is that important? That is important because we would all recall that we had invested in the COVAX facility, but the Indian vaccines came before those from COVAX, and as a result we got an early start. We were out of the blocks early, and I believe that that has resulted in the relative success and good outcome that we've had in our vaccination efforts here in the Federation. Our dear friends Taiwan, they donated some US $600,000 for the purchase of vaccines, the procurement of supplies to equip field hospitals, and 2 refrigerators to store the Pfizer vaccine. Our dear friends, the United States of America, they donated Pfizer vaccines, as I've said, the first tranche, some 11,700, and now recently an additional 6,600 doses. They also donated 2 Nissan minivans to NEMA and 2 mobile field hospitals, 1 to St. Kitts, 1 to Nevis, plus training of operations personnel. The United Kingdom would have donated PPEs, personal protection equipment, and other medical equipment. From our diaspora, we got 2 oxygen concentrators, we got backpacks, and from Global Medic Canada, we got some 8,400 face shields for health and national security. Let me move quickly now and look at the Dubai Expo. Mr. Speaker, let me record our thanks to the government of the United Arab Emirates, as well as the Expo organizers, for the contributions they made to facilitate our participation. I believe most of us were able to see videos and photos of our delegation and performers at Dubai Expo 2020. Kudos to the local organizing committee that comprised of a large cross-section of stakeholder entities in both St. Kitts and Nevis, who came together to ensure that our country was represented in grand style in Dubai. Special commendations are extended to Elsa Wilkin and Brister, Minister Councillor in our High Commission in London, and St. Kitts and Nevis's Commissioner General for the Dubai Expo. I also record thanks to Mrs. Doretta Fritz of Skipper, who spearheaded efforts on the ground in St. Kitts and Nevis to ensure our successful participation at the Dubai Expo. They and the entire team, I believe, did our country proud. I take the opportunity to congratulate our masquerades, Nevision soca artists, Deli Ranks, and others, all of whom would have done us proud in Dubai. Mr. Speaker, we continue to return in kind to our multiple partners by supporting their candidacies in international organizations such as the United Nations and its organs, the Organization of American States, the International Maritime Organization, IMO, the Universal Postal Union, UPU, the International Telecommunications Union, to name a few. We were also able this year to assist our dear friend Cuba with much needed supplies in its fight against COVID-19. Let us now look at some new initiatives spearheaded by our overseas missions. The first was a shipment of a container for our students and embassy staff in Cuba. Through the initiative of our ambassador in Cuba, the government shipped a 20-foot container containing essential supplies for students and the embassy as well as its staff. The container was shipped in September and was delivered to the embassy on the 23rd of November 2021. So this was paid for by the government. Following receipt of said container, our ambassador and the embassy's staff were instrumental in delivering in person the packages sent by family and well-wishers to students in their respective provinces, including Santiago de Cuba, Guantanamo, Granma, Las Tunas, and Havana. Mr. Speaker, you can well imagine the relief for our students, and who gratefully would have received these packages, as the items will help to offset the many shortages that they sometimes endure while on their sojourn in Cuba. We have also designated Cuba now as a hardship post. A hardship post is a diplomatic post where living conditions are difficult due to climate, crime, healthcare, pollution, or other factors. Ambassador Mills, who's based in Cuba, has been for some time lobbying for the post to be considered a hardship post. Mr. Speaker, due to the decades-old financial, economic, and commercial embargo on Cuba, we are aware of the challenges in sourcing sometimes the most basic of items. The situation has in recent times been exacerbated due to the pandemic that has not spared any of us. This year, our government has designated Havana, Cuba as a hardship post to bring some well-needed respite to our staff posted at our embassy in Havana. As an example, our staff will now be allowed 3 days leave per annum to travel at their expense to Miami to do shopping for basic needs. This, as I said, has become necessary because of the difficulties Cuba is experiencing due to the blockade and exacerbated by COVID. In the context of cultural diplomacy, our missions overseas have been also promoting our culture, our produce, our food, our people, our music, our art. The Embassy of St. Kitts and Nevis, on permanent mission to the OAS, partnered with Passport DC to promote the Federation as an attractive destination for global audiences. The virtual event took place this year in May to mark International Cultural Awareness Day. The Embassy prepared a weekly live broadcast via Google Hangouts, dedicated to various aspects of our culture, including Carnival, the culinary arts, our heritage, and all this culminated in the authentic Kiddishan and Nevision experience. In August, the High Commission of St. Kitts and Nevis in London launched a month-long initiative utilizing its social media and other platforms to showcase nationals of St. Kitts and Nevis who are published authors. For Independence 2021, the High Commission in Ottawa produced a music video. I'm hoping all of us saw it, beautifully produced, paying tribute to the resilience of the Federation's citizens, both at home and in Canada. In the context of our economic diplomacy, the Embassy of St. Kitts and Nevis in Taipei collaborated with Taiwan External Trade Development Council and Taiwan's Ministry of Foreign Affairs to promote locally produced hot sauce and rum at the 8th largest retail supermarket in the world, Carrefour. A letter of intent was signed with the company stating that the corporation intends to procure and promote agricultural and processed products from St. Kitts and Nevis. I would want the good member and minister responsible for agriculture to see that for him also diplomacy matters. In April, our High Commissioner in London, His Excellency Dr. Kevin Isaac, together with the High Sheriff, not me, another High Sheriff of Hertfordshire, was instrumental in the signing of a memorandum of understanding between the St. Kitts and Nevis Chamber of Industry and Commerce and the British Caribbean Chamber of Industry and Commerce. The aim is to strengthen the relationship and to raise awareness of business and investment opportunities and joint ventures, as well as to increase the trade flows between St. Kitts and Nevis and the United Kingdom. The High Commission continues to partner with the Office of the High Sheriff of Hertfordshire, who, in fact, I am told, Mr. Speaker, has roots in the Federation, and its regional business community to explore opportunities for young people and to establish linkages between businesses in St. Kitts and Nevis and the United Kingdom. Mr. Speaker, before I take my seat, let me look quickly at the other part of my ministry, aviation. You will recall, and the House will recall, that in 2018, subsequent to ICAO and FAA audits of the Eastern Caribbean Civil Aviation Authority, it was downgraded from a Category 1 status to a Category 2. This downgrade, Mr. Speaker, was on account of mainly two matters. The civil aviation regulations needed to be amended to be consistent with the ICAO standards and recommended practices, SAPs. To correct this, the FAA recommended that the Director General of the ECCA should be accorded the authority to amend said regulations in consultation with member states. The second issue was that the medicals for air traffic controllers were outdated. This issue has been resolved in that all of the states have now completed the medicals of their respective air traffic controllers. At this juncture, Mr. Speaker, it is worthy of mention that the ministry was instrumental in sourcing an air medical examiner to visit the Federation to conduct the examinations. Thank you to the Chief Medical Officer, Dr. Laws, who provided guidance in the middle of the pandemic. Mr. Speaker, I must highlight that a major challenge encountered in attempting to have our air traffic controllers' medicals current is that the Federation had no qualified air medical examiners within its borders. Today, however, I'm happy to announce that two young doctors, namely Drs. Morton and Stanley, were able to register and pass the course virtually, and today, therefore, we have two homegrown air medical examiners, and that will, of course, Mr. Speaker, ensure that going forward we can have these medicals done for air traffic controllers without further issue. With the assistance of the ICAO and some champion states, such as Canada, Jamaica, Trinidad and Tobago, United States, and the European Aviation Safety Agency, as well as the OECS Commission, ECA is well on its way now to being restored to the Category 1 rating it once enjoyed. Under the leadership of its new Director General of ECA in the person of Mr. Anthony Whittier, Mr. Speaker, and with the constant and consistent and guided assistance, a number of training sessions, both virtual and in person, have taken place with both ECA staff and civil aviation officers in OECS member states. Indeed, on December 2nd, just a few days ago, ECA briefed Ministers of Civil Aviation and are scheduled to brief the OECS Authority on December 16th. That is today. By the middle of next year, ECA member states will enjoy a uniformed promulgation of civil aviation regulations, comprehensive civil aviation regulations, and current civil aviation regulations. While our own Civil Aviation Division has been intricately involved in the process, providing ECA and the ICAO with requested documents, we have also been receiving regular training ourselves in a wide array of areas, including security culture, aviation and climate change, aviation management, and the list goes on. Simultaneously, our officers have continued to work assiduously, building capacity of our personnel in key stakeholder entities from the public and private sector, including SCASPA, NASPA, Customs, KDP, Cajola Cristada, in access control training. Further, in an effort to advance the work to develop a drones regulation, a regulation for drones, the CAD held private consultations to garner insight from stakeholders whose feedback has been useful in helping to fine-tune the document which we hope will become law in the new year. Mr. Speaker, with the surge in the use of drones, both for commercial and personal use, it is important that St. Kitts and Nevis develops a legal framework to govern the operations of these instruments, which, as we know, can pose a serious aviation safety and security risk. Mr. Speaker, the part of all budget debates that the public likes to hear, my conclusion. As I conclude, I do so with a sense of pride for the advances the ministry has been able to make this year, notwithstanding the plethora of challenges brought on by COVID-19. I wish to express sincere appreciation to the staff of the ministry for their continuing dedication and commitment. I have hope, Mr. Speaker, that 2022 will usher in a slew of opportunities which we intend to seize. There is a multiplicity of issues, such as access to concessionary funding, flawed graduation criteria based solely on GDP, climate change and access to climate financing, resilience, sustainable development and the Sustainable Development Goals, building back better post-COVID, access to vaccines and vaccine hesitancy. We anticipate a very robust schedule next year. I would wish to publicly again commend the Honourable Prime Minister and Minister of Finance, and to thank him, the Financial Secretary and their team for the funds allocated to support the work of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. We pledge, Mr. Speaker, as we have done in previous years, to manage our funds effectively and work prudently as a responsible part of a greater whole. Mr. Speaker, I'm to thank you. It is late at night. I'm to thank my colleagues for staying awake during this presentation. I'm to thank the public and those who might have viewed this and who might view it at some other occasion. Diplomacy does matter. And it has been my pleasure, Mr. Speaker, on this, the 15th occasion that I'm speaking on the budget debate, to rise to support this bill and to wish it safe passage through this honourable House. Mr. Speaker, if I may be permitted to say one last thing before I sit, because I know not when the debate is going to be wound up, and therefore I know not when the adjournment will come. And so let me say, in the event that it does not come by tomorrow, that it falls to me to invite all the children of Nevis to a grand event that we're hosting for Christmas at the Villa Grounds in Nevis in Charlestown from 2 to 6 p.m. this Saturday. We are offering to our parents of Nevis that they can drop their children off, those between the ages of 3 and 12, and that we will take care of them, feed them, make sure they have fun, send them home with gifts, and babysit them for 4 hours as our gift for Christmas to the parents of Nevis. And so we invite one and all to come out on Saturday to that grand event. And I end by inviting one and all, again, including the members here, and you, Mr. Speaker, and you, of course, have been instrumental in bringing us to this part, wearing a different hat as a consultant, to the opening of the Pinnis Park in Nevis this coming Sunday at 4:30. Mr. Speaker, I have perhaps spoken far too short for my purposes, but with those few words, I would want to say thank you for the opportunity and commend this bill, an excellent budget, to the favourable consideration of this honourable House. May it please you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, thank you, Honourable Member for Nevis 9, Mr. Mark Brantley.
Mr. Speaker, with your permission, when we began on Tuesday, I was pushing to see if we could conclude by Friday. As fate would have it, we cannot. And because tomorrow is that day, we want to give the public servants, including the police officers and all those who are here, an opportunity to do their own shopping as well. And so I ask that we adjourn until Monday at 10:30.
Where is the adjournment to when?
10:30 on Monday.
Speaker, can I wish Merry Christmas?
On the rules, you're not allowed to speak again right now. Honourable members, the question is that this National Assembly stands adjourned until 10:30 next Monday morning. Those in favour? Those against? The ayes have it. This Honorable House Constituency. Monday morning, 10:30.
I love the Jingle, I love the Jingle.